Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a boring day. Katie discovered that no matter how many times you read a book, the ending is always the same. Orbie discovered that if you lift 3 stacked blocks up high, one just might fall on your head. And they both found out that if you spread your legs wide apart and roll marbles to each other, most will get there. Even Mom and Dad were bored. Dad had been painting the whole way and was tired of keeping his arm up. Mom was working on some papers, and no matter how hard she tried, things didn't go the way she wanted them to. Even supper was boring. As Mom and Orbie were clearing the table, Mom had a great idea. To do it, they would need a newspaper. Dad cleaned the paintbrushes off as Mom looked at the newspaper. Katie and Orbie asked what the good idea was, but Mom was keeping it a secret. Orbie sat down on the couch and tried to think what good idea you would find in a newspaper. Suddenly, he had a great idea. Was it a trip into outer space? Mom looked over the top of the newspaper. She assured him that it wasn't. So far, not just anybody could get on a spaceship, and if they could, it would be very expensive. This idea was a little cheaper. Orbie was disappointed, but he was sure Mom's idea would be great, too. Katie hopped on the carpet. She thought of a good idea, too, and it could come from a newspaper. She wondered if they were going on a wonderful vacation and stay in a hotel. Dad coughed. I think that meant maybe right now wasn't a good time to go on a trip. Mom chuckled and smiled at Katie. One day we will go on a trip, but I was thinking of something much smaller than outer space or a trip. Dad had an idea, too, that could come from a newspaper. Was there some kind of special event at the museum? Katie and Orbie jumped up and down. That would be fantastic if they could go to the museum. Mom shook her head and put the newspaper down. She smiled at everyone and told them she didn't feel like giving her secret away. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. They didn't know what to do with that information. Then Mom continued. She thought it would be terrific fun if they all got ready and she drove them to the surprise. They would just all have to keep guessing until they got there. Dad asked if he would need a bathing suit. Mom shook her head and giggled. She asked everyone to wash up and for Dad to change out of his smelly paint clothes. Dad was hoping they'd all love his paint-spattered outfit, but everybody held their noses. Dad sighed and then hustled up the stairs, and soon the family was ready to go. Although only Mom knew where. In the car, Mom asked if anyone liked fairy tales. Now Orbie knew where they were going. Were they going to a theme park where you get to meet different fairy tale characters? Mom shook her head and told him not tonight. Tonight it was going to be relaxing, and no one had to do anything but have fun. Katie noticed it was getting dark, and she wondered if they would be too late. Mom said it didn't matter if it was dark or not. Katie thought of miniature golf. They had lights there. Was that it? Mom shook her head. Then she pointed to a huge building with a lot of cars parked outside. It had lights around a sign, and it looked all glittery. Dad said, "Oh, good idea." But Katie and Orbie still didn't know what the idea was. As the family got out of the car, Orbie wanted to know if it was a video arcade. He had seen one in the shopping center. Mom didn't think that a video arcade was a very good place for little children. She shook her head. Inside the building, there was a stall and a lady in what looked like a glass box. It was here that Katie and Orbie found out what the good idea was. The lady in the box leaned over and told Katie and Orbie to enjoy the movie. A movie? Katie and Orbie had never been to a movie before. This was very exciting. Katie jumped up and hugged Mom. Orbie did too. He honked and tooted, and then he stopped. What was a movie, he burbled. Dad explained that it's like a television, but hundreds of times bigger. It makes you feel like you were in the picture. As they gave their tickets to a man in a suit, Katie sniffed. The most delicious smell came to her nose. Mom took her hand and led her to one of the best things about the movies, the popcorn. When everybody had a bag of popcorn and a drink, Mama asked them all to look around and find the number one. That was where their movie was playing. Orbie found it first, and he tooted, which certainly surprised the man standing in front of him. Orbie apologized. Mom told them the first rule about movies, you have to be very quiet. When they went into the theater, there were rows and rows of seats, and people were sitting down and munching on treats. Mom found 4 seats together. Orbie jumped up on his seat and pointed to the back where everybody was coming in. Mom told him the next rule about movies. You have to sit very nicely in your chair. Katie asked what was behind the huge curtain. Mom said it was the movie screen. It sure was a lot bigger than the TV. Soon the lights in the theater started to dim. Katie was a little afraid. Just as Dad put his arm around her, the screen lit up and the show began. The story was about a wonderfully funny man doing all kinds of crazy things. Orbie honked and tooted, and Katie laughed. But just when the movie was getting good, it was over. Katie thought it was short. Mom smiled at her. The main movie hadn't started yet. That was just a peek at the movie that would be coming soon. Katie and Orbie wanted to see it. The main movie was about a princess, a dragon, and a magical pearl. The 2 friends loved it. As they were walking out, Katie told Dad that she wanted to be a princess too. And do you know what he told her? He told her she already was a princess to him. Katie giggled. Mom found the perfect thing to do on a boring day. And I'll bet when things get boring at your house, you can think of the perfect thing too. I'm sure you can, because I happen to know that you are very clever.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Mockingbirds got their name because they mock or copy all sorts of different sounds. People have heard mockingbirds sound like someone whistling, a telephone ringing, and even a dog barking.
It had been a wintry day. Katie discovered that if you build a snowman too tall, someone else will have to put the hat on. Orbie learned that you can make a wonderful snow fort, but it isn't safe to put a roof on it. And they both discovered little birds have trouble finding food in winter and need our help. Today, the family was going on a sleigh ride. It was at Micah's farm. Mom was making apple cider and hot chocolate in the kitchen. Dad was stuffing some old blankets and extra winter clothes into a duffel bag. Katie and Orbie were up in the bedroom putting on long underwear. Orbie was curious as to why they would need to be so warm to go on a sleigh ride. Katie buttoned up her top button and smiled at him. This was a huge sleigh, so big you couldn't push it. Orbie wondered how they would get down the hill. It wasn't for hill riding, Katie explained. A horse had to pull it. Orbie didn't understand, but he tried. Katie promised that he was going to love it. When they were all dressed, Dad called and said it was time to go. Mom had invited Cherise and her mom. They were waiting in their car, all ready to follow Dad up to the farm. Soon they were on their way. After a time, they came to an old log fence. Dad turned into the long driveway. They were there. As they drove up to the farmhouse, Katie decided it was the longest driveway ever. When they came to a stop, Dad let Orbie honk the horn to tell Micah and his mom that they were there. They didn't actually need to honk because Micah was standing at the door waiting for them. He ran down to the car and gave Mom and Dad, Katie and Orbie a big hug. He was so glad to see them. When both cars were parked, Micah's mom came around the end of the barn with a horse. It was beautiful. It was the first time Orbie had ever seen a horse close up. He thought maybe the horse was breathing fire like a dragon when he saw smoke coming out of its nose. Micah chuckled. He liked Orbie. He explained that it wasn't smoke or fire. It's the horse's hot, steaming breath hitting the cold air. Micah asked all his friends if they would like to pat the horse. The horse's name was Spirit. Orbie went first, and then Katie. His nose was soft. Micah gave Cherise an apple, and she held it out to Spirit, who was very gentle. Micah's mom came back and said she needed to hook up Spirit so the sleigh ride could begin. She took Spirit around the back of the farm, and Dad went to give her a hand. Everyone else unloaded the cars. Soon, Micah's mom brought the horse and sleigh around the barn. Dad stood up in the sleigh and waved at everybody to come on up. The horse stopped in front of Katie, Orbie, and Cherise. Dad and Mom helped everybody up onto the sleigh. When Katie and her friends were on, they noticed that it was covered in straw. The straw made it soft and warm. Mom bundled everybody up in blankets. Cherise smiled at Katie and Orbie. This was going to be fun. When everybody was on the sleigh, Micah's mom made a clicking sound, and Spirit started to pull forward. The sleigh made no noise. It slid silently over the snow. The only noise anyone could hear was the soft, jingling bells around Spirit's neck. It wasn't long before they were deep in the forest, and Micah told everybody to watch carefully because there were lots of deer in his forest. Orbie was the first to see a deer. It turned and looked at him. It stood still for a moment, and then with a sudden jump, it was off through the woods. This was certainly good entertainment. Micah's forest was terrific. Dad asked everybody to look up. When they did, they saw beautiful snow-filled trees hanging over the top of them. Mom thought it looked like a fairyland. Later, Mom was handing out hot drinks when Orbie pointed to the tracks left in the snow by the sleigh. 2 little white bunnies were hopping along in the tracks behind them. Charisse had never seen a real bunny in the wild. She asked Micah if the bunnies belonged to him, and Micah smiled at Charisse. He said that the bunnies live in his forest, but that they belong to nature. Deep in the forest on an old oak tree, there was a bright red ribbon. Micah's mom stopped the sleigh. Everybody got off and jumped and played in the snow. Katie decided that they should decorate the forest for the animals, so the friends made snow angels. Then Orbie flipped into the snow and sank right up to his waist. It was very deep. Next, they had a game of stepping in the giant's steps. Dad and Charisse were the giant. When the game was finished, Micah took a bag off the sleigh and asked his friends to come and help. Micah explained that when they got to the red ribbon, they always left treats for the wild animals in his forest. All the animals knew where to look. Well, I don't have to tell you that everybody thought this was an excellent idea, and they set right to work. Micah hung a peanut butter ball on a tree. Orbie sprinkled seeds around the bottom of another tree, and Charisse ripped up bread and threw it over the side of the sleigh. Katie left carrots and some vegetables in the snow. Charisse's mother helped Micah's mom fill the bird feeder. They were just in time. It was completely empty. On the way back, everybody sang songs, and I wonder if you can guess which one they sang the most. It was Jingle Bells, because they were dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Everyone came back from the sleigh ride with bright rosy cheeks and red noses. Orbie, Katie, and Charisse thought it was about the best fun they'd ever had. And I'm sure that if you ever get a chance to go sleigh riding in the snow, you'll think so too.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? A raisin was once a grape. And a pickle used to be a cucumber. Before a prune was a prune, it was a plum. They all have wrinkles. If you stay in the bathtub too long, you can get wrinkled too.
It had been a silly day. Katie learned that if you blow bubbles in the wind, some of them break on the end of your nose. Orbie discovered that if you try to skip rope too fast, your toes get all tangled up. And they both found out that even with paper plate masks, everybody still knows who you are. That night they giggled when Dad made up the snorkel monster during tub time. In bed they loved it when Dad added the snorkel monster to the silliest story ever. He had Mom making swooshing sounds when the snorkel monster slid down long, slimy chutes. Katie and Orbie wished the story would never end, but Mom dragged Dad out of the room, telling him that if he didn't let the children sleep, the real snorkel monster would burn his toast in the morning. Katie and Orbie nestled down in their bed and closet. Orbie asked Katie if there really was a snorkel monster. She said no, Dad was making it up to be fun. Orbie agreed, it certainly was. Katie thought that maybe the snorkel monster could make a tidal wave in the bathtub one day. Orbie and Katie loved to make big waves. Orbie added that if the snorkel monster had made a tidal wave today, the mom monster might have been angry. Katie had to agree. Soon, both Katie and Orbie drifted off to sleep, which was good because it was getting late. Orbie was thinking about the snorkel monster and how he could cause a huge tidal wave that would rise up in the sky. It would rise higher than the door, higher than the roof, higher than the top of the trees. It would go up and up and up until it stopped and shook. And with a thundering crash, come down again. Orbie jumped down off the closet bar. He shook himself awake. That was very scary. Orbie tiptoed over and tapped Katie gently on the shoulder. Katie was half asleep and looked at Orbie in confusion. Orbie burbled that he wondered if the snorkel monster could ever make a huge tidal wave that would climb up into the sky and then crash down again. Katie rubbed her eyes so she could see Orbie clearly. He did look a little worried. And Katie smiled a sleepy smile and touched Orbie's arm. She told him that there was no way he could cause such a huge tidal wave because he didn't exist. Orbie looked at Katie. Katie knew almost everything. She must know this for sure. He'd had a silly dream, and now that he knew for sure nothing like that could happen, he felt better. Orbie climbed back up into the closet. He was thinking of what Katie said about the fact that the snorkel monster didn't exist, and soon he was asleep again. Now in his sleep, he imagined he was standing right in front of the snorkel monster. Slime dripped from its body. Orbie told it that it wasn't real, and that was that. The snorkel monster breathed snorkel all over him. Orbie looked at his arms. They were snorkeled. He looked up at the snorkel monster again and told him that he knew he was trying to scare him. But he was Orbie, and he didn't scare easily. The snorkel monster shook with rage. Orbie reminded him again that he didn't really exist. He told the snorkel monster that he actually wasn't there. And to prove it, Orbie poked him on the end of the nose. That's when a very scary thing happened. He felt the end of the snorkel monster's nose at his fingertip. Orbie stopped. He wondered if you could feel the end of the snorkel monster's nose, if he positively wasn't real. Just as Orbie was thinking about this, hot, snorkely breath fell on his shoulder. Orbie shuddered. He looked up at the drooling, gargantuan monster and believed that Katie was absolutely wrong. The snorkel monster must have thought that Orbie looked like dinner because it began to lower its enormous, gaping mouth down towards Orbie. Closer and closer it came. Orbie tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He pushed with all his might, but still his legs wouldn't move. He yelled for help, but it was too late. The snorkel monster closed his mouth around him. Orbie was inside the mighty jaws of the snorkel monster. One thing was for sure. It definitely was real. Large teeth chomped up and down. Orbie danced around on the tongue to avoid them. Just as he was thinking he would never see Katie or Mom or Dad again, a slimy, wet thing wrapped itself around Orbie's neck and pulled him backwards. It was the tongue. Orbie was going down the throat of the horrible monster, and no one would ever know what happened to him. All of a sudden, Orbie felt a soft sort of wet feeling on his cheek. It reminded him of one of Katie's kisses. But he had no time to think about that now. He was going down. It would never be seen again. Then he heard his name. Orbie. Oh, no, thought Orbie. Katie has been swallowed by the wretched monster, too. He looked for her. And when he opened up his eyes, that's when he realized that he was still in the closet. Katie was hugging him and giving him little kisses on his cheek to calm him down. He also realized that there was no snorkel monster in the room. They were alone and alive. Orbie had been dreaming again. Orbie hopped down from his perch and hugged Katie. He told her that she had saved him from the more than terrible snorkel monster. Katie looked around the room. There was no snorkel monster at all. Katie told Orbie that he was having a dream, not a very nice one. Mom and Dad opened the bedroom door. They wondered what the two best friends were doing up talking when they were supposed to be sleeping. Orbie told them his horrible dream, and Mom explained that when dreams are that bad, When they make you feel scared, they're called nightmares. She told Orbie that nightmares happen sometimes for no reason. Although they make you feel afraid, it's just your imagination. Orbie looked at Dad. Mom explained that Dad was the snorkel monster for fun only. Orbie just got that mixed up when he fell asleep. Dad hugged Orbie and told him that he would never let anything like a snorkel monster get him in real life. Orbie snuggled into Dad's arms. He knew it was true. If you ever have a nightmare, you need to remember it's only a dream. It isn't real. And the next time you go to sleep, remember to think happy thoughts so that all your dreams will be sweet, just the way they're supposed to be.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next is Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning about all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a fun morning. Orbie discovered that when you step on dough, it squishes between your toes. Katie learned that if you stick your finger through the hole in a donut, you have a very tasty ring. And they both learned that if you're careful, you can build a little house with cards. At noon, the doorbell rang. It was a man with a long, thin package, and it was for Katie and Orbie. Well, they hurried to open it and soon discovered that it was an enormous umbrella. It had spaceships and dinosaurs on it. The card said that it was from Great Uncle David. It made him think of Katie and Orbie So he bought it. They loved it, and each took a turn at popping it open and shut. After lunch, Katie, Orbie, and Mom decided to go to the park. It was a warm day, just the right kind for playing outside. Katie asked if they could bring the umbrella, and that was okay with Mom, so off they went, Mom, Katie, Orbie, and the great big umbrella. At the park, they wanted to swing with the new umbrella, but Mom said that swinging was swinging, and the umbrella was for something else. Katie handed it to Mom and raced for the swings. They were tummy swinging today. Dangling upside down, they waved at Mom, who was spreading her blanket out under a tree. Mom waved back. Tummy swinging felt like flying, and Katie said that there were little birds playing in the park. In their pretend world, they soared up over the treetops and got tangled in a cloud. Katie thought they might have to stay there forever. But Orbie had another idea. Not me, he tooted. I'm Jungle Orbie, running through the jungle to catch my elephant. He got off the swing. Off he raced at top speed. Katie stopped her swing and chased Orbie as he ran in and out of the playhouse. Wait for me, Jungle Orbie, I can help. And she did help. She used a pretend bag of peanuts to get the runaway elephant to stop. Katie patted the elephant, and Jungle Orbie climbed up for a ride. Mom looked up from her book. She saw Orbie elephant riding and smiled. Katie announced that she was a princess and that she had to save the magical toothless dragon. Katie ran to the slide. I'll help you, honked Orbie, and he waved to Katie as she slid down. He raced up the steps of the playhouse. He dived into the big orange tube and popped out the bottom on his tummy. Then he did a little Orbie dance at the bottom. Reading her book, Mom was in an imaginary world, too. But I have to tell you that the splat in her book wasn't imaginary at all. It was a big, real raindrop. Mom looked up and was surprised to see big, dark clouds. Katie, Orbie, time to go home, she called. Orbie leapt into the sandbox beside Katie. She was swimming out to the toothless dragon. They didn't hear Mom or notice any raindrops at all until one landed right on Orbie's head. What was that? Orbie burbled. Rain, cried Katie. Real rain. They both looked at each other, and together they honked and said, the umbrella. They raced over to Mom. Mom picked up her blanket. Katie and Orbie grabbed the umbrella. They popped it open. It was huge. It was big enough for two. Dinosaurs and spaceships decorated it. Katie and Orbie stood under their umbrella, dry as anything, and grinned at each other. Hurry up, said Mom, who was getting wetter and wetter. Katie invited Mom under the umbrella, but Mom said she was too tall. Mom didn't mind a few drops, but she did want to get home. Now, I think you already know that Katie and Orbie thought the umbrella was great fun. They walked arm in arm under it and giggled and laughed. But when Mom asked them to hurry, Orbie started to hurry faster than Katie did. And she got left behind in the rain. Drop, splat. Rain fell right on her head. Wait, Katie called. And she hurried up to take her turn holding the umbrella. Then Orbie saw some kids run through the park, and he slowed down. Katie walked the umbrella right away from him. Raindrops pinged on Orbie's head. He honked and ran back under the umbrella. It was raining a little harder, and a breeze sprang up. The umbrella bobbed in the wind. It tossed around, and the warm summer rain fell all over Katie and Orbie. They giggled and bumped along until they managed to get their steps together. Mom put her book under her arm and held the blanket up over her head. Keep moving, she called to them. The breeze got a little more determined and huffed and puffed at the umbrella. Soon, Katie and Orbie were being pulled along. The umbrella thought it was a kite. "Whoa!" Katie cried, as she and Orbie ran zigzag to hold onto it. And that's when it happened. A big gust of rainy wind whooshed by Katie and Orbie and blew the beautiful umbrella inside out. Mom, Katie, and Orbie all squealed in surprise and raced up onto the porch. Then, kaboom! Thunder and the rain teemed down. Orbie was sad because he thought the umbrella was broken. Katie thought it looked funny and laughed. Mom said, "We just made it," and she shook out her blanket. Then she turned to the umbrella and pulled the sides down. It popped back into place. Orbie honked and jumped up and down, and Katie laughed. Just then the phone rang. Katie answered. It was Great Uncle David calling to find out if they had received the present. They thanked him and told him how much fun they'd had. While it rained, Katie and Orbie drew pictures of the trip home from the park with the big umbrella. And Mom mailed them to Uncle David. And you know, I think that was a lovely thing to do. When someone does a special thing for you, it's always nice to do something special for them.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? You can tell which animals have been in your backyard by the tracks or footprints they leave behind. You might see cat or dog tracks, rabbit or raccoon tracks. Wouldn't it be surprising to find apatosaurus tracks?
It had been a busy morning. Katie discovered that birds like to sing when the sun comes up. Orbie found out that the sky lights up very slowly. And they both learned that almost no one walks along the sidewalk in the early morning. Katie and Orbie had been awake for a long time, and they were getting tired of waiting for Mom and Dad. So far, they were sound asleep. They were sound asleep because it was very early in the morning, way too early for a family to be up. Suddenly, Katie had a great idea. She and Orbie would make breakfast. They raced down to the kitchen. Katie squealed with delight. Orbie was about to toot, but Katie shushed him. They had to be very quiet. She told Orbie they couldn't use the stove or a sharp knife. Orbie burbled his agreement. They would have to be safe. Katie opened the cupboards looking for things they could make. Orbie thought of pancakes, and he pulled out the maple syrup. Pancakes did sound good, but Katie remembered that Dad used the frying pan to make them. Next, Katie took an egg out from the fridge. Eggs were a delicious idea. Orbie pointed out that eggs weren't that delicious, cold and slimy. Katie agreed. Katie thought for a moment. So did Orbie. Then Katie smacked the table with her hand. "Toast," was all she said. Orbie grinned and then gave her a quizzical look. Were they allowed to use the toaster, he wondered? A frown crossed Katie's face because, of course, they weren't. But then she smiled again. She leaned over to Orbie. They would call it cold toast and put all kinds of yummy things on it. Dad would love it. Orbie would be in charge of the cold toast. Katie would make coffee. They couldn't use the coffee pot because it was dangerous. But Katie could mix it in hot water. So she took Dad's mug and scooped in some coffee. She poured hot water into it, and it did look good. A little black, maybe, but good. Mom liked milk in hers, so Katie poured a lot in. and then 2 big spoons full of sugar. There wasn't much room left for the coffee, but Katie put some in with a little tiny bit of hot water. Then came Mom's breakfast. Orbie thought of cereal. Cereal was a great idea. Katie clapped her hands. That was the most perfect thing. She took a big bowl from the cupboard. She took out some cereal boxes, too. When Katie looked into the box of Mom's favorite cereal, there were only 4 little pieces left. Orbie stopped putting peanut butter on the bread. He had another idea. He told Katie that they could use the last of Mom's cereal and then add the ones that they liked best. Mom would get a mixture of really yummy things. Katie set right to work filling the bowl. Orbie by this time was looking at Dad's cold toast and decided that it looked plain and ordinary like a sandwich. He decided he would top the peanut butter off with green relish. That way it would look better. Katie poured milk into the bowl, and then she pulled out the trays. She set everything on the trays. Finally, the delicious breakfast was ready. Katie and Orbie tiptoed up the stairs. Katie carried Mom's tray, and she noticed that the cereal bits were all fat and soggy. Mom would love it anyway, Katie knew. Orbie looked at Dad's tray. Some of the juice from the relish was trickling across the plate. Dad would love his anyway, for sure. When they got to the door, Mom and Dad were still sound asleep. Katie wanted to wake them up, but Orbie burbled that they should leave it outside the bedroom door. When they opened it, there would be the surprise. Katie thought Orbie was a genius. They put the trays on the hall carpet. They giggled all the way down the stairs and went into the living room to wait. It was still very early. Mom and Dad kept sleeping, and it wasn't too long before Katie and Orbie were asleep, too. There was only one person at their house that wasn't. Well, all right, not exactly a person. Chance padded down the hall and, as you can imagine, was very surprised to find such a delicious breakfast sitting on the hall carpet. She just naturally thought it was for her. Nobody else ate on the ground. She looked around to see if there could be a mistake, but no one was in sight. It was definitely for her, she decided, and sniffed in the milky aroma. She drank up every bit of the milk in the cereal bowl. She even ate some of the cereal. She didn't like Dad's coffee at all, but she drank a bit of Mom's. Then she tried Dad's sandwich, not the relish part, but the peanut butter part. She took a big bite and chewed and chewed and chewed. The peanut butter got stuck to the roof of her mouth. She shook her head and almost fell. She knocked over Mom's coffee mug. It made a loud clunk, and then it spilled into the cereal bowl. The noise woke Mom and Dad up. When they opened up their door, they found Chance still wrestling with the peanut butter. I have to tell you that peanut butter was not made for cats. Mom and Dad saw the breakfast. They realized that Katie and Orbie had gone to a lot of trouble to surprise them. The breakfast had been ruined by Chance, but Mom and Dad felt so special because Katie and Orbie had done something really nice for them. When they found Katie and Orbie sleeping, they had a great idea, too. They cooked up made-to-order pancakes and set the table with balloons just for fun. I have to tell you that the two friends were very surprised. They were sorry Mom and Dad had missed the breakfast, but they were glad that Chance loved it. And you know, if you can think of something nice to do for somebody else, you should do it. Everybody, even moms and dads, like to feel special sometimes.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Pasta comes in many shapes and sizes. There's fettuccine, linguine, rigatoni, and rotini, as well as macaroni, spaghetti, and fusilli. You can even eat letters, bows, shells, stars, and even wagon wheels.
It had been a costume finding day. Katie learned that a big floppy hat was fun until you bumped into something. Orbie found out that a little bit of makeup can change your whole face, and they both discovered that half the fun of putting on a play was finding the costumes. Yi-Ping, Kira, Bryn, Phoebe, and Arthur were all over at Katie's house to put on a play. Katie and Orbie were busy making sure they had the right costumes for the characters. Bryn made up the story. Kira added to it. Katie made up the name for it, which was the Happy Dragon. Orbie made up the tickets, and Phoebe and Arthur put some chairs in the living room for the parents. Yi-Ping went home to get the dragon's head. Everybody was busy and very excited. Mom said she'd cater, which meant provide the food, and she made dragon cupcakes. All the friends helped decorate them. While Orbie was in the washroom wiping the icing off the end of his nose, the rest of the friends decided for the last time who would be who in the play. Arthur would be the funny king. Kira would be the cat. Bryn would be the queen. Phoebe would be the lady-in-waiting. Yi-Ping would be the wizard. Katie would be the knight, and Orbie would be the dragon. When Orbie was finished, he came back into the kitchen to discover that he was the dragon. Well, he danced a very dragon-like dance and growled a very dragon-like growl, and all the friends clapped. Orbie would be the perfect dragon. Mom suggested that they have a rehearsal, which meant they practice the play to see what everybody does and when they come on stage. This was an excellent idea. The 7 friends raced upstairs and put on their costumes. The crown didn't fit Arthur's head, so Mom had to make it a bit bigger. Bryn kept tripping over her skirt, so Mom pinned it up. And Kira wanted to have a cat face, so Mom painted her up with face paints. Orbie looked great in his dragon costume. They rehearsed their play, and everybody did their parts beautifully. But Orbie found out that his part was sort of small. The whole play was about making the dragon happy, and all Orbie had to do was walk across the stage as if he was sad. Then at the very end, he had to do the happy dragon dance. The dragon didn't talk, so Orbie had nothing to say. Orbie watched his friends working on their parts. He really wanted to be the king. The king had lots to say. Orbie thought maybe the wizard could make the dragon talk, but that would ruin the story. After a while, Orbie took off the dragon head and he lay it on the floor. He went out the back door and sat under a tree. Maybe being in the play wasn't all that much fun. He really wanted to have a honking and tooting part where Mom and Dad could see how good he was at remembering what to say. Orbie was disappointed. Inside, the friends decided they would try to make a curtain with an old ripped sheet. Mom said they could take it out in the backyard and paint it because she couldn't use it anymore. Well, the 6 friends charged out the back door carrying the sheets and paints and brushes and water. They called Orbie to come and help them, and Orbie did come over. He was about to choose the red paintbrush when Arthur talked about how he was going to use a big, deep voice to be the king. Katie told him she was going to look big and strong because all knights were. Orbie felt a little sad that his part wasn't very big. He told them that he'd be right back, but actually he went up to his room and shut the closet door. Now, there were so many people that nobody really thought about Orbie not being there for the painting. And when Mom gave them all a snack, she didn't notice that Orbie was missing. When Dad came home, the friends told him that there was going to be a wonderful play, and Dad was delighted. He asked where Orbie was, and that's when everybody realized that Orbie hadn't been with them for a little while. Mom remembered seeing him go upstairs. They found Orbie looking at a book. They told him that it was time to get ready for the play. Orbie looked at Katie and burbled that he didn't want to be in the play. 6 hearts fell to the floor. They had worked all day on the play, and now he didn't want to do it. Katie told Orbie that he had to do it because they needed a dragon. Orbie pointed out that it was just a tiny little part of the story. It wasn't important. Katie turned to her friends. She didn't know what to say. Dad came up to see how things were going. He was surprised to hear that Orbie wanted to drop out of the play. Dad told Orbie that the thing about a play is that everybody counts. It's a team. Orbie told Dad he wanted to be king. Why couldn't there be 2 kings? Dad asked Orbie to tell him the story of the play. And at the end, Dad told Orbie he was wrong about his part. Without him, there was no story or play at all. His part was very important. Then Dad picked up the dragon head. He told Orbie that it was his job to be the very best dragon. Even though he had no lines to speak, he could be funny and interesting when he walked, when he sat. Suddenly, Orbie understood what Dad meant. He took the dragon's head from him and turned to his friends. "I didn't understand," he tooted, "but now I do." He put the head on and did a very funny walk that made everybody laugh. And that night, when all the parents were there, the friends put on their play. I have to tell you that each and every one of them did a wonderful job. Orbie made sure he was a dragon with personality, and everybody loved it. At the end, when it was Orbie's turn to take a bow, all the parents cheered. Orbie had made his part so much fun. From that day on, Orbie never worried about the part he had. He worked hard at making whatever it was come to life and be wonderful. He realized that he was only as important as he made himself. And do you know the same thing goes for you? Don't waste your time wondering if what you're doing is important. Think about how well you're going to do it, and do it the best way you can. Because I happen to know that you are already very important.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie's a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a busy morning. Katie learned that it isn't always easy to say goodbye to an old teddy bear. And Orbie found out that if you can't find all the pieces to a puzzle, the puzzle isn't worth much. And they both discovered that when a toy falls to the back of your closet, it's easy to forget that you ever had it. They were having a garage sale. Mom was in the kitchen collecting plastic containers, and Katie and Orbie were going through their closet, finding toys they didn't play with anymore. The problem was that every time they found a toy they hadn't used for a while, it looked like new, and they wanted to play with it again. It was awfully hard to throw them out. Dad came up to see how they were doing. There were only 2 things in the garage sale pile, and all the rest were in the keep pile. They weren't doing as well as Dad had hoped. He told Katie and Orbie that they didn't enjoy some of these toys as much anymore. With the garage sale, the toys were going to go to a new home. Some child would play with them every day. Some of their toys were left over from when they were a lot younger. They were growing up. Katie nodded her head. Dad was right. Orbie wasn't so sure. Dad helped make decisions, and although Katie and Orbie weren't exactly happy about all of them, they did agree. Katie would sell an old teddy bear, 3 books that were for little kids, and a building set. Orbie would sell a rocket ship, a beach ball, and a construction hat that was too small for him. Mom asked Katie to stir the lemonade, and Orbie to take out the plastic glasses. Katie and Orbie were in charge of their table and the lemonade. Soon people came to see what they were selling. At first people just looked around, and Katie wondered why no one would buy her toys. Dad said selling took a little longer than that. Soon somebody wanted to buy the old lawnmower Dad had set out. And a little girl was looking at Katie's teddy bear. Katie smiled her best-selling smile and hoped the little girl would buy her teddy bear. When the mother came along and asked the little girl if she wanted to buy it, the little girl told her mother it was too ugly. When the little girl left, Katie hugged the teddy and told him he was beautiful. Soon Andy came over to see what he could buy with his quarter. He loved Orbie's rocket ship and asked if he could buy it. Orbie wasn't sure, but Katie encouraged him. After all, he never played with it anymore. Finally, Orbie agreed, and Andy gave Orbie his quarter. Mom was selling all kinds of things. Katie really wanted someone to like her toys. Megan came and picked up the 3 books. She loved them. Her mom gave Katie a quarter, and Megan smiled her thank you. Arthur liked Orbie's construction hat, but it didn't fit. He decided to buy Katie's building set instead. Orbie was glad, and so was Katie. She didn't play with it anymore. Next came Mrs. Perrette. She bought some dishes from Mom, and then she decided to buy Orbie's beach ball. She told Orbie that it would be at her house so that when they visited, they could play with it. Katie loved the idea, but Orbie really wanted to keep it with him. He did sell it to her, though. The construction hat and the old teddy bear sat on the empty table. Nobody seemed to want them. Katie and Orbie helped serve drinks and had a few themselves. Orbie was showing Dad's kettle to a man when another little girl and her mother showed up. The little girl looked at the toy table. It looked a little bare. She picked up the teddy bear and looked at it. Katie moved back to the table and smiled at her. The little girl put the teddy bear down and picked up the construction hat. She tried it on. Orbie looked worried and moved over to her. It fit perfectly, and she gave a quarter to Katie. Orbie just watched his last old toy go down the driveway. He was very sad. Katie told him to remember that the hat didn't fit, but Orbie felt sad at letting go of it. It was hard for him. Katie gave him a big hug. Orbie knew Katie wanted him to cheer up, but the truth was that he had really hoped no one would buy his things. Now they were all gone. Orbie decided that garage sales were not that much fun. He sighed and hugged Katie back, and then left the garage sale and went around the side of the house. Katie plunked herself down on the stool. She loved knowing that her things would be used like new toys by other children. She thought garage sales were great. Andy wandered back again and looked at the toy table. The teddy bear looked lonely. Andy told Katie that he had never had a bear. He wondered what it was like. Katie smiled at Andy. She told him that having a teddy bear was great. You could tell your troubles to it and take good care of it. Andy liked the sound of that. Katie asked if he wanted to buy it, but Andy shook his head. He didn't have any money left. Katie excused herself as Andy gently poked the bear's tummy. She whispered to her mother. Her mother smiled a warm, proud kind of smile. She told Katie that it was just fine to give things away at a garage sale. She gave her a kiss and sent her back to Andy. When she got back, Andy was holding the teddy bear. Katie told Andy that she would like to give him the bear because no one had bought it and she didn't want it to go into the garbage. Andy couldn't believe it. He gave Katie a big hug, and with that he ran down the street to tell his mom. As Dad was putting away the tables, Orbie showed up with his arms full of his old toys. Dad asked what he had done. Orbie explained that he had asked the little girl and Mrs. Perrette and Andy if he could please buy his things back. He didn't feel good about selling them and still wanted to play with them. They all agreed. Mom and Dad looked shocked, but Katie understood. Dad was a little annoyed, but Mom understood. It's often hard to grow up when you're not ready. And do you know that Orbie kept his toys until the next year when he was sure he was finished with them? Then he sold them and more. Sometimes growing up means letting go of things. But it only works if you're ready to do it. And I'm sure you'll know when you're ready.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Some animals, like frogs, raccoons, and bats, sleep all winter long and wake up in the spring. Some sleep in mud, and some sleep in nests. Some even sleep upside down in caves. But if you slept all winter long, you would miss a lot of fun.
It had been a day of discovery. Katie discovered that it takes 5 pennies to make a nickel. Orbie learned that if you unwind a ball of wool, it will take a whole lot of rewinding to fix it. And they both found out that when puzzle pieces get mixed up, it's hard to tell where they're supposed to go. Mom was listening to the radio while she peeled potatoes. Katie was washing them off, and Orbie was putting them in the big cooking pot. Just as Orbie plopped the last potato in, he looked at the radio. It was small, shiny, and new. He looked at the pot again. The potatoes were smaller than a jazz band, but the potatoes needed a bigger container. Orbie tapped Mom on the back. She was now peeling carrots and put the peeler down to be safe. How does the jazz band fit in the radio, he burbled. Mom looked at the radio for a minute and then back at Orbie. She sputtered and then she broke out into a great big laugh. She apologized to Orbie because she was always encouraging him to ask questions, And this was a question. Orbie waited for her to stop laughing. Katie got off the step stool and moved over to see what she had missed. Mom got her breath, and she told Orbie that there was no jazz band in the radio. He thought maybe she was wrong. There was even a man in there who kept talking. She hugged Orbie and told him that he had the most amazing imagination. Orbie wasn't sure what imagination had to do with it. He could hear the man talking, and the music and the band was playing. Mom untied her apron. She told Orbie they had a few hours before they had to cook supper, so it might be fun to see how they put the jazz band in the radio. Mom's friend Brian worked at the radio station, and he would really enjoy showing Katie and Orbie the secret. The radio station was a big, tall building, and it had a long, spiky antenna on the top of it. Mom said that was to send out the radio waves. Katie didn't see any waves, nor did Orbie. Mom giggled again, and she said they were invisible, but radios are built to receive them. Orbie crinkled up his forehead. Radios were starting to get complicated. Inside, Brian was waiting for them. He was glad to have visitors and told Katie and Orbie that he would give them a tour. First, they stopped at the library. It was a big room with all kinds of shelves. Katie noticed that something was odd. The library didn't have any books. Brian smiled at Katie and told her that the library was for the radio show. Radio was all about hearing, so it was filled with compact discs. The DJ comes in and selects the CDs for his radio show. Orbie wondered what a DJ was. Brian explained that the DJ stood for disc jockey. It was the person who played music on the radio. Orbie looked at Mom. There was a man in the radio, he tooted. Brian smiled and told Orbie he'd introduce him to the man on the radio in a minute. Next, they went into the sound room. There was a woman with headphones on. Katie just loved her table. It had lots of buttons and knobs. Brian said it wasn't a table. It was a soundboard. Then Brian pointed through a big glass window. Behind the glass, a man who Brian said was the DJ was talking away. No one could hear him. At least Katie, Orbie, Mom, and Brian couldn't hear him. But the woman at the soundboard could. She often chuckled or snapped her fingers to the music that no one could hear. When the DJ looked through the glass, he was delighted to see Katie and Orbie. He waved at them, and they waved back. Orbie wondered if the DJ had to stay in there forever. In a minute, Orbie found out that he didn't. The DJ left the room and came around to where they were. Orbie was getting confused. He was bigger than Dad, and it seemed impossible that he could fit in a radio. Everyone but Katie, Orbie, and the DJ laughed. He invited the friends to come inside the radio with him. Orbie was afraid of getting stuck, but Mom said that he was just the right size. They went into what the DJ called the booth and sat down. The DJ signaled to Katie and Orbie to be quiet, and he started to talk into the microphone. He told everybody listening that he had two friends who might like to say hello. Mrs. Perrette was washing off her plant pot when she heard Katie and Orbie on the radio. She was very surprised. Yi Ping was coloring on the floor when she heard them say, hello. Dad was driving home in his car. He was so surprised, he burst out laughing. Then he had a good idea. He stopped at a store. At the radio station, the DJ was explaining to his visitors that he makes the voice sound, and the CDs and other equipment make the music. No one is in your radio at home, but there is this little thing in it called a receiver. It invisibly reaches into the air, catches the sound the DJ is making, and pulls it into the radio. Orbie thought it was just about the neatest thing ever. He was very impressed. Soon it was time to go. They thanked everybody for teaching them about the radio. When they got home, Dad was waiting for them. He had a little surprise. He told them that he loved to listen to Katie and Orbie's music. The radio didn't play their songs, so he brought an empty cassette tape and asked them to sing their most favorite songs into it. Then when Mom and Dad were working and they needed to listen to something, they could listen to the tape. Well, I don't have to tell you that Katie and Orbie had a ball. They put on costumes even though the people listening to the tape couldn't see them. They sang every single song they knew. Dad said the tape was possibly the best thing that he'd ever heard. And Mom agreed. Everyone listened to it in Mom's new radio because it played tapes too. Mom and Dad said they sang beautifully, and that maybe one day they would sing a song to be played on the real radio. Do you know that if they worked at it and tried hard, that just might happen? And it could happen to you too. You never know.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Not only bugs and birds can fly. The flying squirrel glides from tree to tree, and the flying fish flies from wave to wave. Maybe there's a flying hippo, but I hope not.
It had been a bright red day. Katie discovered that although a heart is a wonderful shape, cutting it out isn't easy. Orbie learned that printing a name is hard when you don't know what the letters are. And they both found out that even though red is one color, it has a whole lot of different shades to it. It was the day before Valentine's Day. The kitchen table was covered with clippings, cards, paints, and markers. Just about everything Katie and Orbie could think of to decorate the house with. When the decorating was done, everybody started working on their own personal projects. Mom snuck up into the bedroom to do Katie's Valentine. Katie asked Orbie to help her make something spectacular for Dad. Dad told Orbie that Mom was going to absolutely love hers. Everybody was busy. Orbie made a spaceship on a card for Katie. Inside the card, he told her that one day he would take her on a trip to the moon. He hid it so she wouldn't find it. Katie made a big fancy hat all covered with hearts for Mom. She tried it on to make sure the little hearts hung down properly. Orbie loved the hat and told Katie that she was a wizard. He peeked at her pile of valentines, and that's when he noticed that there wasn't one for him. Orbie burbled to Katie, asking if she had finished all her valentines. Katie smiled, and she wrapped tissue paper around the hat. She was finally finished. Orbie wondered why he didn't see one there for him, and he should have asked, but he didn't. He told Katie he had to work on his and left the room. He noticed Mom in the bedroom. She was chuckling to herself and wrapping something. Orbie pushed the door open and went in. Mom was glad to see there was only Orbie, and she told him that she had nothing to hide from him, so he could feel just free to come and sit down. Orbie made himself comfortable in the bed. He looked at the pile of silly things Mom had. Mom saw him looking. She touched him under the chin and said that it was fine if he wanted to look because none of them were for him. Orbie gulped. Mom didn't notice because she was busy telling him about the loudest red tie she could find. It was covered in hundreds of hearts. She was going to insist that Dad wear it to the office just for fun. Orbie smiled because he knew Dad would have fun with it. Soon, Orbie left the bedroom and looked for Dad. Dad was in the garage, hammering a little wooden box together. He was so proud of it. It was for Katie. On the lid, there was a tiny little heart. Orbie snorkeled that it was beautiful. Dad was glad he liked it. It was very important to him. After all, she was his daughter. Orbie smiled weakly. That was true. Orbie looked around the workshop area to see if there was anything for him in there. When he lifted up a box, Dad asked what he was looking for. Orbie burbled, "Nothing." Dad picked him up in his arms. "You are snooping around to see if there's something here for you." Orbie looked down at the ground. Dad spun him around. "You come to the wrong place if you think I have something for you in this garage." Dad whisked Orbie out of the garage and back into the house. Orbie wandered into the living room and flopped onto the sofa. He had never seen a Valentine's Day before. Katie said Valentines were for people you loved. Maybe his family didn't love him enough. Orbie looked out the window. A flower truck drove right up the driveway. Orbie was delighted. He called to Mom and then opened up the door. The driver gave the big bouquet of flowers to Orbie and said that he didn't think they were for him. He read from the card that it said, "To my two best girls, love, Dad." Orbie shrank a little bit under the flowers. They weren't for him for sure. He gave them to Mom. Katie and Mom tackled Dad and gave him a dozen kisses to match the roses. Orbie would have joined in, but he was beginning to feel like maybe he didn't belong. He went up to Katie's room and looked in the mirror. He had to admit it would be hard to love a pink-spotted guy when nobody else in the house was pink and spotted. He looked up at the sky. He really wasn't part of the family. Maybe they didn't love him as much as they did Katie. Maybe he was in the way. Orbie slowly walked down the stairs. He put his boots and mitts and hat on, and he opened the door. On the porch, he wondered which way to go. It really didn't matter. After all, he wasn't special to anybody. He walked down the street. Just as he was beginning to feel cold and not too sure about where to go, he heard Dad call him. Just before his next step, Orbie felt Dad's hand on his shoulder. Dad asked him what was wrong. Orbie tried really hard not to let it happen, but a little tear trickled down his face. Orbie told Dad that the whole family was making cards for each other, and no one was making anything for him. Not that it mattered, because there really wasn't room in the family for him. Dad was completely shocked. He asked Orbie if he didn't love his family anymore. Orbie told Dad he certainly did. "We were hiding your Valentines, just like you were hiding ours." Orbie looked blank. He was so busy worrying about being forgotten, he didn't remember that he was hiding his. Orbie burbled to Dad. Was there enough room in his heart for Orbie? Dad told Orbie there was no limit on loving Dad, and Mom and Katie all had hearts big enough for three. Orbie put his arms around Dad's neck. "That works out well," he burbled, "because he had room for three, too." The next morning when the family arrived at the kitchen table, there were Valentines for each member from the others. And Orbie opened his Valentines. He knew for sure that the whole family had a heart big enough for three. And I have to tell you that if you ever think your family doesn't have enough room to love you, remember Orbie and know that they do.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next is Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
There's a house with the girls inside, such a nice end to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a trying-on kind of day. Katie discovered that when ballet slippers are too small, they really squish your toes. Orbie learned that pink stretchy tights look a lot like legs. And they both found out that the tutu looked really silly on Orbie's head. Katie was going to her first dance class. The dance class had special clothes that you had to wear. On her feet, she wore black ballet slippers. On her legs, she wore pink tights. On her body, she wore a black leotard, which Orbie thought sounded like a leopard. But it wasn't. And around her waist, she wore a tutu. The tutu was a frilly skirt that stuck straight out. Orbie did think it was a hat, but he really liked how it looked when Katie put it on properly. Dad and Mom thought she looked great. When Mom was a little girl, she went to dance class too. Dad imagined that Katie looked a lot like Mom did. When they got into the car, Orbie talked about how he would watch Katie and clap for her when she did her dance. Katie smiled weakly. She was feeling a bit nervous. Mom noticed and asked her what was wrong. Katie explained, "I don't know what the dance is." Mom said that it wasn't important to know the dance before she went. The word class meant that she was going to learn. And even though the dance class had been running for a few weeks already, everybody was still learning. Katie did feel a bit better. As they walked up the stairs to the classroom, Katie held Mom's hand tightly. She didn't know anybody there. Mom told her that she would make friends. Katie hoped so. In the class, Mom introduced Katie to Madame Lesage. She was the teacher. Madame Lesage took Katie's hand and introduced her to all the other students. Orbie knew that they would all like Katie, and he felt very proud of her. Orbie and Mom sat on the chairs at the back of the room, and Madame Lesage gave Katie a place in the circle. Suddenly, a piano started to play, and Katie looked to see where it was. There was a young boy about Tom's age who played the notes beautifully. Madame Lesage clapped her hands. Everybody in the class turned and looked at her. She told them to warm up. They were going to make a little flower on the floor. She helped each of the students to sit the right way, and then she sat down too. She raised her arms up over her head and slowly put them in the middle of the circle. All the little girls did the same thing. Orbie burbled to Mom, "This is very exciting." Mom nodded and put her arm around him. When they stretched back and opened their arms, Katie couldn't see where the flower was. But Mom and Orbie could see a beautiful flower made of little girls. It opened and closed. Katie was one of the petals. Orbie clapped, and Madame Lesage thanked him. Soon they were standing at the bar doing pliés. Katie was having a little bit of trouble because whenever she went up, the rest of the class went down. Katie was worried that she wasn't doing it right. But Mom smiled, a very proud mommy smile, and Katie felt better. Madame Lesage came over and explained that if Katie listened to the music, it would tell her when to go up and down. Katie did try, and she was a little bit better, but the music wasn't being too clear. Next, they did leaps across the room. Each child did their favorite jump, and Katie didn't know what to do. Madame Lesage told her to jump like a deer, and she did her best. It wasn't as good as the others. Katie was thinking that maybe dancing wasn't for her. Not because she wasn't having fun, but because she wasn't even nearly as good as the other girls. The next move they were learning was the pirouette. Now, pirouettes are very tricky. You have to walk across the room spinning and stay in a straight line and end up at the other side. Some of the students were very good at it. When Katie had her turn, she went spinning right around the room and ended up almost sitting on the piano player. One of the girls laughed because she did look funny. Katie felt badly and felt like giving up dancing for the rest of her life. Mom looked a little worried. She could tell that Katie was trying hard and was not always successful with the dance movements. Orbie simply beamed. He was so proud of Katie. The girl who laughed at Katie told her that on her first day she did exactly the same thing. She thought she'd never be able to dance. And Katie was surprised at this because the girl was a very good dancer. Just then, Madame Lesage told Katie what a fine job she was doing. Katie told her she was sorry she was making so many mistakes. Madame Lesage smiled at her, and then she got down on her knee. "Give me a little more time, Katie. I can't teach you everything in one class." Katie looked at her. She wasn't sure of what she meant. Madame Lesage added that most people on their first day ever of dance couldn't do half of the things Katie was doing right now. She was pretty sure she had a good dancer in Katie. Katie thought to herself. She looked at Mom and Orbie, who were simply beaming. Then Katie realized that what Madame Lesage was saying was that Katie would be a good dancer one day. Katie was so happy she jumped up and did a pirouette. It was practically perfect. Everybody clapped, even the piano player. Katie worked hard through the rest of the class. She tried to copy what each person was doing, and sometimes she did it right. And sometimes she did it wrong. At home, Orbie told her she was amazing. Katie knew he was proud of her, and that in truth she wasn't amazing. Yet. But one day, she just might be. And do you know that if you try something new that you've never done before, you don't have to be good at it the first time. But if you like it and you keep learning about it and practicing, one day you can be amazing too.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Cats are talented animals. They can see in the dark and measure spaces with their whiskers. They can even find their way home. Cats love to climb trees, but sometimes need help to get down again.
It had been a cold day. Katie discovered that icicles only hang downwards. Orbie found out that if you put a cup of water on the windowsill, it will be a cup of ice in the morning. And they both learned that it's only fun to shovel snow for so long. Dad had made some special arrangements to go ice fishing. In the car, Katie told Dad she'd never seen a fish made of ice. Orbie tooted his agreement, and Dad chuckled. Soon they were at the lake. The boats were up on blocks. Orbie wondered how they were going to get to the cottage. Was Dad going to put one of the boats in the water? Where was the water? With the snow on top, Orbie couldn't tell what was lake and what was land. He burbled his questions so fast that Dad could barely answer, and then Dad chuckled again. He told Orbie that they were not going over to the cottage. The cottage was for summer, and so it was all boarded up and put to sleep for the winter. They were going to a hut. Dad pointed to the lake. There on the ice sat a tiny little hut. Dad, Katie, and Orbie all set out towards it. They trampled through the deep snow. It was cold and windy on the frozen lake. When they got closer to the hut, they noticed that smoke was coming out of it. It wasn't long before old Mr. Cobbs popped his head out and greeted his visitors. Right away, Orbie wanted to know why Mr. Cobbs had such a small house and what he would do when the ice melted and he had a lake in his living room. Mr. Cobbs put his arm around Orbie. He told them that his house was still on the island where it had been for years. This was an ice fishing hut. When he opened the door, Katie and Orbie peeked in. There was barely enough room for all of them inside. There was a bench that ran all the way around the walls of the hut. It made a perfect sitting place. In one corner was a tiny wood stove that kept the hut warm. The floor was made of ice. Everybody sat down. Katie asked about the ice fish. She looked really hard at the ice, but she couldn't see any at all. Mr. Cobbs told Katie and Orbie that it was called ice fishing because you fish right through the ice. Katie was surprised to learn that ordinary fish swim in the winter and without snowsuits. Mr. Cobbs handed Dad a rod. Dad looked at it and then stuck some bait on the end. It had a pretty feathery tip to the line, but when Katie went to touch it, Dad told her to stop. It looked beautiful, but that was to attract the attention of the fish. Underneath the feathers was a hook that the fish would get caught on. Katie was starting to think that fishing wasn't very much fun, especially if you were a fish. Mr. Cobbs moved a small pot that was sitting in the middle of the floor, and there, underneath it, was a big hole in the ice. Katie was afraid of falling in, but Dad explained that she was too big to fall through the hole. Katie and Orbie could see the dark-looking water. Mr. Cobbs told the family that the ice was very thick this winter, and he had to dig a long time to get to the water. He told them that he'd caught all the fish he needed to eat. Now it was Dad's turn. Dad let the hook sink into the hole. Everybody waited. Dad told Mr. Cobbs that he loved fishing, and he hoped he could catch dinner. Katie was hoping that no fish would come. Mr. Cobbs handed out some hot chocolate. It tasted warm and sweet. Katie smiled. It was fun sitting here quietly with Mr. Cobbs, Dad, and Orbie. It was so relaxing that she felt a little like snoozing. All of a sudden, Dad put down his cup and shouted, "I've got one!" Katie jumped up, and so did Mr. Cobbs. Orbie stood on the bench so he could see right down the hole. Slowly, Dad turned the reel. Slowly, the line got shorter and shorter. Soon, a fish nose broke through the water. And out came the fish. Mr. Cobbs caught it in a bucket of water. Katie looked at the bucket. There were 3 fish swimming around in it. Katie felt a little sorry for the fish. Orbie honked and tooted. He even clapped his hands. Then Mr. Cobbs had a wonderful idea that he thought the fish might like too. He gave Katie and Orbie each a rod. As he spoke, he took the end of Orbie's line and removed the hook. Hooks can be dangerous, he said, and no fish likes them. But what they do like is the food. Mr. Cobbs tied some bait at the end of Orbie's line and then on the end of Katie's. He asked them to put their lines in a little hole and see if they could feel anything. Orbie sat there, and nothing happened. Katie sat too, and nothing happened on her line either. Everybody smiled and waited. Mr. Cobbs told them that sometimes you have to wait quite a while. Katie waited some more, and so did Orbie. Dad told them that the nice part about fishing was that you could just lean back and relax. There was no hurry and no worry with fishing. Katie was beginning to think there was no nibbling either. But then, all of a sudden, Orbie jumped up off the bench. Something was tugging at his line. Orbie pulled it up, and the bait was totally gone. Katie was watching and not looking at her rod when it flipped in her hand. A fish had nibbled all her bait away, too. Katie and Orbie giggled at their success and put more bait on right away. As soon as they stuck their lines back in the water, more fish nibbled. Mr. Cobbs told them that they were in business. That afternoon, they fed the fish and sipped hot chocolate. Both Dad and Mr. Cobbs told fish stories. Katie and Orbie wanted to tell one, too. Dad pointed out that they had opened up the Frozen Fin Cafe, and all the fish were really glad. Katie and Orbie gave each other high fives. They were pretty proud. It was fun to do something nice for the fish. When they got home, Mom cooked Dad's fish for dinner. As she was doing it, she asked if they had fun. Katie and Orbie discovered that now they did have a fish story to tell. It was called the Frozen Fin Cafe, and Mom just loved it. And I happen to think that if you'd been there, you would have loved it too.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Kangaroos, koalas, and possums are called marsupials. They have pockets built right into their fur. But they don't use them to hold their keys, coins, and candies. They use them to carry their babies.
It was a sad day. Katie discovered that you don't feel like eating when your best friend is moving away. Orbie found out that funny-faced balloons don't always cheer a sad person up. And they both learned that even happy music sounds sad when you are. Katie's best friend Carrie was moving away. Katie begged Dad to tell Carrie's dad that they just couldn't move. Dad explained that things sometimes had to change. Carrie's dad had a wonderful new job in another city. Katie sat out on the front steps waiting for Carrie. She was coming over to play for the last time. It wasn't a very happy feeling. Orbie tried to cheer her up, but to tell you the truth, only one thing would have made Katie happy, and that was if Carrie stayed. Carrie turned the corner and walked up the front walk. Katie looked at her friend. It had always made her happy to see Carrie, except for today. Today was the last time, and no matter how you looked at it, that was sad. Best friends just naturally go together. You can't break them up. Carrie told Katie that the truck was loading up all their furniture. The two girls went up to Katie's room. Orbie didn't go. He thought they needed to be together. Instead, he went to play with Chance. Carrie told Katie that her dad was so happy he couldn't wait to move. What nobody seemed to notice was that Carrie didn't want to go. Suddenly, Carrie jumped up on Katie's bed. She had a great idea. What if they ran away together and lived under the willow tree? Then nobody could break them up. Now, at most times, I think Katie would have known that running away is never the answer, but right now the thought of Carrie leaving was going away, and the thought of Carrie staying was getting very strong. So Katie agreed. As Mom was packing up some sandwiches and desserts for Carrie's family and Dad was trying to find a screwdriver, Carrie and Katie snuck out the front door. Katie had a sleeping bag and her favorite teddies. Teddies would be important at night. They snuck down the street to Mrs. Perrette's beautiful weeping willow tree. Nobody knew they were gone except for Orbie, who had been sitting talking to Chance. When Chance, who loved the teddies, saw them go by, she decided to follow. Orbie decided to follow Chance. Soon the two girls were nestled under the weeping willow. Katie thought they could stay there forever and nobody would find them. And Carrie giggled. When Orbie saw where Chance was going, he stopped. He looked at the tree and saw that it had 3 sets of legs. 2 were people, and 1 was cat. Katie told Chance that she could live with them too, as long as she didn't tell anyone where they were. Orbie turned around and went back home. But when he got there, Mom and Dad said it was almost time for Carrie's family to leave. He waited by the door for them. After a little while, the phone rang. It was Carrie's mom. Could Mom please tell Carrie they were on their way to pick her up? Mom asked Orbie to run upstairs and tell Carrie it was time to go. Orbie did, but he didn't feel good about it. When he told Mom Katie and Carrie weren't there, Mom was surprised. Orbie was feeling worse and worse because he knew where they were. He wanted to tell Mom and Dad as badly as anything, but he was afraid that Katie wouldn't be his friend anymore if he didn't keep the secret. Soon, Carrie's parents and Katie's parents were walking all over the neighborhood, calling them. Orbie tried to keep the secret, but then he couldn't anymore. He told Mom about the willow tree. Everybody ran. Orbie felt awful. Nobody liked to give away a secret. When they arrived at the special hiding place, all they found was a lumpy sleeping bag and 1 orange cat. Mom thought the 2 girls were hiding inside the bag. She was starting to get a little angry. The girls had caused them all to worry. When Dad unzipped the sleeping bag, he found 2 stuffies and no girls. Mom and Carrie's parents were worried. I think Mom was pretty close to crying a little bit, but Dad gently squeezed her arm. Just then, Mrs. Perrette called from the house. She had found 2 little lost souls under the tree. Mom felt so much better. She and Carrie's mom hugged. Mrs. Perrette pointed out that there wasn't anything much worse than losing a friend. And everybody had to agree. Then she explained that she had 2 old lockets from when she was a little girl, and she never wore them anymore. Carrie's dad was worrying about getting to the new house on time and wanted to get going. But Carrie's mom put her hand in his to tell him to wait a minute. They had been so excited that he had a great new job that they had not taken Carrie's sad feelings into consideration. They should have. They had made a mistake, as parents sometimes do. Carrie's dad stood still. She was right. Mrs. Perrette told the girls that the wonderful thing about lockets was that you wore them close to your heart, exactly where a best friend belonged. She put a picture of each girl in the other's locket. When they felt lonely, all they had to do was hold the locket and think of their friend. When they did that, they would get a wonderful, warm feeling because someone loved them so much. And do you know that when Carrie and Katie said goodbye, they held their lockets? They hugged each other and promised to be best friends forever, which, of course, is the only way to be best friends. After Carrie's family drove away, Katie felt sad. She waved until the car disappeared. Orbie burbled that he wished he could be as good a friend as Carrie so Katie would feel happy again. Katie was confused. Then she smiled and threw her arms around his neck. "You are my best friend, too," she said. Orbie didn't know you could have lots of best friends. Katie held her locket and explained. Mrs. Perrette said it was wonderful to have best friends in other cities. They were great for visiting, and that was a good start on the project. Orbie didn't understand. Katie opened up her arms. The project is that you have to get busy and fill the whole world with best friends. And do you know that to this very day, that is exactly what they're doing? Maybe you should try it too.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next, it's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. Stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
It had been a busy morning. Orbie found out that if you leave your marbles in your gumboots, they tickle your toes when you put them on. Katie discovered that trying to find a sun hat in the costume box can be a little tricky. And they both learned that sometimes 5 minutes feels like an hour. Katie and Orbie were in a hurry because today they were going to visit Micah on his farm. He said he was going to show them everything. When they turned in the long driveway, Micah and his mom were waiting. Mom and Dad and Micah's mom all went over to the garden chairs and enjoyed a cool drink. The three little friends took off at top speed for the barn. Spirit was sound asleep when they walked in. This was his bedroom. Micah told them they had to be quiet. Orbie wondered how Spirit could be asleep when he was standing up. Micah told him that that's how horses sometimes did it. Orbie thought that was great. There was hay all over the floor in case Spirit wanted to lie down. Spirit turned his head and looked at the three friends. Orbie thought he might be angry at them for making too much noise, but he just nuzzled Micah's tummy. He giggled. Katie wanted to pat Spirit. Micah showed her how to pat his soft nose. It felt like velvet. Then Micah had an idea, and he reached into a little barrel full of apples. He showed Katie and Orbie how to hold their hands very flat to give the horse a treat. Horses just love apples. Katie tried it, but Spirit's nose tickled her hand and she had to drop the apple. Micah picked it up and Orbie tried it. It was wet and goobery, but fun. Next, they found a little family of kittens that lived in the barn. They were climbing on the ropes and playing in the hay. Katie thought Chance would love to live in this farm, too. Nell the cow was outside in the field behind the fence. Micah took Katie and Orbie out to find her. Nell looked at them and kept chewing and chewing. Micah told his friends that cows like to chew. Orbie liked the big black polka dots on the cow, and he wondered if the cow liked his pink ones. Nell didn't say anything. Micah showed his friends how to feed the cow. They picked up long grass, and Nell just took it from their hands. Katie tried it, but when Nell's great big head got close to her hand, she dropped the grass. Orbie picked it up and gave it to Nell. When Nell took it, Orbie tooted his excitement. That was when he got a big surprise. Nell mooed loudly right back at him. It surprised Orbie so much that he fell right over. Micah and Katie helped him up. Orbie thought Nell had a terrific mood. Next, they went to the pen where the geese were kept. Micah told them that geese were nice to look at, but they didn't have very good manners. It wasn't a good idea to feed them. Orbie didn't hear him because he had his head stuck through the fence and was holding out some grass. All of a sudden, one of the geese turned and ran towards Orbie. Orbie thought that was great. But when Micah realized what Orbie was doing, he pulled Orbie out through the fence and shouted at the goose to get away. Katie was a little bit nervous. Micah told Orbie that the goose would bite him by accident, and it was better just to look at them rather than feed him. Katie hugged Orbie. She hugged Micah, too, for saving Orbie from a goose bite. Some things on the farm are fun to look at, but can be a bit dangerous, just like some things at home. Next, they came to Clarence the pig. Katie loved his flat little nose. Orbie wondered why he wanted to roll in the mud. Micah said he liked to be dirty. He made kind of a snorkeling sound. Orbie imitated it. And Clarence looked at Orbie. Orbie snorkeled again. Clarence gave a grunt and went right back to his mud. Clarence liked corn on the cob. Micah asked Katie if she wanted to feed the pig. Katie looked at Clarence's dirty face and snorkely nose and thought maybe not. Orbie wanted to for sure, if Clarence wouldn't bite. Micah told them that actually pigs were very clever and very friendly and a little dirty. Orbie held out the corn cob and Clarence pulled himself out of the mud and trotted over. He made a snorkeling sound, which Orbie was sure meant thank you. Micah agreed. Then Katie saw a whole bunch of chickens. They were busy clucking and pecking the earth. When Orbie ran over to see them, 5 of them jumped up in the air and flew a few feet away. Orbie felt terrible that he had scared them. Micah smiled at his friend. Chickens just do that, he said. Then he held up his hand. He said that it was always a good rule to be a bit quiet and walk slowly when you're around animals. Orbie nodded his head. He would remember that. Micah asked his friends if they wanted to feed the chickens. Katie took one look at the beak of the chickens and shook her head. Micah picked up the pan and filled it with grain from another barrel. He told Katie that these animals might be the best ones for her to feed because all she had to do was sprinkle the grain on the ground. The chickens did the rest. Micah threw a few grains on the ground near the chickens. All the chickens clucked and raced for the grain. Their heads bobbed up and down. This was certainly the best animal to feed at Micah's farm. Katie took the pan and threw handfuls of grain on the ground. The chickens hurried over to the food. Katie chuckled. As she walked around, a whole bunch of chickens trailed behind, eating the grain she was throwing. Just then, Micah's mom appeared with Spirit. She wondered if anyone would like to ride on his back. Katie was a bit nervous. But when she saw Orbie and Micah up there, she thought maybe she could do it too. Micah told her he would hold her tight, and that's exactly what he did. They walked around the whole farm and had a wonderful time. When it was time to get down, Katie gave Spirit a hug. Then she gave Micah a big hug for sharing his farm and all of his wonderful animals with her. Orbie thanked him, too. Katie said she thought the animals were very lucky to have a farmer as terrific as Micah. And do you know what? I think they really were.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know?
Elephants throw dust all over themselves to keep little bugs off and help them stay clean. You can bet that if you threw dust all over yourself, your clothes would end up in the washing machine.
It had been a dull, rainy spring day. Orbie discovered that when you leave puzzle pieces out in the rain, the picture peels off. Katie found out that if you close your eyes, you'll feel tickly whiskers long before you hear chants. And they both learned that if you sit in the porch when it's wet, a lot of water ends up on your jeans. Katie and Orbie were glad it had cleared up. When Mom was cleaning the kitchen, they found 2 bags of bread crusts that she'd put aside for cooking. They were still good, but there was no way they were going to last much longer. She thought maybe they should go down to the pond and give the ducks a treat. As you can imagine, Katie and Orbie just loved this idea. When they were turning the doorknob to leave, the doorbell rang. Orbie opened the door slowly. There was the mailman with a great big smile on his face. He told Orbie he wanted to deliver this letter personally because it was addressed to Katie and Orbie. Katie bounced to the door, followed by Mom. They thanked the mailman. Orbie opened the letter. Katie unfolded it, and Mom read it to them. It was from their grandparents, and it told about all the fun things they'd been doing. Orbie looked at all the printing. It seemed to him that Katie's grandparents were having loads of fun. As they walked along the sidewalk, Orbie told Mom that maybe he and Katie weren't having loads of fun. I mean, they were having fun, but it hadn't been that exciting lately. Mom kissed Orbie and told him that excitement was where you found it, which meant you couldn't always plan it. Soon Orbie forgot about that and told Katie that they should play Hansel and Gretel and leave a trail of breadcrumbs on the path down to the pond. Each friend took a piece of bread and dropped little tiny pieces. They giggled as they did it because, of course, Mom knew the way back. At the pond, they saw a family of ducks waddling towards the pond. The 4 ducklings followed right behind the mother. Wherever the mother went, so did the ducklings. Mom spread out her arms and walked in a wavy way. Suddenly, her little ducklings, Katie and Orbie, did exactly the same thing. When they finally got to the bench, everybody laughed. Katie and Orbie grinned at Mom. That's how baby animals learn, she pointed out. They watch their mothers and do everything the same way. Katie noticed that the mother and her ducklings were headed right into the pond. Katie was worried that the ducklings might not know how to swim. Mom told her she was in for a big surprise. Each duckling plopped into the water right behind their mother and did what their mother was doing, which was swim. There were geese in the water, too, and some of the older ducks and geese were gathered in front of the bench, waiting to see if the visitors to their pond had brought any treats. When Katie and Orbie realized they were waiting for treats, they jumped right off the bench and grabbed the bag. The sudden movement sent all the geese and ducks flying away across the pond. Mom reminded them that all of nature appreciates quiet. The 2 friends tiptoed to the edge of the pond. Mom reminded them not to go too close, and they were very careful. After a while, Orbie noticed that all the big ducks and geese were eating, but the little ones weren't getting anything. He didn't think that was very fair. And when he told Mom, she agreed. Maybe Katie could keep feeding the big ones at one place in the pond, and Orbie could move to another part and hope that the little ducks would follow him. That was a great idea. And it almost worked. Almost, until Orbie threw his first piece of bread. With a mad swooping and splashing of wings, some of the big ducks and geese flew over to him. Some even got on the land around him. Orbie laughed and then asked Mom what to do. Mom was laughing too. It was funny to see Orbie surrounded by so many ducks and geese. Her plan certainly didn't work. And just as Mom was calling to Orbie to feed them anyway, an awful thing happened. Orbie stepped back from a rather large duck that had gotten behind him. As he turned, he slipped right off the edge of the pond and fell into the water. In less than a flash, Mom was up and across the grass and into the pond too. Katie screamed and the birds took off. Mom grabbed Orbie, only to discover that the water came up to her knees. Orbie and Mom were covered in pond sludge, and they looked pretty awful. Once Katie was sure that they were all right, she couldn't help it. She had to laugh. And Mom hugged Orbie, who was a little frightened, and she started to laugh too. There were slime and weeds all over them. At the other end of the pond, all the ducks were looking in astonishment. No one who wasn't a duck or a goose or a fish had ever swum in their pond. They were very surprised. Mom put Orbie up in the grass and then pulled herself out. She took off her running shoes. When she turned them upside down, water and little green bits of things fell to the ground. Orbie pulled strips of weeds away from his body. Katie tried to help, but Mom and Orbie were both a little stinky. Orbie told Mom he was sorry. He didn't mean to fall into the pond. Mom told him that was all right, and nothing else at that moment mattered to her, except maybe a nice warm bath. Katie threw the rest of the crumbs up in the air as fast and as far as she could. The ducks and geese came back, and even the ducklings had the treat. As they dripped and squelched up the path, Mom pointed out that someone else had had a treat too. She showed Katie and Orbie that the breadcrumbs on the path were gone. Up in a tree, a squirrel watched them go by. He looked very full. As they entered the bathroom, Orbie spun around and said that they had something very exciting, if not a little squelchy, to tell Grandma and Grandpa. Mom agreed. She ran the bath and asked Orbie not to feel that he had to make every letter to their grandparents as exciting as this one. Orbie gave Mom a dirty, soggy hug, and he promised he'd be more careful from now on. It's very important to be careful. I hope you remember to be careful, too, because I happen to know that you are very precious to a whole lot of people.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Seeds spread themselves in different ways. Some seeds pop when they are touched. Some fly with the wind. But watch out for the burr bush. Burrs love to stick to you.
It had been a hectic morning. Katie learned that sometimes when you drag the laundry basket across the lawn, the sheets get streaky green. Orbie discovered that you could throw a clothespin a long way when it pinched your finger. And they both found out that wet towels that fall in the flower bed have to be washed again. When Mom asked Katie and Orbie what they wanted for lunch, Orbie had a face-scrunching thought. He jumped up in front of Katie. What about a picnic in the park? Katie thought this was an excellent idea, and they both turned to Mom. Mom looked at two of her favorite faces and clapped her hands. She'd better get started on the sandwiches. In a flash, Katie and Orbie were in the garage digging out all the picnic things. When everything was packed up and the door locked, Mom asked the two friends to carry the blanket. Katie and Orbie each took a corner of it and raced to the park as two flying genies under one cape. Mom carried the basket. The park was empty except for one little girl. It was lunchtime, and the rest of the kids had gone home. Katie and Orbie didn't know the little girl, but they were delighted that there was someone to play with. The girl was digging in the sandbox. Katie and Orbie called out their friendliest, "Hello!" She didn't answer. She didn't even turn around. I have to tell you that Katie was a tiny bit hurt. She thought the little girl was being rude by not even talking to them. Sadly, she turned to Mom and said maybe the girl didn't want to play with them. But Mom said she didn't think that was it. She pointed to the little girl. "Look," she said. The girl's mother walked over and stood in front of her. Then she held up her hands and made signals with her fingers. Suddenly, the little girl turned around. A great big smile lit up her face. Mom told Katie and Orbie that the little girl was deaf. Orbie scratched a big pink dot as he tried to understand. Mom explained that deaf means the girl doesn't hear. Her ears don't work well. She didn't know they were calling her. Katie flashed a big smile. The little girl wasn't being rude after all. Then she wanted to know, could she play and run and laugh and be friends? Mom explained. Of course she could. Katie took Orbie by the arm and they headed off to make friends. Mom followed behind. Mom introduced herself and Katie and Orbie. The little girl's mother did the same. But as she did, she made signs and shapes with her fingers. The little girl's name was Lulu. Katie waved at Lulu, who smiled back at her. Katie was worried about something and she frowned. Lulu wondered what was wrong. How was Lulu going to know her name was Katie and this was Orbie if she couldn't hear Mom talk? Lulu's mother said that Lulu could figure out what people were saying by watching their lips move. And she also understood the finger and hand movements known as sign language. Smiling, Lulu pointed to herself. Quickly, she made a finger sign that looked like an L and tapped it on her heart. Katie tried it too. It meant Lulu. Next, she pointed to Katie and did another sign against her heart. Katie and Orbie both tried it. Finally, it was Orbie's turn. Orbie tooted, and although Lulu couldn't hear, she giggled with Katie because it looked funny. Lulu pointed at Orbie, and with a big grin, she made a hollow fist and bumped it around her chest. Katie and Orbie both laughed. They all tried the sign together. Katie wondered why Orbie's sign moved and hers didn't. Lulu's mother said and signed that a name sign usually showed something special about the person. The moving O's for Orbie would remind Lulu of all of his lovely pink spots. Orbie signed happily. Sometimes it was great to be different. Mom asked if Lulu and her mother would join them for their picnic lunch, and Lulu's mother accepted. Lulu made some more signs and pointed to the swings. Her mother was about to explain when Katie burst out with, "Sure, let's play on the swings." As they were about to run off, Mom told them to make sure that they want to talk to her, they walk around in front of Lulu so she could see them. Lulu's mother added that tapping a deaf person on the shoulder from behind could startle them. Lulu looked at Katie and Orbie to see if they understood. Katie and Orbie both smiled and nodded, and with a backflip and a jump and a loud scream from Lulu, they were off. Katie didn't know that someone who couldn't hear anything could make so much noise. Lulu laughed and raced for the swings. Of course they could. Orbie mimed that he would give Lulu a push to get her started. She smiled and nodded. Soon, all three swings were sailing high. Then Katie showed Lulu how to do tummy swing and flap her arms like a bird. They all giggled and Lulu made some happy groaning noises as she flew. Next, they played in the sandbox and told each other stories by drawing pictures in the sand. They acted out the crazy parts. Katie was a dragon, Orbie was a pirate, and Lulu was a bunny rabbit. Everybody was very silly and laughed when they put their parts together. Katie didn't even hear Mom call them to lunch, but Lulu saw her mother beckoning and told her new friends that it was time to eat. Everyone sat on the picnic blanket and munched sandwiches. Katie, Orbie, and Lulu traded sandwich halves while their mothers talked. Watching Lulu, they learned signs for sandwich and juice and apple and banana. Orbie tooted in happy surprise when he saw that by using her finger sign language, Lulu could talk with her mouth full, and it wasn't rude at all. Katie and Orbie were sad when Lulu's mother said they had to go. Katie asked how to sign, "I like you," and "You are my friend." Lulu's mother showed her. Then Katie and Orbie made the signs to Lulu. Lulu signed the same thing back. They all hugged and agreed to play again another day. On their way home, Katie said that the best thing about friends was that they were all different. Orbie honked his agreement. He made the sign for friend and passed it on to Katie. Katie made the sign for friend and passed it on to Mom. Maybe you should practice making the sign for friend so that one day, when you need it, you can pass it on too.
They're small and furry, but they fight crime for the little guy. It's time to unravel some mysteries with your pals Chip and Dale. Coming up next is Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, right here on Disney.
Coming up next, your furry little friends Chip and Dale are ace detectives in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Then it's circle time, right here on Disney.
Wednesday on Magical World of Disney. We've got 2 movies with lots of rhythm. That's fantastic. Guaranteed to get you up and out on the dance floor. Dad! Or dancing on the ice floe. Take it, Rocco. And
Where's the place?
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, stand beside her, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, stand beside her, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do.
It had been a day full of fun. Katie discovered that if you try to line up all your marbles on the windowsill, not too many will cooperate. Orbie found out that if you make a noise when you're hiding under a sheet, everybody knows who you are. And they both learned that setting the table when two friends are coming over is kind of fun. Bryn and Phoebe were sleeping over. Their mom was painting the house and needed to concentrate on that. The four friends built a fort to sleep in that took almost every sheet in the house. It was huge. Then the friends went outside and did streamer dancing in the summer wind. Orbie got so tangled up that he couldn't move. Katie and Bryn had to pull the streamers off. In the kitchen, Mom was on the phone to Bryn's mom. She was explaining that Bryn was very allergic to eggs. Mom looked at a special container that had a sort of pen inside. It wasn't really a pen, though. It was a needle. The needle had to go with Bryn wherever she went because if Bryn had eggs by mistake, she would have a very bad reaction. Her tongue might swell up or she might choke and, well, something serious could happen. This was a very scary thing. Allergies are dangerous. But Bryn's mom said that it's only dangerous if she eats eggs. If she doesn't, she's just the same as every other little girl. Mom put the needle in the fridge. She had to be very careful. Later that night, as Orbie, Katie, Bryn, and Phoebe were doing an amazing snake dance that took the last sheet in the house, Mom called everybody for supper. The visitors loved the funny placemats. Orbie helped Phoebe get up into a chair. She was smaller than the others. Bryn looked at her plate of spaghetti. Before she even lifted her fork, she did a very important thing. "Does this have eggs in it?" she asked. Mom looked at her. She assured Bryn that there were tomatoes, celery, and onions, and meat, and cheese, but no eggs in it. Bryn felt better. Then she pointed at the noodles. "Do the noodles have eggs in them?" she asked. Mom said no. Bryn smiled and picked up her fork. Mom looked at her for a moment. Then she told Bryn not to take a bite until she checked the box. Mom had to be very careful. So did Bryn. In the kitchen, Mom looked at the list of ingredients carefully. Ingredients are the foods that the noodles are made of. She read through every one. There were no eggs. In the dining room, everyone was really anxious to start, but they waited for Bryn and Mom to be polite. Mom sat down again, saying that everything on the table was egg-free. Supper was delicious. Orbie showed Bryn how he could slurp up one long piece of spaghetti. Bryn and Phoebe laughed when it whipped around and hit Orbie on the end of his nose. At dessert time, Mom brought out a cake. Everybody licked their lips. Bryn asked again, "Does it have eggs in it?" Mom looked at Bryn. It did. Mom had made it earlier before she knew about the eggs. Bryn said that was all right, but Mom felt bad. Dad remembered that there was ice cream in the fridge. She loved ice cream. He checked the box to see if it had eggs in it. It did too. Then Dad had an idea, as dads always do. Dad took a banana, some chocolate sauce, and some whipped cream. He piled them on top of each other, then he sprinkled some cake candies on it. After he checked the label, and to top it off, he put a big red cherry on the whipped cream. I have to tell you, it looked scrumptious. When Dad brought it in, Bryn's face lit up. Actually, so did Katie and Orbie's. Bryn thanked Dad for going to all the trouble. Dad told her it was nothing. Orbie looked from the cake to the maid-to-order Bryn dessert. So did Katie. Dad was about to help himself to cake. Orbie burbled very politely. He would really like to have a dessert like Bryn's. Dad was surprised, but then he went back into the kitchen. Katie looked at the cake, too. It was her favorite, but she had never tasted the made-to-order Bryn dessert. She didn't want to miss it, so after asking Mom if she could be excused for a minute, she hurried in and asked Dad, if he would make her one, too. Phoebe kept her eye on the delicious cake. At her house, they almost never had cake because of Bryn's allergies. She just couldn't wait to have a bite. When Dad got back from the kitchen, he had 3 of the special desserts. He brought one for Phoebe, too. Phoebe looked at it. It did look good and all, but the cake looked better. Phoebe was a little sad at missing the cake. I think that Bryn could see that because she was her sister and she knew how much Phoebe loved cake. Bryn explained this to Mom and Dad. Dad looked at the little girl. He swooped his made-to-order dessert from in front of her. He told her that she absolutely could not have a bite. Even if she begged or jumped up and down or stamped her feet, Phoebe had to have cake. Katie, Orbie, and Bryn just chuckled at Dad, who was always so silly. Phoebe didn't know what to do. She didn't want to be rude. Bryn smiled at her and looked at the cake. Phoebe beamed. "Cake, please." Mom told her, thank goodness. She thought nobody would want the cake. Dad ate Phoebe's dessert. Everyone played a Who Got the Best Dessert game by making big, loud ums and yums and And what they finally decided was that everybody got what they wanted. The next morning, Dad cooked his made-to-order pancakes. He served Bryn a big bowl of crunchy cereal. But you know, Dad, it wasn't an ordinary bowl of crunchy cereal. It had a face in it. The 2 eyes were made of banana, the nose was a strawberry, and the mouth was an orange slice. Bryn giggled right out loud. I guess you know that everybody wanted a face, too. So Dad made face pancakes to match Bryn's cereal. When it was time to go, Bryn told Mom and Dad how super the food was. Mom was impressed with how Bryn reminded her about the eggs each time food was served. Bryn was a very responsible little girl. Bryn smiled. And do you know that if you have food allergies like Bryn, then you need to be very responsible too. You really matter to us.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Kites come in many different shapes and sizes. Some look like diamonds or boxes. Some look like fish or even dragons. But never try to fly more than one kite at a time.
It had been an early start to the day. Katie discovered that if you spend too much time racing up and down the stairs shouting, "We're going to the cottage," it takes a little longer to get there. Orbie learned that even though he had his arm floats, he still needed his life jacket for the boat. And they both found out that 2 friends with suitcases can't fit through the door at the same time. The car was packed to the limit, and everybody was safely buckled in. Mom was singing Old MacDonald, and Katie and Orbie were being the animals. Dad was driving and looking for road signs. Soon there was a big lake, and all the singing stopped. Dad smiled and asked if the lake was big enough for everybody. They all cheered. Then Dad saw the sign that said Marina. It pointed down a hill. Orbie could barely stay in his seat. Katie asked for the 10th time how long the boat ride was. You see, Katie and Orbie had never been in a boat before. Dad found a place to park, and they looked over at the dock. There was a lineup of boats waiting for someone to drive them. Orbie wondered if their boat was the great big one. Dad smiled and said that theirs was just a little boat. Orbie saw a tiny boat with oars in it and asked if that was it. Dad was tugging on the cooler and Mom was loading up her arms. No, Dad said, it's a little bigger than that. Orbie's suitcase bumped along the grass. He hunted for the right boat. Dad called to him. He told him that a dock can be a dangerous place, and he needed to wear his life jacket when he was on it. Orbie wasn't going for a swim. He burbled his confusion. Dad explained that life jackets were for in cases. Mom buckled him in. Orbie was confused. What was an in case? Dad took Orbie right to the edge of the dock and pointed down. It's very deep here. If you trip or slip, you might fall in. Orbie moved back. Dad held his hand. With your life jacket on, you will float and be safe. Orbie smiled and gave it a good smack. It was thick and puffy. They headed off to the boat. Dad dumped the cooler down in front of it. This is it, he said. Our mighty sea vessel. Katie and Orbie could not believe it. It was bright red with seats and a motor and a steering wheel and another seat right up at the front. It was fabulous. Mom and Dad loaded all the things onto the boat while Katie and Orbie looked into the water. A big, fat sunfish looked back at them. Katie waved to it, and she was quite sure it waved right back. Mom thought that was extraordinary. Soon everybody was in the boat. Mom sat up front with Orbie, and Dad sat in the driver's seat with Katie as his co-pilot. When the motor started, all kinds of water bubbled up at the back. Katie wanted to rush back and look at it, but that's when she learned a very important lesson about boats. Dad told her that you never stand up in a boat like this. You always sit until it's tied up, and then you can move around. Katie was glad to know the rules. They floated out of the parking space, which Dad told them was called the boat slip. As they took off through the channel, Orbie trumpeted. He was very happy. Partway through the channel, there was a very funny-looking bird, a very big bird. Katie thought it looked like a stork. When the bird heard the motor, it flew away up over the top of the boat. Mom told them that it was called a great blue heron. As the boat traveled around a bend, a big house came into sight. It had a big arch in the middle of it that rose out of the water. Katie wondered how people walked in there if it had water for a floor. Then and there, Dad turned the boat. Water sprayed up on Orbie's side, and to everyone's surprise, they drove right into the house. This was the best garage Katie had ever been in. Mom told her it was called a boathouse. That's why it had water for a floor. Orbie tooted as the boat stopped. It echoed through the boathouse. It scared Orbie, but Dad smiled and said that this was his boathouse, and Orbie could toot in it whenever he wanted to. Mom asked everybody to help unload the boat, but I have to tell you that when she looked up to see them, everybody had disappeared. Katie and Orbie just couldn't wait to see what the cottage was like. When they came out of the boathouse, they saw it for the first time. It was incredible. It was an old building with a porch and a big garden and flowers and a big swing that hung from a tree. Katie and Orbie hugged each other in delight. They were about to run up to take a look when Dad stopped them. These are the cottage rules, he said. No one plays near the water without an adult, ever. The boathouse is for boats and not for little people. And other than that, the rule is that you positively have to have fun. With a cheer and a cartwheel, Orbie and Katie were off. They discovered a big fireplace, a bathroom with an old toilet, a big kitchen with all kinds of cupboards, and a bedroom with 2 bunk beds. It was their room, and Katie was delighted. Orbie thought he might prefer the closet. Mom and Dad had a bedroom, too. The bed was smaller than the one at home, but it looked like a good sleeping place. Outside, Orbie discovered the swimming area. There was a big rock just right for climbing on in the shallow water. Katie found a huge climbing tree with all kinds of low branches for short people. This was the best place ever. Suddenly, they all heard Mom calling from the boat. Dad remembered about helping, and all 3 of them ran across the lawn to Mom. In the boathouse, they saw a long, skinny boat that Dad said was a canoe. They saw a boat with foot pedals. That was a pedal boat. Well, as you can imagine, Katie and Orbie just wanted to try everything at once. Mom asked them to try helping with the unloading first, and then after that, they could have the whole week to enjoy the new cottage. Mom was always right, and so that is exactly what they did. Dad was happy that everybody liked the cottage. Mom thought they should all show him how happy they were, and they all hugged Dad. They loved that he had found a place so ready for adventures. And do you know, it really was. But then, those stories are for another day.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? It can be day on only one side of the earth at a time. But the earth spins around. So that means when you're waking up in the morning, it's night on the other side. And someone else is getting ready for bed.
It had been a quiet day. Orbie discovered that if you try to carry a jar of water when it's too full, it will trickle down your hands. Katie found out that if you don't keep your finger out of the lens when you take a picture, not much else will show up. And they both learned that if one person wears roller skates, the other can be taken for a ride. Dad was curled up in a lawn chair reading a good book. Mom was drawing the back of the house on a sketch pad. And Orbie was trying to see how much water would spill out of a full jar when he put marbles in it. Mom thought this was a very clever experiment. Dad just, It was a really good book. Katie stood and watched. She wondered if anybody noticed that she wasn't doing anything. Nobody did. Katie walked over and talked to Chance, who was a little more interested in what a leaf was doing in the wind than conversation. Katie looked back at her family. Still, nobody noticed that she had nothing to do. Now, on other days, Katie would have easily found something fun. But today, Katie felt like playing with somebody. She had an idea and ran inside. In a moment, she came out with her kite. She asked Dad if he would play with her, but it was a really good book. Dad told Katie maybe later. Katie sighed and moved over to Mom. Mom's drawing was only partly finished, and she was afraid that if she left to fly the kite, her position would change, and the drawing wouldn't look right. Mom told Katie to ask Orbie. Orbie had already put in 10 marbles. When he plopped one more in, water spilled out. Katie thought it looked boring, but I have to tell you that Orbie was having fun. When Katie asked Orbie, he looked at the kite. He loved to play with it, and you really did need 2 people, but Orbie burbled to Katie. He wanted to finish what he was doing first. Katie eyed Chance, but there was no way that she was going to be of any help. Katie went back inside. Soon she came back out with a jar of soap and a bubble stick. She sat on the step and made some bubbles. She called to everyone to look at the huge one she'd blown, but when she checked, nobody had looked up. Orbie would have, but he had just dropped the 14th marble in the water. Dad would have, but he was at a really good part in his book. He just couldn't take his eyes off of it. Mom would have, too, but right at that moment, she was drawing Chance on the windowsill and wanted to catch her before it was too late. Katie sighed. Then Katie had another idea. She went all the way up to her room, pulled out her dress-up box. She would dress up as a visitor, and then everybody would talk to her. She put on a long dress and a huge hat. And she wore high-heeled shoes that clunked along behind her, and she carried a great big purse. Katie looked at herself in the mirror. She certainly looked like a visitor. When When she came out the back door, I hate to tell you, but it's true, nobody looked up again. Mom was working on a brush that was very complicated. Dad had curled up in another position and was chewing on his thumb. Orbie had the jar half full, and so was the dish underneath it. He dropped another marble in. Katie said, ahem, to give them all a chance to notice her. Mom said, hi, honey, but she didn't look. Dad said, uh-huh, but he never took his eyes off the page. Orbie didn't even notice. Katie was beginning to think that she was invisible. Katie went over to talk with Chance. Maybe Chance would like a visitor, but Chance hurried off around the corner of the house. Katie went around the corner of the house, too. She couldn't find Chance anywhere. Katie sat in the front step. She pulled her long dress up around her knees. Nobody had even looked to see how nice her costume was. Nobody even knew that she was wearing a huge hat. Katie leaned against the pillar. She felt left out and sad. She wondered if maybe she was invisible. Nobody had noticed her. Katie really wanted someone to play with her. Even all her friends were busy that day. It didn't seem fair. Well, it wasn't long after that Dad slammed his book shut. It made Mom jump. He said it had been one of the best books he'd ever read. Mom was all finished a drawing, and Dad said it looked exactly like a hippopotamus. Mom asked him to be serious, which was always hard for Dad. He put his arms around Mom's neck and told her it was beautiful. Orbie couldn't fit any more marbles in the jar, and the dish was almost full. Dad called him Archimedes. And that's when everyone noticed that Katie wasn't there. Mom looked inside. Dad looked down the street, and Orbie looked behind the bushes. There was no Katie. When Dad turned to the house, he saw someone special sitting on the steps. The reason Katie hadn't answered was that she had fallen asleep. She looked so cute to Dad that he made Mom tiptoe out to see. Maybe they had been involved in their own things too long. They felt bad. Even Orbie. So while Katie slept and dreamt that she was the surprise guest at the Queen's birthday party, Mom, Dad, and Orbie set out to make a surprise for her. Dad made her favorite supper. Mom brought her card game out into the backyard, and Orbie built her a train out of empty boxes. Later that afternoon, Katie woke up. She was all alone on the front step, and she still felt sad. No one had even noticed that she was gone. Maybe they didn't love her anymore. Slowly, she got up and dragged herself around to the back of the house. Everyone was waiting for her. Katie was very surprised and happy. Nobody thought she was invisible. Everybody loved her. And I want you to remember that at your house. When everybody is too busy to spend time with you, it doesn't mean they don't love you, because I happen to know that they love you very much.
It's time to explore under the sea with your pal Ariel. Up next, it's The Little Mermaid, followed by the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh inside Playhouse.
Far away, answered the girl inside. Such a nice end to his Far away, out past the little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. Teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
Well, it had been a busy day. Katie discovered that if you pull out one of the carrots from the ground and eat it without washing it, there's a lot of crunchy dirt on it. Orbie discovered that if you stick your finger over the end of the hose, a lot more gets wet than just the flowers. They had been busy. By this time, Katie was nestled in bed and Orbie was in the closet sound asleep. At first, it was a beautiful night, but then slowly it changed, as nights do sometimes, into a cloudy, windy night. Rain tapped pit-a-pat on Katie's window. Suddenly, lightning lit up the room. Both Katie and Orbie jumped awake. Orbie jumped so high that he stuck himself to the closet ceiling. It took Katie quite a while to find him. But when she looked up, there he was, whimpering. Now, an Orbie is not really made to be on the ceiling, and he did look kind of funny up there. But Katie didn't laugh, even a bit. She knew that if Orbie was up there, he was afraid. And afraid is nothing to laugh at. Katie stood on her tiptoes and reached up. And just as she grabbed a hold of Orbie's foot, there was another flash of lightning and a loud clap of thunder. This time, he bounced right on the top of Katie's head and flew up, way up. So there they were, Katie and Orbie, hanging from the ceiling. Thunder was all around them. They looked at each other, and then at the same time, they both called, "Mommy!" Katie let go of Orbie's foot and landed on the bed. Orbie let go, too, and he landed right beside her, upside down, as Orbies are wont to do. "Did the storm wake you up?" Katie and Orbie hurried over to Mom. "It's only thunder," she explained. "There's no reason to be afraid." Orbie wanted to know what thunder was. Mom explained that when hot air currents and cold air currents get together way up in the sky, they make lightning. Lightning is very noisy, and when it booms, we call it thunder. Orbie didn't exactly understand. He kept his eye on the window while Mom was talking. He was trying very hard not to be afraid, but Mom could tell by the way he was shaking that his trying just wasn't working. Mom explained how they were nice and safe in the house. Mom told Katie and Orbie that when she was a little girl, on a night just like this one, her mom had taught her a storm game. After every flash of lightning, they were to count slowly, and when they heard the thunder rumble, they were to stop. The number they stopped at would tell them how far away the storm was. Suddenly, there was another icy flash of light, Mom counted 1 little flash, 2 little flashes, 3 little flashes. 3, she repeated when the thunder had died down. The thunder is the count of 3 away from the lightning. That means the storm isn't right over our house anymore. Katie was glad to hear it, but Orbie considered the count of 3 simply not far enough. Mom told Orbie that the storm was almost over and that he had no more reason to be afraid, and that would have helped him a lot except for one thing. Just as they turned to the bed, there was another enormous flash of lightning. With it, a violent gush of wind that blew open the window. Something caught their eyes in the doorway to Katie's room. They all looked. There in front of them was a great, dark, flashing figure. Katie, Orbie, and Mom stood stock still. And the figure flapped his wild wings and the wind blew. It was the scariest thing Katie and Orbie had ever seen. So scary that Orbie let out a strange kind of a sound. Then Katie whispered, "Mommy." Mom pulled Katie and Orbie close. Another streak of lightning flashed through the room. The figure started to move toward them and leaned over and said, "Close the window." Then turned and put 2 glasses of milk and a plate of 2 cookies on the bedside table. "Wayne, you just gave us the most dreadful scare," said Mom. Katie was so glad that it was Daddy that she hurried over and hugged him. Orbie simply sank to the floor in an exhausted heap. This time, Dad picked up Katie and Orbie and put them back to bed. There was another flash of lightning. Katie and Dad counted and found that the storm had moved. It was the count of 7 away now. Katie was glad and gave Orbie a big kiss and a hug to tell him that it was okay. Mom told them to drink their milk and eat their cookies. Orbie snuffled his up quickly. Katie was starting to get tired, and so Mom and Dad took the dishes away, helped Orbie back into the closet, and turned out the light. With the cookies and milk in their tummies and the storm going away, the 2 of them finally fell asleep. And I think they would have slept all night except for one thing. There was a second thunderstorm right behind the first one. This one wouldn't have been so bad either, except that they didn't know it was coming. No one knew. And all of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning and another resounding crack of thunder. Katie sat bolt upright. Orbie opened his eyes as wide as Orbie eyes go. They both looked at each other. Then they both jumped out of bed and the closet and headed for Mom and Dad's room. This time, Mom and Dad didn't take them back to Katie's room. They just opened up their covers to let them into their bed. The storm blew and howled outside, but do you know something? No one even heard. Katie didn't even remember to count. Everyone was sound asleep. Daddy was dreaming about lying in the hammock, sipping a lemonade. Mommy was dreaming about driving in the country. Katie was dreaming about how she and her best friend Orbie were making friends with the storm monster. And Orbie, well, Orbie was just dreaming about hugging Dad. And the funny thing about it was, even though he was asleep, he was hugging Dad.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Beaches can be a lot of fun on a hot day. Be sure to wear a hat and plenty of sunscreen so you don't burn. Oh, and remember to take your sandals. The beach can get really hot.
Not much had happened so far today. The sun rose in the morning sky, a little bird flew for the first time, and a beautiful yellow flower opened up to the new day in the flower box below Katie and Orbie's window. But they missed most of that because they were sound asleep. It wasn't until Orbie pulled up the blinds that all the excitement began. He was just in the middle of a yawning when a little rabbit hopped right across the lawn and stopped at a pansy. It was clearly on its way to Mom's vegetable garden. Orbie jumped up and down and told Katie in his own little Orbie language that there was something strange in the garden. Katie hurried to the window. There it was, the most perfect little bunny Katie had ever seen. They both wanted to pet it, so they ran down the stairs and right out the back door. The little bunny heard the slapping of their feet on the patio. It pricked up its ears. When the back door slammed shut, it ran right through the hedge. Orbie chased, but Orbie's just not as fast as a rabbit, and he certainly didn't fit under the hedge. Anyway, the little bunny was completely gone. At breakfast, they told Mom about the bunny. Rabbits are very shy, Mom said. They feel frightened easily. The bunny probably smelled the carrots in the vegetable garden and wanted to have a snack. He'll be back. About halfway between lunch and supper, Orbie decided he needed a snack. And when he looked out the back window, he found that the bunny was ready for a snack too. It hopped toward the vegetable garden, stopped and picked up its ears, and then hopped again. Katie came up behind Orbie, and he pointed to the bunny, signaling to be very quiet. Two friends tiptoed out the front door and closed it quietly. Then they tiptoed all the way around the back of the house. Orbie's toe tips were getting a little tired, but just the same, he was very quiet. The bunny stopped nibbling and almost stood right up. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw a little girl and a rather strange-looking little creature tiptoeing towards it. Suddenly, the bunny darted off under a bush. Orbie forgot the quiet rule and let out a whoop and then darted under the bush, too. But I guess the bunny didn't like that because the bunny jumped right up and almost flew across the lawn to the neighbor's yard. Katie's mom came around the front of the house carrying a basket. I think I'd better pull up some of those carrots before our little bunny friend eats them all. Katie really wanted to pat the bunny. Mom told her that it isn't safe to pat a wild bunny, but if the bunny feels happy here, he might come to the garden to visit. How can we make it happy? Katie pulled up another carrot. Mom thought for a minute, then said, "You will have to show the bunny that you won't hurt it. You need to sit quietly on the ground and try not to move at all. Let the bunny eat a carrot. We'll leave some for him, and then stay still as he goes away." Orbie wanted to keep the bunny in the bedroom. Mom explained that bunnies don't like to live in houses. They like to live outside. Katie wanted to know how they could make it stay in the backyard. "He'll only visit," Mom said. "Making friends with animals takes a long time. Once the bunny knows that you're not going to hurt him, he will visit and enjoy himself in our garden." Once Mom had finished picking the vegetables, Katie and Orbie sat down near the carrots. For a while, they both sat statue still. Katie stayed the same way, even though her knees started to get itchy. Orbie was still, too, and stayed that way, even though a butterfly decided that he must be a wonderful pink and red flower. It landed on Orbie's foot. Orbie looked down at it, and it looked way up at Orbie. Orbie tried not to move a muscle, but the tiny feet of the butterfly tickled Orbie's toes, so he had to wiggle them, and the butterfly flew away. Orbie thought it was gone for good, but then it gently landed on his nose. It looked right into Orbie's eyes, and Orbie couldn't help but look back at it. Katie tried very hard not to giggle. Orbie wiggled his nose to encourage the butterfly to fly away. But I guess the butterfly loved the Orbie flower because it stayed there anyway. Then, underneath the hedge, a little pink wiggling nose stuck out. Katie was the first to see it. Orbie tried wiggling his eyes to scare the butterfly away, but I think the butterfly kind of liked that because it almost sat down to watch. The little bunny crept out from the hedge and sniffed the air. Katie and Orbie stayed very still. So did the butterfly. The little bunny hopped once, then it hopped again. Nobody moved. Then the little bunny hopped right over to the vegetable garden. The butterfly moved to look at it, and the bunny didn't mind that. The bunny was used to butterflies. The bunny hopped over to the carrots. Now that the butterfly was watching the bunny, its wings began to tickle Orbie's nose. Orbie tried very hard to stay still. Very hard indeed. He would have kept still the whole time, except for one thing. A sneeze started in Orbie's nose. It got stronger and stronger, and all of a sudden... The butterfly took to the air, the bunny jumped and hurried away. And Katie gave Orbie the kind of look you give friends when they do something silly. Orbie gave Katie the kind of look you give friends when you can't help it. But they both stayed very still. The bunny paused, and then it turned back. It looked for something scary and didn't see it. Slowly, it hopped back. This time it came and nibbled on the carrot. Orbie loved how its little nose went up and down. Katie wanted so badly to touch it, but she knew you don't touch a wild bunny. I guess the butterfly figured out that the Orbie flower wasn't dangerous because it came back and sat right on the top of Orbie's head. I think it thought it was safer up there. And do you know what? I think it was.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Dogs can smell things in the air that people can't. Their noses kind of tell them all sorts of information, like books and newspapers tell us. And when their noses are cold and wet, it means that they were happy and healthy. But don't let them sniff your stamp collection.
So far, it had been a busy day. Orbie learned that little green frogs don't eat peanut butter. He and Katie discovered that the only problem with building a city under the bed is that you bump your head a lot. And they both found out that roller skates really like to go backwards. There was a great deal of excitement in the house because today was a special occasion. This was a bit confusing for Orbie, who really didn't know what a special occasion was. A special occasion is a special occasion, Katie said, as she pulled on her sock. This wasn't very helpful to Orbie, as you can imagine. Orbie made an "I'm still confused" kind of sound, so Katie went on. She told him how on special occasions you can go out for dinner in a restaurant, and that you have to use all your best manners and sit nicely. Orbie knew he could do that. On a special occasion, you get to do something different than you do every day. Orbie puffed up his cheeks, and then he pumped himself up and down and then spun across the room. Katie laughed. She didn't mean something different like that. She stretched out her other sock and showed it to him. I mean, like getting all dressed up. Orbie stopped all the spinning. He lay down on the floor and watched the room go around his head. He was very glad he didn't have to do that on special occasions. It made him feel a bit sick. As Katie went to her closet, Orbie wondered what he could wear that would be different. In a flash, he disappeared. Katie came out holding her best dress and was surprised to find him gone. Mom was in the shower, and Dad was whistling to himself as he shaved. Orbie looked into their room. On the bed were Dad's special occasion clothes. There were a lot of them. Dad wouldn't mind sharing some, after all. It was a special occasion. Katie was combing her hair when Orbie walked up behind her. Dad's clothes didn't fit too well, but it was the best Orbie could do for this special occasion. Hey, who took my clothes came from Dad's room. Orbie shrank a bit inside Dad's big baggy shirt. Dad came in and found Orbie in his clothes. Dad explained that Orbie came already dressed in bright red polka dots. He didn't need Dad's clothes. Orbie wanted to know why. Dad thought for a minute. Well, because you are different. Orbie made a little, I don't want to be different sound. And Dad smiled and touched Orbie on the nose. Dad said he was glad Orbie was different because that was what he liked about him. Orbie smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. Later, Orbie walked into Mom's room and she was sitting at her makeup table. Orbie watched. He wondered why Mom wore makeup. She told him that it was to help cover up any shadows and spots on her face. Orbie looked at Mom carefully and couldn't see any. The makeup stuff really worked. When Mom left the room, Orbie looked at his spotted self in the mirror. Obviously, he would need a lot of makeup. Downstairs, Mom and Katie and Dad were ready. Dad looked at his watch and then called to Orbie. Orbie hurried down the stairs. Mom said, "Oh." Dad said, "What happened?" Katie giggled and said, "I'm sorry to laugh at you, Orbie, but you look really funny." Why wasn't she laughing at Mom? Mom was wearing makeup too. Of course, moms can wear makeup if they want, but not Orbie. Mom took Orbie's hand and started up the stairs. As Orbie followed, he made his best, "But how else can I cover up my spots?" sound. Mom looked at Orbie. "You're different. You're supposed to have spots." Katie told Orbie she loved his spots because they made her feel happy. Orbie didn't feel too happy about them, but then he didn't want to be different. As Mom was patting Orbie's face dry, a kind of sniffling sound came out of Orbie. He looked at his big red spots and a little tear formed in his eyes. He wanted to be just like Katie. He wanted to wear clothes and not have spots and just be an ordinary kid. Orbie thought maybe he would just go and hang upside down in Katie's closet for a while. And Mom told him to cheer up. It was a special occasion, and she gave him a big hug. Soon Dad dropped them off at the restaurant. Mom and Katie and Orbie walked in. It was a real kid's place. Orbie had never been to a restaurant like this before. There were funny pictures on the wall, and balloons in the air, and clowns walking around. There was even a little merry-go-round in the back. One of the clowns came up to them and asked if they had a reservation. Orbie didn't know, but Mom said they did. The clown showed them a beautiful table, and they all sat down. It wasn't until Dad arrived that Orbie and Katie both noticed that everyone seemed to be staring at Orbie. He felt small. A little prickly feeling inside of him made him wiggle in his seat, and he shrank down as small as he could. Katie felt angry at the people for staring at Orbie. Mom took Orbie's hand. "Pay no attention to them, Orbie. We're going to have a good time." Orbie looked at the other kids, and they all looked back at him. He swallowed hard. He was just about to give up on special occasions for the rest of his life when Dad spoke up. "You know, I don't think these children have ever seen Orbie before. People are often afraid of what they don't understand." Katie remembered that the first time she saw Orbie, she noticed how different he looked. She may have stared too, although she really couldn't remember that. Dad looked over the top of the menu and said to Orbie, "So you will have to show all these nice people that Orbie is nothing to be afraid of, and that he is just about the best thing to get to know." Orbie straightened up in his chair, looked around at all the eyes. He looked at Katie, at the merry-go-round. Katie looked at the merry-go-round too. Orbie made a loud honk, and they were off. And do you know that all the kids came to meet Orbie? And all the kids wished that they had a special friend just like him, too. And do you know what else? It wasn't until the big cake arrived that said, "We're glad you came to stay with us," right on the top of it, that Orbie realized that the special occasion was all about him.
There's a talking lizard inside Playhouse Disney. His name is Henry, and he'll show you all kinds of animals on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, right here inside Playhouse Disney. Up next, Henry the Gecko has a whole zoo full of creatures to show you. It's Amazing Animals. Then it's Goof Troop right here inside.
The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a ladder, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a ladder, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should all. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
Katie, Orbie, and Satya had a wonderful day. Orbie tried to do a magic trick, and it worked. Katie told a story so well that Orbie and Satya both clapped at the end of it, and Satya invited Katie to sleep over. Satya told Orbie that she would love to have him too, but there was only one other bed. Orbie wanted to tell her that he sleeps in the closet, but decided that might be rude. Katie went up to pack her overnight bag. Mom told Katie that all she needed was a toothbrush, pajamas, underwear, shorts, a top, and socks. And Katie had trouble remembering it all. Orbie helped. Orbie felt a little sad that Katie was leaving, but he didn't say anything because she was so excited. Mom checked the bag. Katie and Orbie had done an excellent job. Dad and Mom gave Katie a kiss goodbye. Orbie smiled and gave her a big hug, but his smile disappeared as Katie bounced down the front steps. As a matter of fact, his heart bounced into his stomach. Mom put her arm around him and told him that she had made his most favorite dinner, Orbos. Orbos were mini hamburgers with spinach and melted cheese on top. Orbie felt a bit better, but he knew that half the fun of eating Orbos just bounced down the front steps without him. Satya met Katie at the door and told her all the things they could do. Katie barely had time to put her bag down. The first thing they did was a great big floor puzzle of an elephant. The next thing they did was draw pictures on Satya's magic board, and then they dressed up as moms. Satya showed Katie the sari moms wear in India. Katie thought they were beautiful. She was having a ball. Orbie sat by the window watching the street. If Katie and Satya came out to play, he would go out and play with them. But they never did come out. Orbie went upstairs and walked around Katie's room a few times, then checked the window again. Still no sign of them. Orbie felt a little lonely. At Satya's, they were just sitting down to dinner. The dinner smelled strange to Katie, but Satya said that this was her favorite dish and that Katie would love it. Satya's mom put a lot on Katie's plate, and Katie looked at it. She thought of the yummy Orbos Mom was making and thought of Orbie eating them with glee. And actually, Orbie was feeling a bit better and munching up the Orbos very quickly. He and Dad had an Orbo piling contest. Orbie piled 2 and Dad piled 3. Mom said that food wasn't really for playing with, and Dad made a sort of oops sound, and they ate nicely after that. At the first bite, Katie knew she was in trouble. Although the food didn't feel hot to touch, it felt very, very, very hot on her tongue. Katie grabbed her glass of water while Satya giggled. I guess we like our food spicier than you do, Katie. Katie tried blowing on the food a bit, but it didn't help. It was still hot in her mouth. Satya's mother told Katie that she didn't put very much spice in, and she hoped it was all right. Katie smiled and was very polite. She ate as much as she could, but finally stopped when her mouth got too hot. Satya's dad told Katie that in India, they love to have very hot, spicy food. Katie couldn't believe that there could be hotter and spicier than that. When they were finished, Katie, Satya, and her dad played hide and seek. They could hide anywhere in the whole house. It was terrific fun, and soon Katie forgot the hot feeling in her mouth and laughed away. Orbie read the same book, Katie's favorite, 4 times. And he tried watching TV, and then he asked Mom if he could go to bed. Mom was a little surprised, but she agreed. When Orbie kissed Dad goodnight, Dad asked if Orbie was lonely without Katie. Orbie let a little tear trickle down his face. Dad hugged him and told him that it was important for both of them to find things to do that were fun when they were apart. Orbie had an idea. He would draw a wonderful picture of the starry night sky and put it on the wall. Mom helped him pin it up. Then it was time for bed. Although Orbie looked over at Katie's bed a few times, Orbie was soon fast asleep. Satya's mother read the girls a story and tucked them into bed. Katie did think about Orbie, but only until Satya asked if Katie was afraid of the dark. Katie said no. Satya told Katie that she wasn't either, and she clicked off the light. Satya whispered, "I'm so happy you are sleeping over, Katie." And Katie responded, "So am I." Sleepy eyes began to close. They began to close, that is, until Katie noticed a tall, shadowy thing in the corner. "Satya," she said. Satya sat up. "What is that tall, shadowy thing in the corner?" "That's my dresser," said Satya. Katie felt a little bit silly, but happier with that, and they both started to drift off to sleep again. "Satya," Katie said, feeling little icy fingers on her back, "what's that thing at the end of your bed?" Satya sat up and reached down for her clown doll. "It's Wiggly," Satya said, and she cuddled him. Katie felt better, and they both started to drift off to sleep when Katie heard an eerie tap, tap, tapping on the window. Katie was afraid to look, and she asked Satya what it was. This time Satya told her it was the tree branch touching the window. Katie rolled over and looked at Satya. "Maybe I am afraid of the dark, Satya. Could we turn on a light, please?" Satya sat up in bed again. She walked to the door of her room and opened it a crack. She told Katie that there wasn't anything scary in her room and that she should just go to sleep. Now, I have to tell you that Katie knew this. She knew that Satya's room was full of wonderful toys and things just like hers, but somehow when she was sleeping there, she didn't feel quite as comfy as she did in her own bed. It did take a while, but finally Katie fell asleep. The next day when Katie came home, she felt very tired and told her mom she wanted to sleep in her own bed for a while. Orbie heard her voice and came running down the stairs. He almost knocked Katie over with his big hug. He made "I miss you" noises, and Katie told him that she missed him too. Orbie wanted to know all about what Satya and Katie did. Katie took one sleepy step up the stairs after another, dragging her overnight bag. Orbie thought she looked very sad. Orbie gurgled, "Didn't you have fun?" Katie turned to Orbie. "I had so much fun, Orbie. We did puzzles and dressed up and played hide and seek. But you know what?" Orbie raised his eyebrows in response. Katie went on, "I loved it all, but most of all it made me realize that I miss you and my nice bed with nothing spooky in the room. And all I want to do is go there and sleep." Orbie lifted up the overnight bag and carried it the rest of the way for Katie. Katie got to the room first, and I know she would have thanked Orbie for his help. And I know she would have told Orbie how beautiful his picture was. But by the time he got there, she was sound asleep on the bed.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Peanut butter is very good for you. It's made from squished up peanuts. And it goes great with jam and bananas and even asparagus. But don't feed it to a frog.
So far, it had not been a very good morning. Katie couldn't find two socks that matched. Orbie was playing with a toothpaste tube and squirted it all over the bathroom mirror. And they both wanted the same cereal when there was no more left. Orbie finally decided to have toast, so Mom put some in the toaster oven and she asked Orbie to watch it while she put on her lipstick. Now, she wasn't gone that long, and Orbie did watch it. He watched it turn brown, then dark brown, then black. Then it started to smoke. Orbie honked as loud as he could, and Mom came running down the stairs, and just as she ran into the kitchen, the smoke alarm went off. This frightened Orbie, who made a terrible noise too, and spun around in circles. Mom flipped up the switch in the toaster oven and opened the door. Smoke gushed out. Dad raced in, still doing up his tie, and Katie hopped in with one shoe halfway on. "What's going on here?" Dad asked. Mom told Dad Orbie watched the toast, but didn't call her when it was ready. She carried the burnt toast to the garbage pail and threw it out. Dad stopped the alarm. Orbie sniffled a little bit and hung his head. Katie understood how he felt. Dad opened some windows. Katie put her arm around Orbie and said, "Orbie, you have to say when the toast is brown. Black is too late." Dad apologized to Orbie. The burnt toast made him realize that he needed to get the toaster fixed. The burnt toast made Mom realize that Orbie might not know what to do if there was a fire. It was right then and there that Mom decided they would visit the fire department that afternoon. Katie was really excited, but Orbie was worried. He was worried that the firemen would be angry at him for letting the toast burn. Of course, that was silly. They weren't angry at all. Miguel, the fireman, said that fires can happen. The most important thing when you are young like Katie and Orbie is to know what to do. Orbie wondered what that was. Miguel told them they should never try to touch the fire. They should call for a grown-up. Orbie did the right thing. He felt a lot better. Then if no one comes or the fire won't go out, the child should run outside of the house and wait at a special meeting place until the parents can come. If there's no one home to help, the child should knock on the neighbor's door and ask them to call the fire department. Now, Miguel said with a big smile, "I'm going to show you what I do when you call me." Miguel took them into an enormous garage. There were 3 big trucks, and I mean big. Orbie wanted to look at them, and Miguel told him that they would come back and see them in a minute. Miguel took them upstairs. There were bedrooms with lots of beds in them. There was a large kitchen and a sort of TV room. When they were on duty, they slept here all night instead of going home. Katie wanted to know why they didn't sleep at home with their kids, and Miguel smiled and told Katie that when they were working, they had to sleep here so that they could get to the fire as fast as possible. Orbie found a strange sort of thing on the floor. There was a shiny pole and literally a hole in the floor around it. He made his "what's this" noise, and Katie explained to Miguel what Orbie wanted to know. Miguel explained that when the fire alarm rings, they have to be on their trucks and out on the road so fast that they don't have time for proper clothes and stairs. So they just jump right out of bed and slide down the pole. With that, Miguel grabbed the pole and disappeared through the hole. He called to Katie and Orbie from below, and they looked down and saw him there. Miguel asked if Katie and Orbie would like to try the fireman's pole. Orbie wasn't too sure, but Katie was dying to. So Miguel asked his friend Jeff to help her hold on to the pole. Down she went. Katie loved it and wanted to try it again. Orbie wanted to try too. He spun around the pole all the way down, making a whooping sound. I think he liked it too. When it was time to stop, Orbie was a bit mixed up. Miguel was a fireman. Did that mean he made fires? When Katie asked Orbie's question for him, Miguel laughed and laughed. We do just the opposite, Orbie. We put them out. But Miguel understood Orbie's question because a lot of kids think the same thing, especially because they have to wear special clothes. They had special coats that kept the fire from hurting them and kept the water from making them too wet. They had special hats that helped with the fire and water too, and also helped if something fell on them. They were hard. Then they had great big boots. They were very big. Orbie wanted to try them on. Miguel gave him a hand. They were so big that Orbie literally disappeared inside of one of them. Katie giggled at Orbie, and Orbie made a funny noise as he jumped right out again. Miguel told them about the fire trucks next. Orbie couldn't believe his eyes. The wheels were bigger than he was. Katie wanted to sit right up on top and wear one of the fireman's hats. Jeff climbed up, and Miguel handed Katie way up to the seat of the truck. Then he gave Katie a hat. Orbie sat in Mom's arms so he could see better. Katie was so little compared to the truck that all they could see was the top of her hat. Orbie thought this was terrifically funny and was throwing his head back to laugh when he saw a terrible monster. He grabbed Mom tight and made a little squeaking noise. The fire monster laughed. Orbie almost crawled up on Mom's head. "It's me," Miguel said. "Don't be afraid. This is an oxygen mask to help us breathe in the fire." Orbie looked again, and sure enough, there was Miguel's eyes smiling out at him. I have to tell you, Orbie felt a whole lot better. Miguel explained that he liked to show the mask to children so that if he ever had to rescue a child in the night, they would know that he's only a man trying to help and not a terrible fire monster. Orbie wanted to try the mask on. Jeff and Katie climbed down from the big truck. Orbie thought Katie might think he was a fire monster, but Katie could tell that it was him. I think it was the big red polka dots. When it was time to head for home, Miguel gave Katie and Orbie both a little sticker. It had a heart on it. Miguel asked them to put it in their window so that the firemen would know which bedroom had little children in it. Once they were home, Mom, Dad, Katie, and Orbie made up a special plan in case of fire. Nobody ever wanted a fire to happen, and probably a fire never would. But just the same, they needed to have a plan. They decided they would leave the house and meet at E. Ping's house right next door. When they went to bed that night, they felt very happy. Not only were Miguel and his friends going to keep them safe, but they also knew what to do if the fire alarm ever went off. And do you know what? You should know, too.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? On a rainy day, dressing for the weather is very important. Rubber boots, a raincoat, a hat, and an umbrella will keep the rain off your head. But sometimes it's kind of hard to keep completely dry.
It was a very windy day. Katie had already chased her hat down the sidewalk past Yi Ping's house. Orbie got very dizzy chasing a red leaf as it fell from a tree. Dad gave up raking the leaves because they kept blowing away, and every time Katie threw the beach ball to Orbie, it didn't get there. The wind kept ruining all their games. Dad told her that was because she was playing against the wind, not with it. Just as Katie was trying to figure out what he meant, Mom drove into the driveway. When she got out of the car, she had a package under her arm. "I stopped by the hobby shop and picked up a little something for you two. It's a wind toy." When Mom opened up the package, there was a big red kite inside. It had a stream of ribbons for a tail. I have to tell you that Katie and Orbie had never seen a kite before and were not exactly too sure what to do with it. Now, Dad would show Katie how to play with the wind. He put the kite together by attaching one end of a long string to it. The rest of the string was wrapped around a spool. I should tell you that because Katie had never played with the wind, she was anxious to see how it was done. Mom showed them how to find the wind with a wet finger. And all of a sudden, they were in business. Dad held the string and Mom ran behind the kite and let it go up. Mom said you have to let go of the kite when the wind pulls at it. Mom and Dad raced across the yard until they got the kite up in the air. Katie and Orbie clapped and shouted with joy. Playing with the wind looked like great fun. Dad flew it for a few minutes. Then he brought it down and told Katie and Orbie to try it. Orbie ran ahead and Katie held the kite. When she thought she felt the wind pull it, she threw it up in the air. The kite went up and turned and went straight down again, crashing to the ground. They stopped running and looked at it. Dad picked it up and straightened it out. Mom told Katie to just give it to the wind, not to throw it. Katie decided that playing with the wind was something you have to get the hang of. So Katie and Orbie tried again. Katie waited and then just let go. The kite flipped down and dragged along the ground behind Orbie. Mom told Katie to hold it up a bit higher so the wind could get underneath it. Now, I have to tell you that Katie wasn't at all sure that kites were very much fun by this time. Orbie was thinking that kites were a lot of work. But they both agreed to try again. This time, Katie held it up high and let it go at just the right time. Orbie held the rope tight, and all of a sudden, the kite was flying. Dad shouted, "Let it out, Orbie." Orbie unwound the string. The kite danced high up in the sky. Kite flying was excellent. "It's flying," Katie called to her dad and Mom. The wind lifted and moved their kite until all of a sudden, it swooshed down and almost landed in a tree. Dad told Katie to grab the string and pull hard on it while Orbie held the spool. It missed the tree by inches. Dad jumped up and helped Katie and Orbie bring it down. "This is such a windy day, I think you two would be better playing with the kite in the park. You have a whole field with no trees in it," Dad said. So they all set off for the park. Mom and Dad both nestled down under a tree out of the wind near the playground. Katie and Orbie headed out to the field. The wind really wanted to play. It was taking the colorful fallen leaves and lifting them right up into the air again. They swirled and twisted. Katie stuck her finger up in the air until she found which way the wind was blowing, which was a bit tricky because each time she brought her finger down, she moved it and couldn't remember where it meant to go. Orbie helped her, and finally she and Orbie were headed off down the field. The kite went up very quickly. It climbed and climbed in the sky. Mom and Dad waved from under the tree. "Let it out," Dad called to Orbie, and this was when they ran into trouble. The kite wanted to fly, and the wind wanted to play with it, so it went up higher and higher as Orbie let it out. Soon it looked like a red streak in the sky. Orbie and Katie were laughing and standing with their heads up looking to see where it was when suddenly the kite string broke. Now Orbie gave a whoop and a holler as he and Katie tried to grab the string. And slowly the kite started to move in the sky, the string dragging on the ground ahead of them. The two friends chased the string right across the field, laughing and shouting. Mom and Dad shouted encouragement and watched from the tree. The kite drifted over to the playground, and Orbie was concentrating so hard on the string that he didn't notice the sand pile. He ran right through it. He stepped on some castle and things. And do you know that the kids playing in the sand didn't even mind? They wanted Orbie to catch the kite, too. Katie got a bit ahead of the string, and she climbed right up on the monkey bars. She was sure she would catch it. But do you know that the kite dipped up into the sky and went right by her outstretched hand? Then the string came down, and Orbie hurried to the roundabout to see if he could fool the kite. He swung around to grab the string, but it just slid right by. Actually, it seemed quite hopeless. Mom and Dad and, well, everybody tried to stop the kite, but it just kept going. Then Dad stopped chasing it, and Mom stopped chasing it, and all the kids looked at them. Mom said the kite wouldn't get too much further. Katie and Orbie couldn't understand why. The kite was already at the end of the playground and was heading for all the trees and bushes. All of a sudden, the kite stopped and sort of shuddered in the sky. It bobbed up and down, but didn't go any further away. The tree caught the kite for them. Everybody cheered. Dad climbed up and reached the string. It was tricky not getting it caught again, but he did manage it. Slowly, he wound the kite back in. All the kids in the playground clapped their hands. Dad took a bow just to be funny. Katie and Orbie loved playing with the wind. Katie pointed out with all that running and climbing, kite flying was becoming thirsty work, so they all headed home for some orange juice. On the way home, Orbie wanted to know where the wind was blowing to. Dad said a wind that strong might blow all the way around to the other side of the world, to China, so that little children there could fly their kites too. Katie smiled and said, maybe our kite flew up so high that the children in China could see it. Everybody laughed. But you know what? Maybe it did.
There's a talking lizard inside Playhouse Disney. His name is Henry, and he'll show you all kinds of animals on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, right here inside Playhouse Disney. Up next, Henry the Gecko has a whole zoo full of...
The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, jump a ladder, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
had been a very hectic day. Orbie discovered that if you put too much soap in the dishwasher, it really isn't helpful. Katie found out that if you leave your picture book out in the rain, something awful happens to it. Katie needed new shoes, so today they were going shopping with Dad. As they entered the shoe store, Orbie was a little bit behind them. He was looking at a puppy in the pet shop window. "Please stay close to me, Orbie. It's so crowded we might get separated," Dad said as he took Orbie's hand. In the shoe store, a very nice lady helped Katie choose which shoes she liked best. Then she picked up a curious-looking machine. Orbie wanted to know what it did, and Katie explained that it measured your feet. Katie put her foot on it. "You're a size 10, the lady said as she went to the back to get the shoes. Dad and Katie were looking at another pair of shoes while they waited, but Orbie wanted to see the back of the store, too. In the back room, the lady had disappeared. Orbie saw a bright orange box at the bottom of a shelf. He tried peeking in it, but the other boxes on top were too heavy, so he gave it a little tug, and there was a loud clatter. Orbie was surrounded by shoes and boxes. "Are you all right?" the lady said. Orbie made a whimpering sound. Katie and Dad poked their noses around the corner. Orbie made a sad little sound, and even the lady knew that he meant that he was sorry. Katie gave him a big hug. The lady told him there was no harm done, and Orbie felt better. When they had tidied up, the lady helped Katie try on her new shoes. Katie loved her new shoes, and she loved that they squeaked a bit when she walked. Orbie tried on a pair, but he felt like they were gluing him to the floor. Dad said he thought people like Orbie just weren't made to wear shoes. I have to tell you that Orbie agreed. So when they were finished at the shoe store, they walked down the hall. Well, Katie squeaked. Dad said they would have lunch. Both Katie and Orbie thought that was a fabulous idea. Around the corner was the food court. There was every kind of food you could imagine. Katie wanted Chinese chicken balls, and Orbie wanted pizza. Dad couldn't decide what he wanted. He looked at all the signs, and when he looked back, Orbie was gone. He wasn't behind the counter. He wasn't behind the tables. He was nowhere to be seen. Dad was very upset, and he took Katie's hand, and they looked everywhere. Katie was afraid that something bad had happened to Orbie. But the funny thing was that nothing bad had happened at all. Orbie had moved behind the pizza counter and then into the kitchen. He remembered that Dad had told him not to touch, so he didn't. And that was a good thing because pizza ovens are very hot. One of the cooks told Orbie that he didn't belong in there. He opened the door for Orbie and let him out. The problem was, he let him out the door to another hallway. So Dad and Katie were walking up one side of the shopping center, and Orbie was walking down the other. At first, Orbie was having a wonderful time. He saw a kite store, and he saw a store with all kinds of pictures in it. But then he noticed that Katie and Dad were not with him anymore. Then he realized that he had never seen these stores before. He looked around. A cold, chilly feeling crept up his back. If Dad and Katie weren't here, then he was lost. He was in the enormous shopping center all by himself, alone. How would he ever find Dad and Katie? He sat down on the floor against the store window and put his head in his hands. The shopping center was full of strangers, and Orbie couldn't talk to any of them. Nobody noticed Orbie. He was so small. For a moment, a lady came and stood in front of him. She was trying to find change in her purse to use the phone. The very same moment, Dad and Katie walked down the other side of the hall and didn't even see him. Orbie didn't see them either. He imagined his house, his closet. Would he ever go home again? He was lost forever. When he looked up, he saw a police officer with a cup of coffee in his hand. Orbie knew that the police officer wasn't a stranger. Maybe he could help. Orbie made very sad noises. The police officer looked at Orbie. He looked around for someone that Orbie might be with and asked, "Are you lost, little fellow?" A big tear trickled down Orbie's face. The police officer took Orbie's hand. "Well," he said, "the worrying stops with me. I'll help you find the people you're with." Orbie felt a bit better. Now, Orbie thought the police officer would walk up and down the shopping center halls until he found Katie and Dad. But do you know how smart that police officer was? He took Orbie to a lady who was sitting at a big box. In front of her was another strange machine. The police officer bent down and asked Orbie what his name was. Orbie did say it right away, but as you know, all that came out was Orbie noises. The lady and police officer looked at each other. Then the police officer gave Orbie a piece of paper and a pencil. "Can you write your name and address down?" he asked. At the word address, Orbie made a "I don't know what that is" sound. The police officer told Orbie that an address is where you live or where you're from. Orbie grabbed the pen and he drew and drew. The police officer and the lady smiled at each other. Now they could help Orbie, they thought. Orbie handed back the paper. On it was a picture of the galaxy. Orbie pointed to one of the stars. The lady and the police officer looked at it and then at Orbie. "I imagine you do come from there, and this is a beautiful picture. But where do you live when you're here on Earth?" he asked as he handed a new paper to Orbie. Orbie realized that he didn't know how to say or draw or write where he lived or his name. Then the lady whispered in the police officer's ear. He smiled and told her that that was the most perfect idea. He lifted Orbie up to the machine. "Say your name and ask the people you are with to come and find you." Orbie almost muttered his name. But a strange thing happened. That little mutter was very loud. Orbie was so excited he made sounds that said, "Katie, come and get me. I'm lost." Then the lady asked anyone who recognized the voice to please come to the information booth. They didn't have to wait very long because Katie ran up to the desk and grabbed Orbie's toes. Orbie jumped up and did a backflip, landed on the ground beside her, right in time for the biggest hug he ever had. Dad thanked the lady and the police officer. He told Orbie that next time he needed to stay right with him, and Orbie nodded. He never wanted to be lost again. As they walked and squeaked away, Orbie sounded to Katie that he didn't know how to write his address or his name. Dad told him that anyone who could draw a picture of the universe could draw his name and address. And do you know, by 6 o'clock that night, he could.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Little people can help big people in different ways. They can help us trudge around the house, keeping your room clean, and picking up toys. But sometimes a hug can be the biggest help of all.
Orbie discovered that if you're building a house with toothpicks, it helps a lot if you don't sneeze. Katie discovered that if you pick your painting up before it dries, the paint does some decorating on its own. And they both found out that eating lunch under the table is fun, unless you want to jump up. Katie ate her cheese and lettuce sandwich as quickly as she could. Mom asked her to be sure to chew every bite. Orbie snuffled up his grape and tuna sandwich and was finished first. They were in a hurry because today Mom was taking them to a play. Orbie knew it was exciting and Katie knew it was going to be fun, but neither of them really knew what a play was. Orbie made what's a play noises. Mom chuckled to herself as she cut up strawberries and put them over ice cream for dessert. She told them that a play was a story acted out with real people. The people in the play were called actors, and they helped to tell the story by saying the words that go in it. Plays were put on in theaters on a raised floor called a stage. There were a lot of seats in front of the stage for visitors to sit on. Sometimes you couldn't see what was on the stage before the play started because a great, huge curtain covered the stage to keep it a surprise. When the curtain opened, the play began. Inside the community center, there was a big picture with a sign of a fire-breathing dragon on it. A woman took tickets as people went through the door. Katie wanted to know what the sign said. "That's the sign for the play we're going to see," said Mom. "It's called The Secret of Deadly Dick the Dreadful Dragon." Mom gave the lady 3 tickets, and they all went inside. Katie and Orbie sat on either side of Mom and looked around the large room. There were all kinds of visitors in the other seats. Mom told them that they had to sit still and be very quiet while the play was going on. Soon there was music, and the lights faded. Then the music got louder, and the lights went out. Katie held one of Mom's hands, and Orbie held the other. They couldn't wait to see the story happen. Suddenly the curtain whisked open, and people dressed in clothes just like in storybooks started to talk. There were actors in bright-colored clothes, tables and chairs, and a cottage with straw on the roof. They both wondered how they got trees and a whole mountain up there, too. They were all set to absolutely love the play. Katie thought it was rather like a moving storybook. It was right about this time that the prince told the townspeople he couldn't kill Deadly Dick. Deadly Dick was the vicious dragon that threatened to burn the town with his fire breath. The prince told the townspeople that he would give a farm and a cow to whoever could kill the deadly dragon. Katie and Orbie felt sorry for the dragon and were beginning to not like the prince much when all of a sudden a horrible screaming, growling noise, clouds of smoke, and a flash of real fire erupted from the mountain. Both Katie and Orbie yelped, and Mom put her arms around them and cuddled them close. "It's not a real dragon," Mom whispered to each of them. "Deadly Dick," screamed the actors. "He's awake and he's angry. He'll breathe fire on us all." Katie and Orbie huddled next to Mom. There was a heavy, hollow boom, boom, boom. "He's coming," shouted the prince. And let me tell you, he was. Suddenly, a great, scaly foot stepped out from behind the curtain. Katie and Orbie squeezed Mom's arms. Then there he was, a huge, green, scary, fire-breathing dragon. Orbie started to snarl, and Katie started to whimper. Luckily for them, the curtain began to close slowly. Mom said it was intermission, and they could get up and walk around a bit. Katie and Orbie were glad to get up and would have been quite glad to go home right then and there, to tell you the truth. Outside in the bright hallway, Mom knelt down in front of them and said, "You know that wasn't a real dragon. There was nothing to be afraid of." But Katie and Orbie had seen the dragon with their own eyes, and it was real enough for them. They were both still trembling. Mom took Katie and Orbie's hands and went over to the ticket lady. She spoke to her, and the lady nodded and smiled at Katie and Orbie. Then she opened a door behind her, and Mom and Katie and Orbie were invited inside. Mom told them this was backstage. Katie and Orbie hardly noticed the huge black drapes and all the furniture pieces and people in black clothes walking around with headphones. All they noticed was that this is starting to look a lot like Dragon Country, and they weren't glad to be in it. The lady led them to the back, where she talked to the prince. He looked at Katie and Orbie and nodded his head. Then he went behind a big curtain. Things were quiet for a minute, and the curtain ruffled and flapped, and out came the dragon. Katie gasped, and Orbie's knees were actually knocking. The prince came out behind him and calmly said, "Katie and Orbie, I'd like you to meet my friend George." And Deadly Dick reached up with his forelegs. Katie and Orbie shrank behind Mom. Then they peeked out as the dragon pulled his own head off. Katie and Orbie were simply too frightened to speak. But then they noticed that inside the dragon body was a kindly-looking white-haired man. "Hi, Katie. Hi, Orbie. I'm George, and I play Deadly Dick, the dreadful dragon." Katie tried to remember her manners, but then she'd never met a dragon with a man's head. "I just pretend to be a dragon," chuckled George. "I'm sorry you were frightened." It took a minute, but soon Katie and Orbie smiled and then laughed. Then the prince, whose real name was Lenny, told them that anything they saw on stage like that was just make-believe. 3 minutes to curtain," somebody said. Katie and Orbie said goodbye to George and Lenny. "And I think they'll be fine now," Mom said. "Thank you." The second half of the play was fun. Katie and Orbie watched as a young girl crept up on Deadly Dick and discovered that he had a sore throat. That's why he breathed fire. His throat was burning. The girl gave him some hot honey and lemon. That put the fire out in his throat. He felt much better. Deadly Dick, the dreadful dragon, wasn't a meanie after all. He was a friendly dragon. And the girl got the farm and the cow, and she and her mother and brother and sisters lived there with their pet dragon happily ever after. In the car on the way home, Katie and Orbie decided that they liked going to the play and would like to go again. It was fun for the story to be scared, but you didn't have to be really scared because it was all make-believe. At dinner, they told Dad all about their adventure. Katie and Orbie both thought it would be fun to dress up in funny costumes and put on a play themselves. And I can tell you now that they did. But that's another story.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? You can save pretty flowers so they'll last a long time. Put the flowers between some wax paper and then press it between the pages of a big book. But you should pick them first.
It had been a crazy day. Orbie discovered that jelly beans don't roll in a straight line. Katie found out that she could stack 15 pennies before they all fell over. And they both painted their faces and found out that if you wear a hat and a costume, nobody knows who you are. Unless, of course, they see Orbie's hands. Dad was fussing with his tie and Mom was just slipping into her shoes. Katie and Orbie sat on the edge of the bed. His name is Tom, Mom said, as she looked into the long mirror. Orbie made a bubbly noise that meant Mom looked beautiful. She sprayed a little perfume on, and Katie told her she smelled good, too. Mom thanked them both for their compliments. Dad spread his arms out and said, "How about me?" Katie and Orbie clapped their approval, and Dad took one of his famous bows. Downstairs, Dad helped Mom on with her coat. Orbie was ready to get his, too, when the doorbell rang. It was Tom. He said hi to Mom and Dad, and then he saw Katie and Orbie. "Hi, guys," he said as he moved into the house. Katie felt a bit shy, and Orbie just stared. He wondered why Tom wasn't dressed up, too. Mom and Dad introduced everybody and gave Tom a piece of paper to keep him by the phone. And then they started out the door. Orbie ran behind them, making all kinds of Orbie noises. Dad swept Orbie up in his arms, and as he walked back to Katie and Tom, he told Orbie that Tom was here to keep him company until they got back. Orbie looked at Tom. He was smiling and trying to be friendly, but that didn't matter to Orbie. Orbie just wanted to go with Katie's Mom and Dad. Dad explained that this evening was just for adults. It would be boring for Orbie. Dad placed Orbie beside Katie, and Katie took his hand. "We'll have fun," she said, as bravely as she could. Tom told them they would have fun, and Katie smiled at him. Orbie just looked down at his little spotted toes. Fun only happened when Mom and Dad were there. Tom smiled at them. "What games would you like to play?" he asked. Orbie just looked at him. Katie looked at Orbie. She thought for a moment, then she said that Orbie loved to play hide and seek. Tom winked at Katie, and then he looked Orbie right in the eye. He told Orbie that was quite a coincidence because when he was a little boy, he loved to play hide and seek, too. Katie beamed at Tom. Tom was trying very hard to make Orbie happy, and Katie liked him for that. Tom stood up and looked around the room. This looked like a very good room to play hide and seek in. Katie nodded and looked at Orbie. Orbie was looking out the window, waiting for Mom and Dad to come back again. Tom told Orbie that the time would go more quickly if he played. Orbie sighed and turned back to the window. Katie could tell that Tom was trying to make Orbie happy, and she could tell that he was a little worried about Orbie. So she told him that she would play hide and seek with him, even if Orbie wouldn't. So they set about to have a game. As they played, Orbie stared out the window. He really was having trouble believing that Mom and Dad had left him at home. Just as he was about to let a little tiny tear trickle down his face, Katie laughed out loud so hard that Orbie just had to look. Katie was it, and there was Tom hiding by pretending to be a lamp. He had the lampshade on his head and was holding his arms out in a funny way. Katie fell to the floor with laughter. Katie was it again. Katie didn't mind, of course, because she wanted to see what crazy place Tom would hide in next. Now, Orbie turned back to the window and was working on that little tear. He thought of why Mom and Dad left them at home. But right at that moment, he heard huffing and puffing. He tried to concentrate on how sad he was, but he had to turn around. This time, Tom was hiding on the couch. Actually, he was hiding in the couch. He had covered his feet and lower body with the couch cushions. But when he tried to cover his head with his face poking out, of course, because you should never cover your face with a pillow, the pillow kept flopping off. Finally, he was ready. Orbie tried not to watch, but he knew that Katie was going to love this. He knew that Katie would laugh right out loud when she saw the funny face Tom was making from under the pillows. So even while he was trying to be sad and not have fun without Mom and Dad, he did watch Katie come into the room and look for Tom. He watched Katie walk right by the couch without noticing, and Tom winked at him from under the pillow edge. Orbie smiled and tried very hard not to laugh. When Katie turned around and saw Tom, she shrieked with laughter and headed towards the home base. But Tom grabbed her and pretended to struggle to get out from under the pillows. Katie laughed and laughed, and she finally got away and ran home. Tom pretended to run for home and saw that it was too late, and he just collapsed in a big pile on the floor, groaning about how Katie won. Katie danced over to him and pronounced herself the champ. Now I have to tell you that all this time, Orbie was finding it more and more difficult to look out that window and feel sad. He tried a couple of times, but each time he did, he almost missed something, and he had to look back. Katie was now riding on Tom's back. Tom crawled over to Orbie and asked him if he had ever ridden on an elephant. Orbie made a sound that said, no. Tom told him that if he wanted to, he had better get on right away because the elephant ride was leaving. Orbie looked out the window and almost couldn't remember what he was looking for. He climbed on behind Katie as Tom announced, "You are riding Beverly, the bucking elephant, lady and gentlemen. Please hold on to the shirt. We don't like anyone to get hurt." Then Tom rose up on his knees and Katie and Orbie slid down his back. He rolled over and pretended to squish Katie and Orbie. Katie and Orbie laughed. Tom told him it was time for a snack and pajamas, a story and bed. He made Katie and Orbie a one-sided peanut butter sandwich and then added banana slices to make it look like a face. He made funny noises when they ate the eyes and the nose and the mouth. When they brushed their teeth, Tom used his finger and some toothpaste and pretended he didn't know how to brush. He kept missing his mouth and got toothpaste all over his face. And finally, when he read the goodnight story, he mixed up all the words and Katie and Orbie had to help him get it right. When Orbie and Katie were sound asleep, Mom and Dad crept in to give them a goodnight kiss. Orbie smiled on his hanger. He had a fabulous time with Tom and hoped that Tom would come again. And do you know that as it happened, he did.
There's a talking lizard inside Playhouse Disney. His name is Henry, and he'll show you all kinds of animals on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, right here inside Playhouse Disney. Up next, Henry the Gecko has a whole zoo full of creatures to show you. It's Amazing Animals. Then it's Goof Troop right here inside Playhouse Disney.
Far away out past The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, stand beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, stand beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a strange night. Orbie dreamt that he was a pirate on the high seas. Katie dreamt she was flying on a magic broomstick through a wild but wonderful sky. And they both woke up with a start when they heard just about the loudest crack sound ever. It was so loud that it woke Mom and Dad up, too. A fierce wind was winding through the streets. When they looked out of the window, they saw the wonderful old tree that stood in their yard, almost completely snapped in two. Dad was glad it hadn't fallen on the house. Mom was glad it was night when no one was around to get hurt. But both Katie and Orbie were sad because that was one of their most favorite trees. In the morning, they all went out to look at the damage. Katie and Orbie stood near the snapped trunk. Mom really wanted Dad to try to save the tree, so Dad asked the tree surgeon to come and have a look at it. The tree surgeon drove up in his little truck, and even as he got out of it, he was shaking his head. You know, I'd love to save it, but the damage goes down to the roots. It must have been some mean wind to crack a tree like that, he said. Katie took Orbie's hand at the thought of it. The tree surgeon said his men would come a little later in the day to clean up the fallen tree. A very real kind of sadness fell over Katie and Orbie. The tree had been there all of Katie's life. Mom made them some apple juice and cookies, and they sat in the living room. She reminded Dad that one of the reasons they bought the house was that the tree welcomed them with its wonderful spreading arms. And she reminded him that he had put a little birdhouse in it to let people know they had moved in. And Dad smiled. Katie told them that it was the only tree she could climb. Orbie reminded them that the first time they flew a kite, the tree tried to catch it. And Katie reminded Orbie that sometimes they loved to just sit in the tree and sing songs. Dad told them all that the tree had lived a very long time. It had been wonderful, but now it was gone. And Katie bit her lip, and Orbie snuffled a bit. Just then, 2 trucks drove up. Mom said Katie and Orbie could watch from the window. 2 men scurried around with small saws and cut away at the branches. Katie was sure it hurt the tree, but Mom reminded her that the tree was dead. The men put the branches into a machine at the back of one of their trucks, and it made a loud, searing noise. The branches disappeared. Orbie thought this was great, but Katie felt very unhappy. Soon the smaller branches were gone, and the 2 men used another bigger saw to cut the thicker parts of the tree. Bit by bit, the tree turned into logs that the men piled by the side of the house, and bit by bit, the tree disappeared. The men used another machine to dig up the roots so they wouldn't be sitting there with no tree. And finally, they were finished. Things looked pretty bleak. Outside, there was a wonderful smell of fresh wood. There were hundreds of small twigs in the ground, and Dad asked Katie and Orbie to pick up as many as they could. The two friends raced around the yard, making a twig pile. When all the twigs were picked up, Dad put them into the compost pile. Then Mom and Dad raked up the leftover stuff from the grass. Dad told them they would add it to the compost pile, too, and soon it would be warm bedding for plants during the winter. It didn't look warm to Katie, but she guessed a plant was different than a people. When all was done, the family had lunch. Mom made macaroni with thick cheese on top. Katie and Orbie told Mom and Dad that the whole house looked different without the tree there. They agreed it was sunnier in the house, and they could certainly see the street a whole lot better. But that tree had been the most perfect thing for that part of the yard. Mom talked about the earth needing trees. Mom said that trees help the earth breathe and stay cool, and that they help the ecology. Orbie burbled his confusion. He didn't know what ecology was, so Mom explained that the tree was wonderful for them to look at. It also served as a home for birds to nest in, and a place for squirrels to hide their nuts in and hibernate in the winter. Maybe even bats slept in the tree in the daytime, which I have to tell you, Katie thought was a bit gross. Mom laughed and explained that for the most part, bats are wonderful creatures because they eat bugs, and that keeps the bugs from biting Katie. Trees also provide shade, and they drop leaves in the fall that eventually become food for the soil. Katie didn't know that trees were such a big deal. Katie looked at Orbie and told him that they weren't the only ones that were going to miss the tree. With this, Dad said, "All right, everybody, into the car." No matter who asked where we were going, Dad just said, "You will see." In about 5 minutes, they turned off the road into a place that had rows and rows of trees. There were all kinds of different trees. This was a tree store. It was called a nursery. Katie and Orbie just looked in amazement until Dad told them not to just stand there, but to go find a tree they liked. Mom smiled and gave Dad a kiss for understanding that they really needed to have a place for the birds and the squirrels and the bats. Then she ran after Katie and Orbie to tell them what each tree was like. It took a while, and Dad talked to the saleswoman about how to plant a tree where one had been before. When he looked up, his whole family was waving at him, so he went to see what they had found. It was a flowering crabapple tree. Katie explained right away, but that didn't mean the apples were crabby. It meant they were small. Dad was awfully glad to hear it, because he certainly didn't want a crabby tree in his yard. Orbie told him about the wonderful pink flowers Mom said it would have in the spring, and Katie added that they would smell yummy. Dad stood for a minute and looked at all the other trees in the nursery. And he turned to Mom and Katie and Orbie and told them that he figured they had picked out the very best tree at the nursery for their front lawn. It took a lot of digging and packing and mulch carrying to plant the new tree. It was small and certainly didn't look like the old tree, but Katie and Orbie hoped the birds and the squirrels and the bats would think it was good enough. And do you know, as they were sitting on the front step with a nice cold drink, a little yellow bird came and landed on one of the tiny branches. It sang a beautiful song. And Mom said that it looked like the little tree would fit in perfectly. And I can tell you now, it really did.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? A chameleon is an extraordinary lizard which can change its color to match its surroundings. This makes them hard to find and helps them hide from other animals. Chameleons are great at playing hide and seek.
So far, it had been a busy morning. Orbie realized that if you line up 30 toy cars, they stretch right across the living room. Katie discovered that when you paint yellow on top of blue, it turns green. And they both found out that if you stick orange slices in jelly dessert before it gels, they all sink to the bottom. Now, Orbie was flying his paper airplane from upstairs to down. Katie was playing on the stairs with his slinky. Each time Orbie ran down to get his plane, he bumped the slinky and knocked it over. This was really starting to bug Katie. Now, she did ask him very nicely to please be careful, and she did ask him if he could use the other side of the stairs to go up and down on, but for some reason, Orbie didn't listen. After a while, Katie had taken all she could. She stood right in Orbie's way and said, "Oh, no, you don't. Stop right there, Orbie. You're ruining my game, and that is not a very nice thing to do." Of course, Orbie was very surprised and looked at her in astonishment. But then he just pushed his way past her. Dad came out from the kitchen and asked, what would make two best friends talk to each other like that? Katie told her story, and then right in the middle, Orbie sputtered and started to cry. Katie just looked at him, but Dad moved up the stairs and held him in a big hug. "What's the matter?" Dad asked as he wiped Orbie's tears. Orbie shuddered, and his spots started to flash a kind of green color. "What was that?" Dad said. Orbie just looked very sad. Katie was watching from down at the bottom of the stairs. She told her dad that Orbie had been stepping on her slinky and wouldn't stop. Katie was very angry with Orbie. She should be the one crying. Dad told Katie, "Not now." And Katie picked up her things and ran into the living room. Dad was very worried about Orbie. He seemed to have a strange color around his eyes and wobbled like he was dizzy, and whose spots were getting greener and greener. Dad picked him up and took him to his hanger in Katie's closet. He tried to help Orbie get on the hanger, but do you know that Orbie was feeling so strange that he couldn't hold on? Something was very wrong. Dad put him in Katie's bed and pulled the covers up. Mom came into the room and asked what happened between Katie and Orbie. She just took one look at Orbie and knew that he was sick. Orbie still looked very sad. Mom hurried down to see if Dr. Hewitt could help. She found Katie sitting on the floor in the kitchen, sniffling. She asked Katie if she was feeling all right, and Katie told her about Orbie. Mom was very surprised that two best friends couldn't find a way to get along together. Then she told Katie that Orbie was feeling sick. Maybe he just couldn't listen to what she was saying. But sadly, I can tell you, Katie was still very angry. Dr. Hewitt told Mom to give Orbie lots of juice and rest, and that he should be feeling better tomorrow. Mom hung up the phone and she sat on the floor with Katie. She explained that sometimes when people don't feel well, they behave in strange ways. Mom asked Katie to try to understand that Orbie didn't intend to be mean, and that she was pretty sure he would feel bad about it. Katie decided she would wait and see. Mom said it was important to forgive people, and Katie nodded her head. I think she knew that. Mom asked Katie if she wanted to help her take the apple juice up, and Katie said no. Well, it happened that Katie decided to do her puzzle next, and it also happened that her puzzle was up in her room. She tiptoed in. Dad was leaning over Orbie, putting a cold cloth on his forehead. When Dad saw Katie, he thought she'd come to help Orbie feel better and said, "Ah, now, here she comes, the best nurse in town." Even though Katie was trying to feel angry, she did smile a bit. Orbie looked over at her with little sad eyes and green spots, and right at that moment, Katie knew how hard it was to stay angry at your best friend. She hurried over to the bed. A whimper came out of Orbie, and Katie moved up on the bed to get closer. Dad left and went to talk to Mom. Orbie made a sad little sound that meant he was sorry. Katie told him that she was very angry at him, and that Mom had explained about when people don't feel well. Orbie smiled and made a "Mom knows everything" kind of sound. "I think she does," Katie said. Then a funny thing happened. Orbie popped right up in Katie's bed and made the sound that meant, "Let's go play on the park swings." Katie looked at Orbie and, of course, was a little surprised. "You want to play on the swings?" she asked. Orbie jumped out of bed and cartwheeled across the floor. His spots were still green, but his sad face was gone. As they ran out the front door, Katie called to Mom that they were going to the park. She always told her Mom whenever she left the house. Mom just stood in the kitchen and said to Dad, "We?" Dad ran up to see if Orbie was still in bed. All he found was Katie's stuffy. Dad ran down the stairs and right out the front door. He found Katie at the slide and asked where Orbie was. Katie pointed to the swings. Orbie was hanging onto the swing, but it wasn't moving. He actually looked worse than before. His spots were darker, and his eyes were getting redder. As Dad headed for home carrying Orbie, he told him, "You can't play on the park swings when you're sick." Orbie made a very weak, "why" kind of sound. Katie didn't understand. If he felt like playing, then he must be well enough. Dad explained to Orbie and Katie, who was running to keep up, that if you get sick out in the park, there might not be anyone to help. Dad also pointed out that being outside could give him a chill and make him sicker. Orbie snuffled a bit. His body needs to rest and get better. Dad told Orbie that some of the little children who come to play in the park might catch what he's got and get sick too. Orbie felt very bad. There were lots of things to play with at home, and that was the best place for him. When they got home, Mom was very glad to see him and told him that she was very worried. Katie and Orbie felt very bad that they had worried her. I think Orbie felt even worse because he was so sick, and he started to cry. Mom thought that maybe Orbie should sleep for a while. Later, he and his best friend did the puzzle, and Dad read the silliest story. Orbie fell asleep right in the middle of it. He dreamt of playing with Katie in the park swings. They were laughing and swinging as high as they could go. And you know what? In 2 days, his dream came true.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? If you mix blue paint and yellow paint, it makes green. And if you mix red paint and yellow paint, it makes orange. And if you mix blue paint and red paint, it makes purple. But don't mix it with your clothes. That makes a mess.
It had been quite a day. Orbie found out that if you go out in the winter, you'd better wear something warm on your feet or your polka dots will turn blue. Katie found out that when you try to keep a mini snowman inside the house, it doesn't stay long. And they both realized that when you try to catch snowflakes on your tongue, not very many of them get there. Mom and Dad had talked long and hard about getting a pet, and finally they agreed that they would go down to the animal shelter and find just the right one. Katie thought they were going to the pet store, but Dad told her they were going to a place that kept lost animals until they found a new home. That was a good idea. Orbie thought about training his new pet elephant, and Katie thought about how she would ride her horse. In the car, when Mom heard about Katie's horse, she laughed and told Katie that a horse wouldn't fit very well in their living room. They didn't have a stable, and the elephant, well, they would at best have to move to the zoo. Mom and Dad were thinking of something much smaller. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. The guessing began. Was it a goat? Was it a raccoon? Was it a monkey? But I bet you guessed by now that Mom and Dad were thinking more of something like a cat. When the two friends heard this, they both smiled. A cat sounded like a wonderful pet, and they wouldn't have to buy a zoo or a stable. It would just fit right in. When they got to the animal shelter, they saw long runs that held all kinds of dogs in them. Inside the animal shelter, there was a very nice man. He looked a little bit like Katie's grandpa. His name was Jake, and he smiled at them and thanked them for coming, which Katie thought was very nice of him. He looked down at Katie and Orbie and asked them if they were looking for a new pet. They both nodded their heads. Jake looked at his list of animals and said, "I think I might have just the right pet for you." Orbie and Katie couldn't wait to see. So Jake opened up the doors and they could see a room full of cats. The family walked in. There were all kinds, old ones and young ones and black ones and golden ones and ones with 3 different colors. Some of them had golden eyes, some of them had green eyes, and some of them had blue eyes. Mom made a kind of sound, and Dad told them this may not be easy. So they started to hunt for just the right one. Katie wanted to know why there were so many cats that needed homes. Jake told her that the animals came to the shelter for all different reasons, but it's why people came that matters to Jake. Katie didn't understand. Jake told her that when people come through that door, it made him very happy because he knew there was a pretty good chance one of his animals would be adopted to a new home. But then Jake held up a finger. We want to make sure that each animal goes to the right home so that it can stay for the rest of its life. Katie, Orbie, Mom, and Dad all looked at the animals. Every one person found one they liked, the rest of the family would race over to see it. The thing was that deciding could be quite a problem. Orbie was having a problem of a different sort. Orbie looked at each cat, and he wanted to take each one home. He told Mom that they could sleep in his closet with him. But Mom said they only had room for one. Jake said, "You haven't looked over in this corner yet." And that's when it happened. Katie and Orbie ran over. Mom and Dad came up behind. 2 little faces lit right up when they looked in the cage. There was a tiny little kitten. She was golden color all over, except on her face. She had a white spot on her head. Jake said her name was Chance. She was very sick and wandered onto the highway, and a young teenager found her by chance and brought her to Jake to make her better. Chance got better very quickly and now was ready to start a new life. Right then and there, Chance had a new home. Jake told them the rules for adopting a kitten. Make sure she always has fresh water and hug her when necessary. She needed just the right food and some other things that Jake told Mom and Dad. As they were leaving, Orbie looked back at all the cats that didn't have a home. He really wanted to take them with him. Jake smiled. He hoped more responsible people like Katie and her family would come and adopt all the animals in the shelter. As they were getting in the car, another car drove up, and Orbie felt better. In the car, Chance climbed all over the place, trying to find a way to get out. She meowed a bit and sat right on Katie's shoulder. Katie told Chance not to be afraid, that she was going to a new home where everybody would love her. And I'm sure Chance didn't understand exactly, but she just stayed on Katie's shoulder and purred. As soon as they opened the door to the house, Chance jumped right out of Katie's arms and ran into the living room. Chance hurried through the house to find a safe place to hide. The house didn't smell like the animal shelter. There weren't any cats, so Chance hid right under the skirts of the living room couch. She stayed there as quiet as could be. When Katie and Orbie walked into the room, they couldn't see Chance. They looked for her. They looked upstairs and downstairs and in the kitchen. No Chance. Mom put out some food and water, and Dad suggested that perhaps sitting down and waiting for Chance to decide it was time to come out was better than hunting for her. Just as Orbie was going to sit on the couch, he saw something that belonged to Chance sticking out from under the couch. It was Chance's tail. He burbled and pointed and started to bounce up and down, but Dad told him to sit quietly. So everybody sat and watched the tail. Katie hoped she would get to see more of Chance than just her tail. Dad explained that Chance needed time to get used to them. Soon the tail disappeared and a little black nose poked its way out from under the couch. Everyone sat very still. Dad told them to watch what Chance did. Chance looked around the room and sniffed at things. He sniffed at Orbie's toes, and Orbie had to work very hard at not wiggling them. Then she walked over to Katie. She stood right up in the air and then jumped up on Katie's lap. This surprised Katie, but Mom just told her to gently pat Chance. And do you know that within a second, Chance curled right up there and purred so loud that Orbie thought it sounded like Dad's razor. Everybody laughed, and Chance looked up, and I think she may have smiled at everybody in her new family. At least Orbie said she did. And I guess you know by now that Chance did stay with Katie and Orbie for the rest of her life.
There's a talking lizard inside Playhouse Disney. His name is Henry, and he'll show you all kinds of animals on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, right here inside Playhouse Disney. Up next, Henry the Gecko has a whole zoo full of creatures to show you. It's Amazing Animals. Then it's Goof Troop right here inside Playhouse Disney.
The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. Now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend, Orbie.
It had been a day full of
in town. Because the Little Mermaid is coming home to Disney.
Do you hear what I'm telling you?
Ariel, Flounder, Sebastian, and yes, that salty see-what-yourself, Ursula.
You've got it, sweet cakes.
Are all swimming in for a splashing good time. It's the Little Mermaid, followed by the Secret Garden. Tonight on Magical World of Disney. Movies at 7, 6 Central.
Playhouse Disney's a place for preschoolers on Disney.
What a great idea.
A place with shows like Amazing Animals that will take you on amazing animal adventures.
Follow me.
And discover where lemurs live, why worms wiggle, and how hippos say hello.
Hello.
So come on by Playhouse Disney every day and find out just how amazing animals really are on Amazing Animals. Now at a new time, weekdays at 2, 1 Central inside Playhouse Disney, where learning is powered by imagination.
Hi, I'm Rudy Lipscomb here at Jumbo Pictures, where Jim Jenkins and his team create some of your favorite animated TV shows, like Disney's Dog, 101 Dalmatians, and his creation for Disney Channel, PB and JR.
PB&J Otter are just these simple little stories about peanut jelly and baby butter, just trying to get through the day.
And what's so cool about this show is that actual kids do the voices of the characters. I play the voice of Peanut, and he is a 8-year-old otter.
My character, Jelly, she is very imaginative and she comes up with wild ideas.
What's it like hearing your voice coming from the cartoon character?
Well, it sounds kind of weird at first because you see this voice coming from this little otter. That was going to be my next idea. It's quite funny. I love to hear the character of my voice.
Yeah. So, can you guys give me a few pointers on how to do voice acting? Let's read through the script. You can play the voice of Opal.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
How cool it would be to have Central Hot Chocolate.
No!
Hey, Mama! Yeah, kids? We can pick out the berries for you.
Yeah, we can do that. We're good at picking. Pick.
I sure could use the help. Now run up and get your shoes on. We got battleberry turnovers to make.
Yay! Woohoo! Hooray!
It's PB&J Otter every morning at 9, 8 Central inside Playhouse Disney.
Welcome to Disney's Franken Guy and the Professor. Hey kids, it's me, the Professor, and I'm here with Franken Guy. Frankie's got a Franken dog for a pet, but you know what? Franken dog needs to make some kind of sound, and you can help. The code machine gave us 3 animal sounds.
To the arf sound.
Arf, you say? I was thinking something more moo-like.
No, the arf.
Okay, whatever. Here we go. You're right, Franken Guy. Dogs don't moo, do they? What do they do?
Arf, arf, arf.
Let's try this other one. Frankie, you're not liking any of our animal noises today.
Do the doggy sound.
The doggy sound? You mean like arf?
Yes, arf, arf.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Hooray!
Franken Guy is happy now, thanks to you. Come visit again, okay? See ya.
Disney presents Pet Stop, where kids hang out and meet all kinds of interesting pets. Here are your hosts, Nikki and Philip.
Welcome to the Pet Stop. Today we're going to meet a pet that makes a great friend.
Once it comes out of its shell. We're talking about turtles. First, let's hear a pet fact.
Did you know that turtles have no teeth? Although they sometimes eat meat. This is Camille, and her pet is one of the slowest pets on the block.
So, what's your turtle's name?
His name is Dreidel.
How'd you get that name?
Because we got him for Hanukkah. What kind of turtle is Dreidel? He's an African land turtle.
About how big will he get?
Over 100 pounds. He's fun to watch. He's faster than people think. Remember, choosing a pet is a full-time responsibility.
And a lifetime commitment.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Time to hit the road.
See you next time at Pet Stop on Disney.
Deep in the jungle can be a dangerous place.
This is a nightmare. Oh, snap me quick.
Unless you know who to hang out with. Jungle Cubs.
All for one and one for all.
Weekend mornings inside Playhouse Disney.
What happens to a postman when he gets older? He loses his zip. When is the moon the heaviest? When it's full. How can you tell when a clock is hungry? It goes back for a second.
What do skeletons say before they dine? A bon appetit.
What do the stamps say to the envelope? Stick with me, we'll go places. What do you call a pig that does karate? A pork chop. Is your face hurting? No, why? Because it's killing me.
Every morning, come inside Playhouse Disney and listen to what your friends say. Vivian says,
Come on.
Rolly says,
Okie dokie.
what does Bear say?
You smell so good.
What about Pooh? Then there's Christopher Robin
Silly old bear.
and Jelly Otter.
Time for a noodle
dance.
And what does Henry the Gecko say?
That's amazing.
And Madeline?
S'il vous plaît.
Weekday mornings at 8:30, 7:30 Central, and weekend mornings at 6, 5 Central inside Playhouse Disney. If you found a little guy like this in your backyard, what would you call him?
A pink and red Spotosaurus? No. How about a magical hunky dragon? That's silly. What if he just flew in from outer space? Cool. I think I'll call him my best friend Orbie.
Discovering new things about your world is more fun with friends like Katie and Orbie. So make sure to catch Katie and Orbie coming up next inside Playhouse Disney. What's the color? What's the color? What's the color?
The girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It was long after Orbie found out that if you hang your bathrobe up by the belt, a lot of it lands on your head. And it was long after Katie asked Orbie to show her the Big Dipper in the night sky one more time. And it was long after Orbie fell sound asleep in his cozy closet that it happened. In his dream, Orbie was about to pop a balloon, but instead of a pop, he heard Katie cough. Orbie was just blowing up another balloon in his dream when Katie sat right up in bed. Orbie heard her and jumped down from the closet and came over to the bed. He made his quietest, "What's the matter?" noise as Katie rubbed her throat. "I don't feel very well. I think I'm sick." Orbie looked into her face. She sure didn't look very happy. Orbie tiptoed into Mom and Dad's room and asked them to come and make her feel better. Mom hurried to Katie's room. Dad and Orbie went to get a thermometer. Dad went straight to the medicine cabinet, and Orbie went straight to the window. At the very same time as Orbie made his "I found it" noise, Dad said the very same words. Orbie was a little surprised. Dad moved over to the window and said, "This is the one for Katie. It tells us if Katie is too hot inside her body. That one in the window tells us if it's hot or cold outside the house." Katie sat in the bed with the thermometer in her mouth. She could keep it there under her tongue without wiggling it, and without crunching it with her teeth. Orbie thought Katie was pretty magic to be able to do that. Katie giggled a bit. Dad told Orbie it was because she was growing up. I know Katie felt proud to hear that, but instead of a big smile, a little tear rolled down her face. When Dad took the thermometer out, Katie told them that she had a very sore throat. Orbie thought Mom should kiss her throat and make it better. But instead, Mom went downstairs to make a little drink to take away the soreness. Dad told them that Katie had a fever and that they needed to bring it down. When Mom came up with some hot lemony stuff, Dad had already pulled off the blankets and put a cold washcloth on Katie's head. Orbie wanted Katie to feel better right away. Dad told him that sometimes feeling better takes a while. Maybe Mom's warm drink would help. Katie drank it, and Mom helped her hold the cup. Orbie waited to hear that Katie felt better. She finished the drink and lay back on the bed. Orbie leaned in close to her. He made a very soft, "Do you feel better?" sound. She whispered, "Not much." Orbie looked at Mom and Dad. Couldn't they make her feel better? Dad told Orbie that they would have to go to the doctor's office to get help in making her feel better. The next morning, bright and early, Mom and Dad wrapped Katie up in a big blanket and took her to the doctor. Soon they were all in the examining room. Orbie wanted to know what they were going to examine, and Mom said that in this examining room, they don't examine things, they examine you. It was right at this moment that Orbie noticed all the strange objects in the room. He hoped that Katie didn't notice them because they looked a little scary. I don't think Katie did notice because she was lying down on a long, flat bed thing with her eyes closed. Dr. Hewitt walked into the room and closed the door behind her. "Well, Katie, I hear you don't feel too well," she said as she washed her hands. Katie sat up and said, "I have a sore throat." "We don't want that now, do we? Let's have a look." Dr. Hewitt put a stick into Katie's mouth. Orbie's spots turned bright red, and he was about to make an awful noise when Katie said, "Ah!" Mom told Orbie that Dr. Hewitt needs to look in Katie's throat to see if there's a problem in there. Dr. Hewitt pulled the stick out. "Katie, it's no wonder that you don't feel well. You have a pretty sore-looking throat." Then the doctor listened to her heart. Orbie moved over to Katie and listened too, but he didn't hear anything. Dr. Hewitt said her heart sounded just fine. Dr. Hewitt put the thing she listened with on Orbie's ears and told him it was called a stethoscope. It helped her to hear her heart beat. Orbie listened, and he could hear a thump-thump, thump-thump. Next, the doctor picked up a little machine. She told Orbie it was an otoscope for looking in Katie's ears. Dr. Hewitt chatted as she shined the little tiny light into Katie's ears. Katie sat very still and did exactly what the doctor told her. Orbie watched and wondered what the doctor saw. "Nothing there," said Dr. Hewitt, and Orbie was glad. Next, the doctor reached for a strange-looking thing that went around Katie's arm. It looked like a thick bracelet, but it was high up in her arm. It was called a blood pressure cuff. Dr. Hewitt pumped and pumped on a bulb attached to it, and the bracelet got tighter and tighter. On the wall, the thing that looked like a thermometer went up and up, and then it slid slowly down. Orbie really liked that and wanted to try it on. Dr. Hewitt put it on Orbie's arm, and it went up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Everyone looked at each other, and then the doctor smiled at Orbie and said she thought that was perfectly fine for him. Orbie smiled. When the examination was all finished, Dr. Hewitt told Katie that she had tonsillitis. She needed to go home and rest in bed until it got better. Dr. Hewitt also gave Dad a piece of paper. As they drove home, they stopped at the pharmacy, and Orbie and Dad took the doctor's paper in. Dad told Orbie the pharmacist would give him the right pills to make Katie better. Orbie was glad. It wasn't until they got home and Katie went to bed and Dad made Katie a drink to take the pills with, and Mom got out the chicken soup, But he realized that Mom and Dad and the doctor and the pharmacist were all trying to make Katie feel better, but that it didn't happen right away. Orbie wasn't sure what he could do to help, but he thought of something. He went to the stuffies pile and pulled out Katie's oldest, most favorite teddy bear and brought it to her. And do you know that Orbie was sure Katie felt a bit better because she gave it a big hug, and him a big hug. And then she stuffed the bear right into bed with her. And if you're worrying about Katie, I should tell you that she did feel better the next day. And the day after that, she felt better still. And the day after that, she felt great.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Bees need pollen from flowers to help make honey. When a bee finds some flowers, it flies back to the hive to tell the others. It doesn't draw a map. It does a little dance to tell them exactly where they can find them. Isn't that amazing?
It was Saturday morning. Orbie discovered that if you slither through the grass like a snake, the green of the grass rubs off onto your tummy and knees and elbows. Katie found out that when you practice making bubbles with bubble gum, a lot of it ends up stuck on your nose. And they both discovered that playing in the sun makes you thirsty. Mom was weeding her garden and Dad was reading the weekend paper. Dad took them into the kitchen. When Katie looked out the window, she saw Mom taking off her sun hat and wiping her forehead. Dad said, "I think Mom is thirsty, too. She could use a tall glass of ice-cold lemonade." Then he pulled a bag of lemons out of the fridge. Orbie's eyebrows scrunched together, and he made, "How can we drink lemons?" noises. Dad said they weren't going to drink the lemons. They were going to squeeze the lemons and make lemonade. Katie and Orbie, of course, wanted to help. After all hands were washed, Dad got out a funny-looking bowl that had a little hill in the middle. Orbie watched with wide eyes as Dad cut the lemons in half and then squished them down on top of the hill in the bowl, turning them around. Juice and bits of lemon came out and were caught in the bowl. Katie and Orbie smiled. While they took turns squishing lemons, Dad got the sugar canister, the big blue plastic pitcher, and a jug of cold water. "What do we do with the leftovers?" Katie asked. She held up a hollowed-out lemon rind. Dad said he would put the rinds in his compost bin in the backyard so they would become plant food that Mom would put in her garden. As Dad watched Katie and Orbie stir the lemonade, he smiled and nodded his head. "You two remind me of when I was little and made lemonade. I had a lemonade stand," he said. "What's a lemonade stand?" asked Katie and Orbie. Dad told them that on hot summer days he sold lemonade by the glassful to people walking by the front of Grandma and Grandpa's house. Well, this was too much of an adventure to miss out on, so Katie and Orbie wanted to have a lemonade stand too. Dad said he would help them set up their own stand right after they took some lemonade out to Mom. Mom thanked them very much and drank it down while Dad told her about the lemonade stand. Katie and Orbie thought the lemonade was so good that they gulped theirs down so fast that the ice cubes bought them right on their noses. They imagined that hundreds of people would want some too. Dad said they could put the money they made into Katie's piggy bank. While Dad and Orbie carried the table out to the edge of the sidewalk, Mom and Katie got a big sheet of paper and some paints and brushes out of the house. Mom sketched out the words lemonade, 5 cents a glass, for Katie and Orbie to paint in bright colors. Katie and Orbie traced over Mom's letters. There were hardly any wobbles at all. The sign was beautiful. A few purple drips and 1 or 2 red splotches were hardly noticeable, and the big yellow lemons Orbie drew in the corners looked terrific. When the sign was dry, Mom and Katie taped it to the front of the table. Everybody helped carry lemonade and lots of plastic glasses to the table. Katie and Orbie looked up and down the street, but didn't see anybody. "Sometimes it takes a little while," Dad said. I'll bring out your chairs." So Katie and Orbie stayed behind their lemonade stand and waited for thirsty people. Mom and Dad stayed in the front yard, too. It was Mom's turn to read the paper and Dad's turn to weed the flower bed. While they were waiting, Katie and Orbie decided they should taste the lemonade just to make sure it was as good as the last batch. So they each had a glass. They were right, it was good. A little butterfly thought it was good, too, because it flew around the blue pitcher several times. A little while later, tired of swinging their legs under their chairs, Katie and Orbie built a tall pyramid out of the plastic glasses. And just as they finished the pyramid, E. Ping came over to see what they were doing. Katie asked her if she'd like to buy some lemonade. E. Ping said she'd love to, but she didn't have any money. Orbie clucked and whimpered. Katie agreed. Didn't matter about the money. They would give E. Ping some lemonade anyway. Orbie reached out and grabbed a glass. Unfortunately, it was in the bottom row of the pyramid. The whole pyramid fell. Glasses tumbled in every direction. Quickly, Orbie flung his arms all over the place, and he caught each and every glass on his fingertip suction cups. "Orbie," Katie giggled to herself, "you can do the strangest things." E. Ping cupped both her hands over her mouth and then threw them up in the air. "Good for you, Orbie," she called. Orbie decided that maybe stacking them wasn't a very good way to put them on the table. Katie poured E. Ping a glass of lemonade. "It tastes really good," she said. E. Ping would have stayed and helped them sell lemonade, but she had to go and visit her grandfather. So with a slurp and a yum and a thank you, she was off. The day was getting warmer and warmer. Katie nodded as Orbie made "I'm hot" noises and eyed the blue pitcher. "You're right," Katie said. "Running a lemonade stand is hot, thirsty business." They poured themselves another drink. It sure was cool and refreshing. Katie looked up the street again and saw Mrs. Perrette walk around the corner. She was carrying grocery bags. "I'll bet Mrs. Perrette is thirsty," exclaimed Katie as she waved in Mrs. Perrette's direction. Orbie jumped up and down to make sure Mrs. Perrette saw him. Mrs. Perrette headed over to the lemonade stand. "My, what have we here?" she asked kindly. Orbie honked in his excitement, and Katie answered, "It's a lemonade stand, Mrs. Perrette. Would you like to buy some lemonade?" And do you know what? Mrs. Perrette said yes. Katie held a glass while Orbie tipped the pitcher, and tipped it some more, and tipped it further still. A tiny trickle of lemonade filled the glass, but just less than full. Katie and Orbie looked at each other and said, "Whoops, maybe we tasted too much." Mrs. Perrette laughed and said that was just the right amount for her, and gave Orbie some money. Mrs. Perrette enjoyed her lemonade, saying it was for sure the best lemonade she'd ever tasted. Orbie and Katie were proud. She thanked them very much, picked up her bags, and walked home. Katie and Orbie smiled huge smiles as they walked over to Mom and Dad. "We sold all the lemonade," Katie exclaimed cheerfully. Dad said that it certainly went fast. Katie looked at Orbie, and they both giggled. "It had a little help," she said. "Yes," Dad agreed. "I seem to remember having the very same problem."
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? If you use your imagination, you and your friends can play a cloud game. Name the different things the shapes remind you of. Some can look like elephants or a tall dragon. Some may look like a map of Italy. Or even your best friend.
It was a great day to go on an outing because Orbie found that if you fill a balloon with water and burst it, a lot of the water ends up on you. Katie discovered that building a castle with every single block in the house was great and a lot more fun than tidying it up. And they both discovered that if you empty the bubble bath container into the sink and let the water run, the bubbles aren't going to stay in the sink. Mom told them it was time to do something outside the house that didn't need any tidying up. Orbie wondered if they could go to the pond and feed the ducks. Mom thought that was just the right thing for them. She felt like taking pictures today and would bring her camera. A bag of old dried-out pieces of bread was in the bread box. Orbie grabbed it. It was packed full. There was so much bread that Mom divided the bread up into 2 bags so that Katie and Orbie could each have their own. Mom brought them sweaters in case it was cold at the pond. Orbie didn't like clothes much, most of all because he wasn't used to wearing them. So he put his sweater in his little backpack with the bread, and they were off. On the way, Katie showed Mom and Orbie some bright orange and red leaves on the trees. Mom told them it was a sign that autumn was coming. Orbie looked behind him to see if he could see autumn, but Mom explained to him that autumn is a season. It is the season before winter. In autumn, the trees lose all their leaves. They turn beautiful colors and fall to the ground. Orbie was very upset by this, and he actually picked up a leaf to give it back to the tree that had lost it. Mom smiled. The trees want to lose their leaves, she said. They have now stored up enough food to last them all winter. They drop their leaves and go to sleep. In the spring, they wake up again and grow brand new ones. Orbie wondered if the trees snored like Dad when he was sleeping, and Mom and Katie laughed and laughed. Katie said, "Orbie, sometimes you think of the funniest things." Orbie laughed too, because sometimes he did. Katie collected 4 fall leaves. They were orange, red, yellow, and a wonderful pink. She held them up like a bouquet. And Mom snapped a picture of her. Then Orbie took them and put them on top of his head to look like wild, weird Orbie hair. And Mom took a picture of that, too. It was hard to hold the camera still because Orbie made Mom giggle. To get to the duck pond, they had to walk along a little path that led them through the woods. The path was covered with colorful leaves. It seemed that the chipmunks and the squirrels were busy chasing through the trees. Birds called from way up in the treetops. Lots of things seemed to be going on. Orbie wanted to run on the path and whoop and holler as he kicked up the leaves, but Mom said that this was a place of nature, and it was their job to be quiet. Orbie didn't mind because he knew he could do his whooping in the backyard when those leaves fell. Mom stood them on the path surrounded by beautiful leaves and trees and squirrels and things, and took another picture. When they got to the pond area, it was very quiet. Now, I have to tell you that usually there are too many ducks to count here. They quack and waddle around and busy themselves swimming and walking and flying. But now, there was not even one duck in sight. Orbie made a "that's strange" sound, and Katie agreed. The 3 of them went and sat on the old bench. It was made by a man years ago so that people could come and watch and feed the ducks and not scare them. Orbie opened up his backpack and pulled out the bread bags. "Where have all the ducks in the pond gone?" Katie asked. Mom looked over at the pond. It clearly was empty. "I guess that they knew winter was on its way before I did. I think they've started to fly south." Orbie and Katie really didn't know what that meant, so Mom explained. Ducks don't like cold weather very much, so when our winter starts to come and it gets colder, the ducks fly to the south because it's still nice and warm there. Then later on, when the south starts to get too warm for the ducks, they fly back to the north to enjoy our spring and summer. Ducks have 2 homes. All this flying back and forth is called migration. Katie asked how they knew the way. Mom said they didn't use maps. The strongest duck led them all to their next home by what he felt or remembered to be the right way. It was called instinct. I'm not really sure Katie and Orbie had time to understand because suddenly there was a terrible racket behind them. Orbie and Katie were so surprised they grabbed Mom's arms and pulled her close. It was so loud they really couldn't talk. At first, Mom wasn't too sure what it was either. "What in the world is that?" she said. Suddenly there was a swoosh and a flap, flap. Then one large, beautiful duck landed in front of them near the pond. Then there was another swoosh, and another duck landed. The ducks in the sky were coming in from further north and stopped to rest at the pond on their way south. I think the ducks were a little nervous to land because Mom and Katie and Orbie were there. But they sat very still. And soon, with all kinds of wings flapping and feathers falling, the ducks landed. Mom took another picture. Orbie and Katie couldn't open the bread bags fast enough because now they were in business. Big business. Some of the ducks watched them very carefully. And one duck came up pretty close. When Orbie threw the bread pieces to them, they fluttered away. But some of them saw the bread and hurried over to eat it. Katie took hers over to the edge of the pond. There were all kinds of ducks swimming at the pond, and she threw the bread to them. Some of these ducks skidded away on top of the water to get away from Katie. But that was only until they saw the yummy bread she was throwing. "Why are the ducks afraid of me, Mom? I never hurt them," she asked as she dug into her bread bag. Not all people are nice to animals, and it is smart for an animal to be afraid, just like children and strangers. Katie threw some more food and said, "Smart ducks." It wasn't long before a squirrel worked his way over to Orbie. He grabbed a piece of bread here and there before the ducks got it. Orbie made "the squirrel is hungry too" noise and threw him some more. When all the bread was gone, Katie and Orbie sat by the pond and watched. Mom stayed on the bench and watched Katie and Orbie watching the ducks. She told them they made a beautiful picture sitting there so quietly. She clicked her camera, and do you know that with the trees and the ducks and the squirrels and the pond and, well, everything around them, they really did.
There's a talking lizard inside Playhouse Disney. His name is Henry, and he'll show you all kinds of animals on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, right here inside Playhouse Disney. Up next, Henry the Gecko has a whole zoo full of creatures to show you. It's Amazing Animals. Then it's Goof Troop right here inside Playhouse Disney.
Tonight, Disney presents a classic tale of three young friends searching for hope. Together, they enter a forbidden world, revealing secrets that could change their lives forever. Discover the secret garden right after The Little Mermaid. Tonight on Magical World of Disney. Movies at 7, 6 Central.
Give a hug, share a thought, or drop someone a cheerful note. Celebrate National Friendship Day, August 1st.
Stop and look around Playhouse Disney. Stop and listen up in Playhouse Disney. Stop and explore Playhouse Disney. With Bear in the Big Blue House, Out of the Box, and many more, Playhouse Disney is the stop for preschoolers, too. Playhouse Disney, where learning is powered by imagination every morning, only on Disney.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Arch, who? Bless you. Knock, knock. Who's there? Ketchup. Ketchup who? Ketchup and I'll tell you. Knock, knock. Who's there? Boo. Boo hoo. Don't cry, this is Joe.
Hey, Have you been hearing all about the new channel called Toon Disney?
Everybody look!
Toon Disney is a new channel from Disney.
Interesting.
It's the home for Disney animation. All day, every day.
I can't believe it.
How do you get the Disney tunes to your TV? Ask your parents to call your local cable or satellite provider. And say, tune me into Toon Disney. That's right. Call it, say, tune me into Toon Disney.
Your friends are moving to a new time on Playhouse Disney. And to help you remember the new order of shows, Playhouse Disney's got a new song. And here's how it goes.
It's Pooh, the otters, out of the box and bear. And then the little mermaid is swimming everywhere. It's Pooh, the otters, out of the box and bear. Madeline, Katie, and Orbie and Henry. Every weekday morning inside Playhouse Disney.
Playhouse Disney's a place for preschoolers on Disney.
What a great idea.
A place with shows like Amazing Animals that will take you on amazing animal adventures.
Follow me.
And discover where live, why worms wiggle, and how hippos say hello.
Hello.
So come on by Playhouse Disney every day and find out just how amazing animals really are on Amazing Animals. Coming up next, inside Playhouse Disney, where learning is powered by imagination. What's the color? What's the color? What's the color?
Yellow!
Friends, you're...
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. You teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, jump beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, jump beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It was long after Orbie found out that if you hang your bathrobe up by the belt, a lot of it lands on your head. And it was long after Katie asked Orbie to show her the Big Dipper in the night sky one more time. And it was long after Orbie fell sound asleep in his cozy closet that it happened. In his dream, Orbie was about to pop a balloon, but instead of a pop, he heard Katie cough. Orbie was just blowing up another balloon in his dream when Katie sat right up in bed. Orbie heard her and jumped down from the closet and came over to the bed. He made his quietest, "What's the matter?" noise as Katie rubbed her throat. "I don't feel very well. I think I'm sick." Orbie looked into her face. She sure didn't look very happy. Orbie tiptoed into Mom and Dad's room and asked them to come and make her feel better. Mom hurried to Katie's room. Dad and Orbie went to get a thermometer. Dad went straight to the medicine cabinet, and Orbie went straight to the window. At the very same time as Orbie made his "I found it" noise, Dad said the very same words. Orbie was a little surprised. Dad moved over to the window and said, This is the one for Katie. It tells us if Katie is too hot inside her body. That one in the window tells us if it's hot or cold outside the house. Katie sat in the bed with the thermometer in her mouth. She could keep it there under her tongue without wiggling it and without crunching it with her teeth. Orbie thought Katie was pretty magic to be able to do that. Katie giggled a bit. Dad told Orbie it was because she was growing up. I know Katie felt proud to hear that, but instead of a big smile, a little tear rolled down her face. When Dad took the thermometer out, Katie told them that she had a very sore throat. Orbie thought Mom should kiss her throat and make it better. But instead, Mom went downstairs to make a little drink to take away the soreness. Dad told them that Katie had a fever and that they needed to bring it down. When Mom came up with some hot lemony stuff, Dad had already pulled off the blankets and put a cold washcloth on Katie's head. Orbie wanted Katie to feel better right away. Dad told him that sometimes feeling better takes a while. Maybe Mom's warm drink would help. Katie drank it and Mom helped her hold the cup. Orbie waited to hear that Katie felt better. She finished the drink and lay back on the bed. Orbie leaned in close to her. He made a very soft, "Do you feel better?" sound. She whispered, "Not much." Orbie looked at Mom and Dad. Couldn't they make her feel better? Dad told Orbie that they would have to go to the doctor's office to get help in making her feel better. The next morning, bright and early, Mom and Dad wrapped Katie up in a big blanket and took her to the doctor. Soon they were all in the examining room. Orbie wanted to know what they were going to examine, and Mom said that in this examining room, they don't examine things, they examine you. It was right at this moment that Orbie noticed all the strange objects in the room. He hoped that Katie didn't notice them because they looked a little scary. I don't think Katie did notice because she was lying down on a long, flat bed thing with her eyes closed. Dr. Hewitt walked into the room and closed the door behind her. "Well, Katie, I hear you don't feel too well," she said as she washed her hands. Katie sat up and said, "I have a sore throat." "We don't want that now, do we? Let's have a look." Dr. Hewitt put a stick into Katie's mouth. Orbie's spots turned bright red, and he was about to make an awful noise when Katie said, "Ah!" Mom told Orbie that Dr. Hewitt needs to look in Katie's throat to see if there's a problem in there. Dr. Hewitt pulled the stick out. "Katie, it's no wonder that you don't feel well. You have a pretty sore-looking throat." Then the doctor listened to her heart. Orbie moved over to Katie and listened too, but he didn't hear anything. Dr. Hewitt said her heart sounded just fine. Dr. Hewitt put the thing she listened with on Orbie's ears and told him it was called a stethoscope. It helped her to hear her heart beat. Orbie listened, and he could hear a thump-thump, thump-thump. Next, the doctor picked up a little machine. She told Orbie it was an otoscope for looking in Katie's ears. Dr. Hewitt chatted as she shined the little tiny light into Katie's ears. Katie sat very still and did exactly what the doctor told her. Orbie watched and wondered what the doctor saw. "Nothing there," said Dr. Hewitt, and Orbie was glad. Next, the doctor reached for a strange-looking thing that went around Katie's arm. It looked like a thick bracelet, but it was high up on her arm. It was called a blood pressure cuff. Dr. Hewitt pumped and pumped on a bulb attached to it, and the bracelet got tighter and tighter. On the wall, a thing that looked like a thermometer went up and up, and then it slid slowly down. Orbie really liked that and wanted to try it on. Dr. Hewitt put it on Orbie's arm, and it went up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Everyone looked at each other, and then the doctor smiled at Orbie and said she thought that was perfectly fine for him. Orbie smiled. When the examination was all finished, Dr. Hewitt told Katie that she had tonsillitis. She needed to go home and rest in bed until it got better. Dr. Hewitt also gave Dad a piece of paper. As they drove home, they stopped at the pharmacy, and Orbie and Dad took the doctor's paper in. Dad told Orbie the pharmacist would give him the right pills to make Katie better. Orbie was glad. It wasn't until they got home and Katie went to bed and Dad made Katie a drink to take the pills with, and Mom got out the chicken soup, that he realized that Mom and Dad and the doctor and the pharmacist were all trying to make Katie feel better, but that it didn't happen right away. Orbie wasn't sure what he could do to help, but he thought of something. He went to the stuffies pile and pulled out Katie's oldest, most favorite teddy bear and brought it to her. And do you know that Orbie was sure Katie felt a bit better because she gave it a big hug, and him a big hug. And then she stuffed the bear right into bed with her. And if you're worrying about Katie, I should tell you that she did feel better the next day. And the day after that, she felt better still. And the day after that, she felt great.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Bees need pollen from flowers to help make honey. When a bee finds some flowers, it flies back to the hive to tell the others. It doesn't draw a map. It does a little dance to tell them exactly where they can find them. Isn't that amazing?
It was Saturday morning. Orbie discovered that if you slither through the grass like a snake, the green of the grass rubs off onto your tummy and knees and elbows. Katie found out that when you practice making bubbles with bubble gum, a lot of it ends up stuck on your nose. And they both discovered that playing in the sun makes you thirsty. Mom was weeding her garden and Dad was reading the weekend paper. Dad took them into the kitchen. When Katie looked out the window, she saw Mom taking off her sun hat and wiping her forehead. Dad said, "I think Mom is thirsty, too. She could use a tall glass of ice-cold lemonade." Then he pulled a bag of lemons out of the fridge. Orbie's eyebrows scrunched together and he made, "How can we drink lemons?" noises. Dad said they weren't going to drink the lemons, they were going to squeeze the lemons and make lemonade. Katie and Orbie, of course, wanted to help. After all hands were washed, Dad got out a funny-looking bowl that had a little hill in the middle. Orbie watched with wide eyes as Dad cut the lemons in half and then squished them down on top of the hill in the bowl, turning them around. Juice and bits of lemon came out and were caught in the bowl. Katie and Orbie smiled. While they took turns squishing lemons, Dad got the sugar canister, the big blue plastic pitcher, and a jug of cold water. "What do we do with the leftovers?" Katie asked. She held up a hollowed-out lemon rind. Dad said he would put the rinds in his compost bin in the backyard so they would become plant food that Mom would put in her garden. As Dad watched Katie and Orbie stir the lemonade, he smiled and nodded his head. "You two remind me of when I was little and made lemonade. I had a lemonade stand," he said. "What's a lemonade stand?" asked Katie and Orbie. Dad told them that on hot summer days he sold lemonade by the glassful to people walking by the front of Grandma and Grandpa's house. Well, this was too much of an adventure to miss out on, so Katie and Orbie wanted to have a lemonade stand too. Dad said he would help them set up their own stand right after they took some lemonade out to Mom. Mom thanked them very much and drank it down while Dad told her about the lemonade stand. Katie and Orbie thought the lemonade was so good that they gulped theirs down so fast that the ice cubes bought them right in their noses. They imagined that hundreds of people would want some too. Dad said they could put the money they made into Katie's piggy bank. While Dad and Orbie carried the table out to the edge of the sidewalk, Mom and Katie got a big sheet of paper and some paints and brushes out of the house. Mom sketched out the words lemonade, 5 cents a glass, for Katie and Orbie to paint in bright colors. Katie and Orbie traced over Mom's letters. There were hardly any wobbles at all. The sign was beautiful. A few purple drips and 1 or 2 red splotches were hardly noticeable, and the big yellow lemons Orbie drew in the corners looked terrific. When the sign was dry, Mom and Katie taped it to the front of the table. Everybody helped carry lemonade and lots of plastic glasses to the table. Katie and Orbie looked up and down the street, but didn't see anybody. Sometimes it takes a little while, Dad said. I'll bring out your chairs. So Katie and Orbie stayed behind their lemonade stand and waited for thirsty people. Mom and Dad stayed in the front yard, too. It was Mom's turn to read the paper and Dad's turn to weed the flower bed. While they were waiting, Katie and Orbie decided they should taste the lemonade just to make sure it was as good as the last batch. So they each had a glass. They were right, it was good. A little butterfly thought it was good, too, because it flew around the blue pitcher several times. A little while later, tired of swinging their legs under their chairs, Katie and Orbie built a tall pyramid out of the plastic glasses. And just as they finished the pyramid, E. Ping came over to see what they were doing. Katie asked her if she'd like to buy some lemonade. E. Ping said she'd love to, but she didn't have any money. Orbie clucked and whimpered. Katie agreed. Didn't matter about the money. They would give E. Ping some lemonade anyway. Orbie reached out and grabbed a glass. Unfortunately, it was in the bottom row of the pyramid. The whole pyramid fell. Glasses tumbled in every direction. Quickly, Orbie flung his arms all over the place, and he caught each and every glass on his fingertip suction cups. Orbie, Katie giggled to herself, you can do the strangest things. E. Ping cupped both her hands over her mouth and then threw them up in the air. Good for you, Orbie, she called. Orbie decided that maybe stacking them wasn't a very good way to put them on the table. Katie poured E. Ping a glass of lemonade. It tastes really good, she said. E. Ping would have stayed and helped them sell lemonade, but she had to go and visit her grandfather. So with a slurp and a yum and a thank you, she was off. The day was getting warmer and warmer. Katie nodded as Orbie made I'm hot noises and eyed the blue pitcher. You're right, Katie said. Running a lemonade stand is hot, thirsty business. They poured themselves another drink. It sure was cool and refreshing. Katie looked up the street again and saw Mrs. Perrette walk around the corner. She was carrying grocery bags. I'll bet Mrs. Perrette is thirsty, exclaimed Katie as she waved in Mrs. Perrette's direction. Orbie jumped up and down to make sure Mrs. Perrette saw him. Mrs. Perrette headed over to the lemonade stand. My, what have we here? She asked kindly. Orbie honked in his excitement, and Katie answered, It's a lemonade stand, Mrs. Perrette. Would you like to buy some lemonade? And you know what? Mrs. Perrette said yes. Katie held a glass while Orbie tipped the pitcher, and tipped it some more, and tipped it further still. A tiny trickle of lemonade filled the glass, but just less than full. Katie and Orbie looked at each other and said, Whoops, maybe we tasted too much. Mrs. Perrette laughed and said that was just the right amount for her, and gave Orbie some money. Mrs. Perrette enjoyed her lemonade, saying it was for sure the best lemonade she'd ever tasted. Orbie and Katie were proud. She thanked them very much, picked up her bags, and walked home. Katie and Orbie smiled huge smiles as they walked over to Mom and Dad. We sold all the lemonade, Katie exclaimed cheerfully. Dad said that it certainly went fast. Katie looked at Orbie, and they both giggled. It had a little, she said. Yes, Dad agreed. I seem to remember having the very same problem.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? If you use your imagination, you and your friends can play a cloud game. Name the different things the shapes remind you of. Some can look like elephants or a tall dragon. Some may look like a map of Italy. Or even your best friend.
It was a great day to go on an outing because Orbie found that if you fill a balloon with water and burst it, a lot of the water ends up on you. Katie discovered that building a castle with every single block in the house was great and a lot more fun than tidying it up. And they both discovered that if you empty the bubble bath container into the sink and let the water run, the bubbles aren't going to stay in the sink. Mom told them it was time to do something outside the house that didn't need any tidying up. Orbie wondered if they could go to the pond and feed the ducks. Mom thought that was just the right thing for them. She felt like taking pictures today and would bring her camera. A bag of old dried-out pieces of bread was in the bread box. Orbie grabbed it. It was packed full. There was so much bread that Mom divided the bread up into 2 bags so that Katie and Orbie could each have their own. Mom brought them sweaters in case it was cold at the pond. Orbie didn't like clothes much, most of all because he wasn't used to wearing them. So he put his sweater in his little backpack with the bread, and they were off. On the way, Katie showed Mom and Orbie some bright orange and red leaves on the trees. Mom told them it was a sign that autumn was coming. Orbie looked behind him to see if he could see autumn, but Mom explained to him that autumn is a season. It is the season before winter. In autumn, the trees lose all their leaves. They turn beautiful colors and fall to the ground. Orbie was very upset by this, and he actually picked up a leaf to give it back to the tree that had lost it. Mom smiled. The trees want to lose their leaves, she said. They have now stored up enough food to last them all winter. They drop their leaves and go to sleep. In the spring, they wake up again and grow brand new ones. Orbie wondered if the trees snored like Dad when he was sleeping, and Mom and Katie laughed and laughed. Katie said, "Orbie, sometimes you think of the funniest things." Orbie laughed, too, because sometimes he did. Katie collected 4 fall leaves. They were orange, red, yellow, and a wonderful pink. She held them up like a bouquet. And Mom snapped a picture of her. Then Orbie took them and put them on top of his head to look like wild, weird Orbie hair. And Mom took a picture of that, too. It was hard to hold the camera still because Orbie made Mom giggle. To get to the duck pond, they had to walk along a little path that led them through the woods. The path was covered with colorful leaves. It seemed that the chipmunks and the squirrels were busy chasing through the trees. Birds called from way up in the treetops. Lots of things seemed to be going on. Orbie wanted to run on the path and whoop and holler as he kicked up the leaves, but Mom said that this was a place of nature, and it was their job to be quiet. Orbie didn't mind because he knew he could do his whooping in the backyard when those leaves fell. Mom stood them on the path surrounded by beautiful leaves and trees and squirrels and things, and took another picture. When they got to the pond area, it was very quiet. Now, I have to tell you that usually there are too many ducks to count here. They quack and waddle around and busy themselves swimming and walking and flying. But now, there was not even one duck in sight. Orbie made a "that's strange" sound, and Katie agreed. The 3 of them went and sat on the old bench. It was made by men years ago so that people could come and watch and feed the ducks and not scare them. Orbie opened up his backpack and pulled out the bread bags. "Where have all the ducks in the pond gone?" Katie asked. Mom looked over at the pond. It clearly was empty. "I guess that they knew winter was on its way before I did. I think they've started to fly south." Orbie and Katie really didn't know what that meant, so Mom explained, "Ducks don't like cold weather very much, so when our winter starts to come and it gets colder, the ducks fly to the south because it's still nice and warm there. Then later on, when the south starts to get too warm for the ducks, they fly back to the north to enjoy our spring and summer. Ducks have 2 homes. All this flying back and forth is called migration." Katie asked how they knew the way. Mom said they didn't use maps. The strongest duck led them all to their next home by what he felt or remembered to be the right way. It was called instinct. I'm not really sure Katie and Orbie had time to understand because suddenly there was a terrible racket behind them. Orbie and Katie were so surprised they grabbed Mom's arms and pulled her close. It was so loud they really couldn't talk. At first, Mom wasn't too sure what it was either. "What in the world is that?" she said. Suddenly there was a swoosh and a flap, flap. Then one large, beautiful duck landed in front of them near the pond. Then there was another swoosh. Another duck landed. The ducks in the sky were coming in from further north and stopped to rest at the pond on their way south. I think the ducks were a little nervous to land because Mom and Katie and Orbie were there. But they sat very still. And soon, with all kinds of wings flapping and feathers falling, the ducks landed. Mom took another picture. Orbie and Katie couldn't open the bread bags fast enough because now they were in business. Big business. Some of the ducks watched them very carefully. And one duck came up pretty close. When Orbie threw the bread pieces to them, they fluttered away. But some of them saw the bread and hurried over to eat it. Katie took hers over to the edge of the pond. There were all kinds of ducks swimming at the pond, and she threw the bread to them. Some of these ducks skidded away on top of the water to get away from Katie. But that was only until they saw the yummy bread she was throwing. "Why are the ducks afraid of me, Mom? I never hurt them," she asked as she dug into her bread bag. Not all people are nice to animals, and it is smart for an animal to be afraid, just like children and strangers. Katie threw some more food and said, "Smart ducks." It wasn't long before a squirrel worked his way over to Orbie. He grabbed a piece of bread here and there before the ducks got it. Orbie made "the squirrel is hungry too" noise and threw him some more. When all the bread was gone, Katie and Orbie sat by the pond and watched. Mom stayed on the bench and watched Katie and Orbie watching the ducks. She told them they made a beautiful picture sitting there so quietly. She clicked her camera, and do you know that with the trees and the ducks and the squirrels and the pond and, well, everything around them, they really did.
Next, it's a sneak peek of Toon Disney, the new 24-hour channel for Disney tunes. And we're kicking...
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a spider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been an exciting day. Katie discovered that sometimes electricity hides in your socks. Orbie found out that if you drop a ball on the stairs, it doesn't wait for you on the step. It bounces all the way down to the bottom. And they both learned that carrying too much sometimes meant having to go all the way back to pick up what dropped. Today was special because Bruce was coming to stay. Jenny and Greg and little Megan were off on a trip to introduce Megan to some of their family who lived far away. Bruce the dog couldn't stay alone. Dogs needed company. Dad thought it might be fun, and Katie and Orbie agreed. Now, I have to tell you that Chance wasn't quite as thrilled, but she didn't say anything. From the moment he arrived, Bruce bounced. He bounced right through the door, and Jenny, who was holding Megan, had to tell him to sit. Mid-bounce, he sat and wagged his tail. She explained that he was a bit excited right now and would calm down as soon as they were gone. Mom, Dad, Katie, Orbie, and Bruce waved and wagged goodbye from the steps. Bruce was a little confused because usually he went with Greg and Jenny. They were his family. But Dad bent down and rubbed him behind the ears and told him they would be back. I think Bruce understood because he wagged his tail. Orbie wondered why, and Mom told him that tail wagging was Bruce's way of smiling. Orbie smiled right back at him. The family went into the kitchen and unloaded Bruce's suitcase. It really wasn't a suitcase, but Dad called it that to be funny. Inside the bag, there were 4 cans of dog food, 2 bowls, a leash for walking, some dog biscuits, and a ball. When Dad took the leash out, Bruce did a beautiful dog dance. Dad thought maybe that meant Bruce wanted to go for a walk. Bruce wasn't the only one. In a flash, Katie had her coat and hat on, and she and Orbie wanted to go for a walk, too. Dad held the leash first. Bruce walked right beside Dad. He still bounced, but he stayed close. Dad gave Orbie a turn. Orbie held the leash the same way Dad did, and he and Bruce walked on. After a few minutes, and as Orbie was walking ahead, Bruce came to a stop. He made the leash yank, and Orbie almost fell over. He looked at Bruce and wondered what he was doing. Bruce was sniffing the ground. Dad told him that dogs just loved smells. They had very sensitive noses. When he was finished sniffing, he looked at Orbie, waiting for him to go ahead. He and Orbie started off again. When it was Katie's turn, Bruce was very careful not to be too bouncy. But as they moved down the street, a squirrel seemed to find them interesting and came over to visit. Well, with a woof and a leap, Bruce was off, and Dad told Katie to let go of the leash, which was a good thing because Bruce had already pulled it right out of her hand. Everybody called Bruce's name and chased after him. They chased right under Mrs. Perrette's willow tree, and through Andy's backyard, and back up the street again. Dad shouted that he thought maybe Bruce and the squirrel were old friends because squirrels just usually climb trees to get away from dogs. Well, they chased around the backyard of their house and right through Mom's hanging laundry, and finally the squirrel lost Bruce as he climbed up the ladder of the treehouse. Bruce called him, but the squirrel didn't answer. Dad grabbed the leash and told everybody they could relax. Katie and Orbie lay down on the grass. They were out of breath. Bruce was out of breath, too, and Katie noticed that his tongue was falling out of his mouth. Dad told her that it was supposed to do that. Bruce was so hot from running so much that he was sweating, and dogs sweat through their tongues. Katie thought maybe Bruce would like a drink. Dad told her that she was a very good dog sitter, and in they went. Orbie raced ahead. When they got to the kitchen, Orbie had a big glass of water for Bruce. It even had ice cubes in it. Dad told Orbie what a fine job he was doing, but that Bruce didn't drink the same way as people do. He drank with his tongue, so they needed to use one of the bowls that Greg had put in the bag. Dad took out the ice cubes, but poured Orbie's nice cold water into Bruce's bowl. And he put it on the floor. Bruce was very excited, and he dove right into the bowl. He licked and slurped, and he spilled a little bit. Dad said that was okay because dogs couldn't help being a tiny bit messy when they drank. I think Bruce knew that Orbie had given him the drink because when it was all over, Bruce walked right up to him and gave him a big wet kiss. Orbie beamed. Dog sitting was the greatest thing. And that afternoon they played ball with Bruce. It was terrific fun. Orbie would throw the ball to Katie, and Bruce would jump up right in between and catch it in his mouth. Then Katie would throw it to Orbie, and the same thing would happen there. Each time, Bruce would take it to the person that was waiting for it. The ball was a little slimy when they got it, but it was fun anyway. After supper, they made a people pile on the living room floor. Dad laughed when Bruce wanted to be in it, too. Everybody made room for him, and they made a people plus one dog pile. That night, Bruce ate his dinner from his bowl and then curled in a circle on the floor. Chance looked at him from the couch and decided that he wasn't so bad after all. Not so bad, that is, until in his sleep he started moving his feet and sniffing and snorting. Katie and Orbie thought maybe something awful was wrong. Dad told them that he was sure Bruce was having a dream about his friend, the squirrel. Bruce barked and woke himself up. When he looked around the room, the whole family was looking at him. He wagged his tail and fell back to sleep. Mom said that although she was sure Bruce missed his family, Katie and Orbie were doing a fabulous job of making him welcome at their house. If you have a dog or ever get a chance to dog sit, then you'll see all the wonderful things that dogs can do. If you treat your dog well and you give it lots of loving, it will love you right back.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
A long, long time ago, people used to think the Earth was flat and that it sat on the back of a giant turtle. People were afraid that if they sailed too far in their ships, they would fall off the edge of the Earth. Isn't that silly?
It had been an early morning. Katie discovered that sometimes, even though your mind wants to get up, your body wants to stay in bed. Orbie found out that when the shower runs out of hot water, it isn't too much fun to be in it. And they both learned that made-to-order pancakes taste good with jam or maple syrup. Katie was playing at Kira's. Dad asked Orbie to give him a hand with some of the woodworking he was doing. Orbie was delighted and hammered in nails very carefully along a big, long piece of wood. When the work was finished, Dad told Orbie that he really appreciated his help. He added that Orbie was certainly growing up. A few months ago, that would have been too hard for him. Orbie glowed with the praise. He felt like an adult. Dad and Orbie sat in the steps with a cold drink and relaxed. Arthur bopped around the back of the house and asked if Orbie wanted to come and play at the park. Orbie smiled at Arthur, but he was feeling so good about being like an adult that he burbled no. Arthur was surprised, but off he went. Later on, Dad told him that he had some work to do, and he headed into the house. Orbie trotted along beside him, wondering if he could help. Dad told him that it might be a bit boring, but Orbie was very keen, so Dad agreed. In the basement, Dad set out some tools and nails. His toolbox had been used a lot lately, and things were all mixed up. Dad was going to sort them out. Dad asked Orbie to put all the same size nails in the right container. Orbie picked them up carefully and began sorting. Just then, Katie and Kira blew down the stairs. Katie asked if they wanted to play a game of statues, but Orbie shook his head. Dad told Orbie that he should go and have fun, but Orbie just kept matching the nails. When the nails were all done, Orbie went upstairs. Mom told him that the sprinkler was on and he could go dance in it if he wanted to. And Orbie burbled that sprinklers were for children. And that surprised Mom so much that she leaned back and she just couldn't believe that she'd heard him say that. In the living room, Orbie sat down with one of Dad's books. Although it didn't have pictures in it and Orbie couldn't read the words, he did turn each page after a moment or two. Soon Dad came in and thanked Orbie for finding the book. Orbie smiled. He was sure he could feel an adult growing inside of him. Outside in the backyard, shrieks of laughter followed the friends as they went under the sprinkler. It did look like fun, but when Katie called to him, he told her that he felt he was a bit too old for that. Katie stopped right in her tracks. She stopped so suddenly that Kira, who was halfway through her jump, slammed right into her, and the two friends went flying. And after a moment of quiet, the two friends burst out laughing again. Orbie sighed and walked around to the front of the house. Andy and Yi Ping were having a game of neighborhood hide-and-seek. Orbie knew this because he could hear a bush giggling. Andy poked his head out and told Orbie not to tell Yi Ping. Orbie nodded and moved on. Hide-and-seek seemed so childish now that he'd grown up. On his walk, he met little Megan and Greg. They were taking a walk, too. Orbie asked Greg if perhaps he could push the pram. Greg told him he could. So Orbie pushed little Megan along the sidewalk. He pushed very carefully and slowly because that's what grown-ups do. In the park, he saw Tom playing Ape Man with Satya and Dakota. They were swinging from the bars. When they saw Orbie, they hurried over. Tom asked if Orbie was babysitting already. Orbie surprised him by snorkeling soon. He surprised Greg, too, but Greg didn't say anything. Satya asked if she could have a turn, and Orbie told her perhaps another day when she was a bit older. As they rolled away, the three friends looked at each other in confusion. I have to tell you that when they went over the crest of the hill, Orbie did look back at his friends. Ape Man was one of his favorite games. When Orbie came home, it was almost dinner time. Katie was upstairs putting on a dry sweatshirt. He tooted to her that he would like her to wash her hands. As Katie pulled the sweatshirt over her head, she looked back at Orbie, who was halfway down the hall. She didn't really like Orbie telling her what to do. At the dinner table, everybody looked at Orbie. Something was different. He was sitting up and being very polite to Mom and Dad and talking to Katie as if she was a child much younger than he. Katie was starting to feel like pouring her spinach on his head. But luckily, Mom asked in time if something was wrong. Orbie burbled that he was grown up now and he didn't want to be treated like a child any longer. Dad was surprised to hear that, because the very best time in his life was when he was a child. Mom agreed. Orbie didn't understand. Mom told him that when you were a child, you got to have long holidays in the summer where you did nothing but play. You could fit into the tiny places on the climber at the park. And you could still sleep with a teddy bear and go on the special children's rides at the fair. Orbie asked Mom to go back to the teddy bear part. Mom said it wasn't strictly forbidden, but it did look silly for an adult to sleep with a teddy bear. Orbie had to agree. Actually, as much as he wanted to be a grown-up, he thought maybe it would have been fun to be sprinkler dancing. And Katie giggled. It certainly was. And as nice as it was to push little Megan, he really wanted to play Ape Man, too. Maybe he just wasn't ready to grow up yet. Dad told him that he had plenty of time. Childhood was important. He told Orbie that if he could give him adult advice on childhood, it would be to get into it in a big way. Have the most fun and adventure you can, because the whole time you're learning important things that you'll need to know as an adult. Orbie looked at his family. They were right. He didn't need to be an adult for years and years and years. He turned to Katie and asked if she wanted to build a tent castle in the backyard after dinner, and Katie threw her arms around him, which was a lot better than spinach. I hope that if you ever are in a hurry to grow up, that you remember what Dad said, because each adventure will be worth the wait. I just happen to know.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Before zippers were invented, people used to button or tie everything. Before light bulbs, people used candles and oil lamps. And before cars, people used to get around on horses. Can you imagine what they used before washing machines?
It had been a blustery morning. Katie discovered that brightly colored leaves not only fall, they swirl and dance in the wind. Orbie found out the wind can go right through a sweater and give you a chill. And they both learned that coloring outside on a windy day isn't going to work. As the two friends headed outside for more adventures, Mom said something that stopped Katie and Orbie in their tracks. Tonight she was making their extra special favorite dessert. Katie grinned and asked, "Chocolate fudge brownies?" Mom nodded. Orbie twitched and burbled, "With ice cream and hot fudge sauce?" Mom nodded again, and she added, "With whipped cream and nuts." The two small friends and one mother all sighed with pleasure just thinking about it. Mom said they'd better go outside and work up an appetite. And I have to tell you, Katie and Orbie didn't need to be told twice. Off they ran out the door. Yi Ping was just coming out, too. They all decided to play a game of horses together. They trotted around the yard, making whinnying sounds. The friends pretended that they were horses pulling a magic coach so the princess could escape from the evil wizard. When they arrived safely at the princess's castle, the horses sank to the ground. They were very tired. Yi Ping's mother called from the door, asking if they would like some cookies. Yi Ping was definitely in the mood for cookies. Her mom brought out enough for all of them. Yi Ping took 2. Katie took only 1. Orbie accepted 3 cookies, just so the plate would be clean. Then Yi Ping had to get ready for her doctor's appointment. She wasn't sick, it was just a regular checkup. So Katie and Orbie said goodbye and wandered off towards Mrs. Perrette's house. The wind had finally stopped blustering, and Mrs. Perrette was trying to rake and bag her leaves. But it was kind of difficult to hold the big bag open and stuff in leaves when you're all alone. Katie and Orbie asked if they could help. Mrs. Perrette was thrilled. Orbie raked and chased stray leaves, and Katie held the bag while Mrs. Perrette stuffed. Now, I have to tell you that a job done all by yourself feels like work. But that same job done with helping friends turns into fun. And these 3 friends were having a ball. And when they were done, Mrs. Perrette said they deserved a treat. And she had just the thing. As they sat down at the kitchen table, Mrs. Perrette drizzled white, sugary icing on warm buns and cut them apart. They were called sticky buns, and Katie and Orbie loved them. Mrs. Perrette said that they were very good with butter on them. Katie thought butter sounded nice, and she had some on a small bun. Orbie couldn't make up his mind, so he decided to do a taste test. He had 1 big sticky bun without butter, and then another big sticky bun with butter. He decided they were both excellent. Back outside, the friends spotted Tom picking vegetables in his family's garden. Katie and Orbie went over and asked if they could help. Tom showed them what to do, and together they picked all the squash, eggplants, beets, turnips, zucchini, and potatoes. Tom had a basket for each kind of vegetable, and the two friends helped put them in the right place. He wanted to get the last of the vegetables out of the garden before the frost came. Now, frost was very pretty to look at, but it damaged the vegetables, and then you couldn't eat them. Well, as I'm sure you can imagine, Tom, Katie, and Orbie were pretty tired and thirsty when they were done. Tom thanked the two friends for helping. He offered them hot chocolate and a slice of his mother's homemade pumpkin pie. Soon they were at the table in Tom's house. Katie loved her hot chocolate, but she remembered about the yummy dessert that Mom was making and said no thank you to the pie. Orbie knew that Tom's mom made excellent pumpkin pie, and so he just had to have a piece. He even nodded yes to whipped cream on the top of the thick slice. When they had finished, Katie and Orbie walked home. Orbie told Katie that his tummy was pretty full. When they got home, Mom told him that they were just in time for dinner. And Katie smiled. She was starving, but Orbie didn't feel so happy about it. Katie and Orbie hugged and kissed Dad and washed their hands and took their places at the table. Mom had been cooking all afternoon. The table was loaded down with food. Dad said Mom had outdone herself, and he applauded. There was chicken with stuffing, gravy, potatoes, corn, broccoli, with cheese sauce, and dinner rolls. Katie thought it looked delicious and couldn't wait for her first bite. Orbie, on the other hand, thought it looked good, but he didn't feel like eating it. His tummy was saying no. Orbie asked for small servings, and he did eat, but soon all that delicious food started to make him feel sick. Katie then yum all the way through her dinner. It was terrific. Dad asked if she would like some more, and Katie said she thought she'd just save some room for dessert. Dessert? Their extra special, not-to-be-believed favorite chocolate fudge brownie dessert. Orbie had forgotten all about it. Orbie slumped in his chair. He couldn't even eat one bite. Katie sat up tall and couldn't wait for Mom to come in with it. She got up to give Mom a hand. When Katie and Mom brought in the heaping bowls, Orbie sighed and burbled sadly that he was too full to eat any. Mom and Dad were surprised. As Orbie watched everybody loving their desserts, he thought about all the things he'd eaten. The 3 cookies were good, and the sticky buns were good, too. So was the pie, but the thing was that none of them compared to their extra special, not-to-be-believed favorite chocolate hot fudge brownie dessert. Orbie had ruined his appetite. Mom and Dad told him that he needed to plan a little better next time. Mom had told them of the treat that they were having, and he should have said no thank you, or had smaller portions like Katie so he wouldn't miss the fun. Orbie agreed. He was in charge of what went into his tummy. He hadn't been very good at taking care of that. But I have to tell you that from that day on, Orbie did some good tummy planning. And the next time they had their extra special, not-to-be-believed favorite chocolate hot fudge brownie dessert, Orbie had enough room for a great big piece. And do you know that you need to do some good tummy planning, too? After all, you are growing a healthy body that needs good food. Remember to save just the right amount of room for yummy desserts.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. swim under the sea with Ariel and friends in The Little Mermaid. Then it's the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh, right here inside Playhouse Disney.
Tomorrow on Magical World of Disney.
Easter's almost here.
That's right, so Disney's giving you 3 times the bunny.
Mira!
First catch that high-speed hair...
Coming up next, get ready for a story with Circle Time. Then Katie and Orbie show us that it's
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a day of discovery. Katie discovered that not all birds sing the same song. Orbie found out that some flowers grow new buds overnight. And they both learned that worms eat their way through the earth. Katie and Orbie were just carrying their backpacks out to the car. They were heading up to the cottage, and it was the perfect day to do it. As Mom was locking the door, the telephone rang. It was the people Mom was working for. They wanted her to do some work that weekend because there was a big rush. And Mom came out to the car and looked at the 3 smiling faces waiting for her. She told them about the phone call, and the 3 faces fell. She suggested that they go without her, but all 3 of them shook their heads. It was never as much fun without Mom. I have to tell you that as the family carried their backpacks into the house, it looked like a miserable day. Katie took some books up to the treehouse, and Orbie decided to do a puzzle on the bedroom floor. Nobody was very excited about their day anymore. Mom was typing away on her computer, and Dad was sitting on the front steps thinking. Just then, Dad had a terrific idea. He jumped off the steps and took off in the car, and within minutes he was back. He chuckled and giggled, and he went down into the basement with a bag in his hands. Then he sat at the dining room table with a pen and some paper, which he ripped up into small pieces. He made some notes, which he also chuckled over, and then shot out of the house. When he came back in, he found Katie and Orbie in the living room having a toe-wiggling contest. He told them that he'd had the best idea for a game. He asked them to see if any of their friends wanted to go on a treasure hunt. So Katie jumped up and Orbie flipped backwards. A treasure hunt was a fabulous idea. Soon, Dakota, Yi-Ping, and Kira were all standing around the front steps with Katie, Orbie, and Dad. Dad explained that there was a treasure, and he had hidden it. Everybody wanted to know what the treasure was, but Dad told them that they would have to hunt for it and find out. Now, he would go along with them on the hunt as official reader, but he wouldn't give them any hints. He gave them the first clue. He explained that it was like a riddle, and when they figured it out, they would know where the next clue was hiding. Dad stood up on the steps so that everyone could hear, and he read the first clue. He said, "Most are on the ground, but this one's up a tree. It's not too roomy, but it's the perfect place to be." Orbie wondered if it was a spaceship. Yi-Ping wondered if it was a birdhouse. When Katie heard house, she shrieked. It was the tree house. Dad smiled, and with a whole lot of shouting and jumping, they were off to the tree house to find the next clue. The friends climbed up the rope ladder. When they were up, they found the clue sitting on the floor. Orbie handed it to Katie, who passed it to Yi-Ping. Dakota was halfway down the ladder, and he passed it on to Kira, who was standing beside Dad. Dad cleared his throat and read it. He said, "If you ring this doorbell, you'll get a treat and find an old friendly face you love to greet." All 5 friends threw their hands up in the air and shouted, "Mrs. Perrette!" Dad grinned again. They were wonderful treasure hunters. 5 friends and 1 dad rang the doorbell at Mrs. Perrette's house. When she opened the door, she had a plate full of cookies and a piece of paper sticking out of her hair bun. Orbie pointed to the paper and burbled that it was the clue. Mrs. Perrette bent down so he could pull it out. They all munched on cookies while Dad read the next clue. "Some say a dragon lives in this house. I'm hiding in a place where you might find a mouse." Well, the dragon part stumped everybody, but then the more Yi-Ping thought about it, the more it sounded like her house. And when she asked Dad, he told her that she had the only dancing dragon he knew of. And before he even finished his sentence, a bolt of children took off. Now, outside Yi-Ping's house, everybody stopped. They were looking for a place where they might find a mouse. Dakota wondered if she had a pet mouse, but she didn't. Then Kira had an idea. If she was a mouse, she would be hiding under the bushes or flowers. So carefully the friends began to look. And it didn't take long. Kira held up the clue and everybody cheered. Dad read it. "I like to climb trees, and on the window ledge I go. I purr when I'm happy and jump through the snow." The 3 friends looked at each other and nobody said anything, and they all realized Dad had said purr. There was only one animal that purred in the neighborhood, and that was Chance. Chance was sitting in the window with a piece of paper taped to her collar. When Orbie went to lift her down, she jumped away and headed for the garden. All the friends raced after her, calling her name. Chance thought the game was fun, so she shot out from under a huge flower and ran up to the treehouse. Everybody followed. Then she jumped down the other side to the fence and walked along it. Everybody walked beside her, calling her name. Finally, Katie had an idea. She explained that Chance thought that they were having a game of chase, and so she was running away from them. If they all sat on the ground, maybe she would come over for a cuddle. And I have to tell you that Katie's idea was great, because within minutes, they were all listening to their last clue. Dad read, "You are all terrific hunters, and the treasure's at hand. But you'll have to dig for it, because it's buried in the sand." Everybody raced for the sandbox. They found a box buried there. Together, they lifted it out and took the lid off. Inside was a picture of an ice cream cone. That meant they were going to go to the ice cream parlor. The friends cheered. Underneath the picture were a whole bunch of water balloons and bubble blowers. Everybody loved the treasure. After the ice cream cone, they had a huge water fight in which Dad ended up being the wettest, and they blew bubbles that drifted up to the sky. Hunting for treasure had been a great adventure. I hope one day you'll get a chance to hunt for treasure, too. Then you'll know exactly how much fun Katie and Orbie and their friends really had.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
there are telephones, people used to communicate in other ways. Some would yodel. Others would send smoke, or drum, or light signals. You could even send a message in a bottle.
It had been a day full of waiting. Orbie found out that when you get up too early, the day seems even longer. Katie discovered that even though the timer says 5 minutes, it feels like a half an hour. And they both learned that even though the whole party is ready, it doesn't mean the guests are at the door. It was Orbie's chosen birthday, and by 4 o'clock the party was in full swing. The tail had been pinned on just about everything but the donkey. Katie and Bryn had wanted musical chairs, and all the presents had been just perfect for Orbie. As all the friends were wondering what game to play next, Marco, a new friend of Orbie's, told them that he had a special present. It was a game. His dad had brought it over the night before. This seemed like a good time for it. Well, as you can imagine, Orbie wanted to open it up right away. But Marco told him that this was an unusual present, and that you didn't just open it up. Everybody was confused. They stood and looked at him. Marco said that he and Katie's dad needed to do a little something special to make it work. It would take a few minutes. So the friends all hurried out the back door to play blind man's bluff. Soon Dad and Marco were at the treehouse. Dad had a long, thin rope and was looping it around one of the boards in the treehouse. The friends moved over to see what was in Marco's box. When Dad said the rope was firm, Marco opened up the box, and there was the most beautiful elephant. It had all kinds of colors and curls and streamers. It looked magnificent. Orbie thanked Marco and went to pick it up. It was a bit heavy. Marco explained that it was heavy because something was inside it. When Orbie asked what, Marco told him that was the fun of a piñata. You had to hit it with a big stick until whatever was inside it fell out. Then there would be enough of whatever it was in there for everybody to have some. Well, Orbie's friends clapped and jumped. This was a great birthday party. Orbie held up his hand. He did want to know what was inside, but he didn't want to break the beautiful elephant. When Katie looked at it, she agreed. It would be sad to break such a nice toy. Dad explained that, in fact, it wasn't a toy, it was a game. It would break quickly if you tried to play with it. The surprise was inside, and the fun was to get it out. Dad yanked the piñata up on the rope until it was well above everybody's head. Orbie wondered, how were they going to break it if they couldn't reach it? Mom handed him a stick. Orbie hauled back and almost hit Yi Ping on the end of her nose. Mom told him to hold on, he wasn't ready yet. She put a blindfold over his eyes and spun him around 3 times. Orbie was starting to feel a little dizzy. Dad asked everybody to stand way back until it was their turn. Orbie swung the broom and didn't hit anything. He swung again and hit some leaves. His friends began to giggle. Not to be mean, but it did look funny. Orbie swinging at nothing and nowhere near the piñata. Everybody thought that they could do it better than Orbie. Well, it turned out when Yi Ping had her turn, she hit the tree, but nowhere near the hanging piñata. When Arthur tried, he hit nothing but air. And Katie got totally turned around and was swinging at the garden. And Andy kept jumping up and down, trying to hit the bottom of it, but wasn't very near the piñata at all. Bryn wound up for a mighty swing and swung so hard she spun around and fell on the ground. She laughed so much that everybody joined in. Mom brought everybody closer and didn't spin them so much. On the first try, Orbie gave the elephant a good hard smack. Nothing fell out, though. Everybody shouted, "Good for you," and clapped because everybody knew how hard it was to smack it. Arthur had a try, and he hit it too. Everybody held their breath to see if something would fall, but still nothing. Again, Bryn wound up and swung a mighty smack. The piñata flipped up and hit the treehouse, but it didn't open up. Andy tried very hard to poke it, and this time he poked it twice. A little hole appeared. Marco told Andy that he was very clever. Yi-Ping tried to do the same thing, but still couldn't find the piñata. Katie came up, and before Mom put her blindfold on, she remembered where the piñata was. She walked straight for it and gave it a good hit. A little something fell on her shoulder. She couldn't see what it was, but she knew it was something from the piñata. Everybody raced forward to pick up the few candies that had fallen to the ground. Katie took off her blindfold and grabbed a few candies too. Soon everybody had a turn, and still the elephant piñata was holding together. Katie asked Marco if he might like to have a try, and Orbie encouraged him. Marco spun around with the blindfold on, and then he headed straight for the piñata. He wound up and he cracked it wide open with one hit. Candies and fans and paper planes and little toy boats and all kinds of terrific things fell to the ground. Everybody scrambled in to get some. Orbie told Marco that he had the best present yet. It was a present for everybody. Marco was proud to share something from Mexico. Almost all the birthday parties there have piñatas. And he told his new friends as they ate ice cream and cake that the piñatas looked like all kinds of different things. There were birds and cats and pigs, ponies, and lots of others. And he thought he'd like to see more of them. Bryn said she was going to ask her mother if she could have one at her birthday party. Marco told her that if her mom said yes, he would bring her a big one. They came from his father's store. After a long, winding game of follow the leader, it was time to go home. Orbie loved his chosen birthday, and he loved the piñata that made it so special. And I hope that one day you'll get a chance to try a piñata too. I also hope that when you smack it, it opens up and you get showered by treats, because you really deserve them.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
Cookbooks don't really cook. Telephone books don't really ring. And photo albums don't take pictures. Bookworms are actually people who are book lovers, and not worms at all. But pop-up books really do pop right up.
It had been a day of counting. Orbie discovered that no matter how many times you count them, you always have 10 fingers and 10 toes. Katie found out that in between the numbers on the kitchen clock, there are 5 spaces. And they both learned that each chair in the kitchen has 4 legs. Katie and Orbie were playing Space Marvel. Orbie was preparing for liftoff, and Katie pretended to press the ignition button. When she threw her hand back from the button by accident, she hit her piggy bank, and it fell with a loud crash to the floor. Mom hurried up the stairs. Orbie stayed back. The mission had to be aborted because of technical difficulties, which meant you never walk on a floor with broken glass. The game would have to be finished later. Mom was surprised. The piggy bank must have been awfully full to break. On the floor beside the dangerous pieces of glass was all kinds of money spread out everywhere. Katie started to cry. She never meant to even come near the piggy bank, let alone knock it off the shelf. Mom told her accidents happen sometimes. She lifted her out of the way and asked the 2 friends to please stay out of the glass. Orbie wondered if the money had to be thrown out because it had glass on it. And Mom told them that she had an idea. After the glass was swept up and the money put in a bowl, Mom took the two friends into the bathroom. There she put the plug in the sink and dropped the money in. She ran the water and it covered the money. She lay a towel out on the counter and she started to pick the money out. She lay it on the top of the towel and asked Katie and Orbie to dry it off. Orbie brought in an old shoebox to put the money in. They dried it and plunked it in. Soon the box had all the money and the sink had none. Mom rinsed the sink out to make sure no glass was left in it. In the living room, Mom told the friends that maybe today was a good day to open a bank account. Orbie wasn't too sure what a bank account was. Mom explained that when you have enough money, it's a good idea to put it in a bank. The people in the bank keep it safe. If you leave it there long enough, it makes interest, which means they give you a little bit more money for keeping your own money with them. Orbie really liked the sound of that. So Mom explained, when you put it in the bank, it slowly grows to be more. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. They both really liked the idea. Katie asked if when they collected more, they could put it in the bank too. Mom told her that they could add to it any time they wanted to. Katie clapped her hands. This was fantabulous. They would head down to the bank and open up a beginner's account right away. Mom thought that was a fine idea. With jackets and hats in hand and a shoebox full of jingling money, they headed out the door. At the bank, there were high counters and people standing around the edges. They were called tellers. There were small poles with ribbons attached to them that told you where to stand. And there were people in a line waiting to talk to the tellers. Mom, Katie, and Orbie jingled into the line. The man ahead of them asked if they had something special in the box. Katie and Orbie didn't answer, but Mom told him that they were on their way to open up a first bank account. The teller behind the counter waved at the man. It was his turn. He told Katie and Orbie that if they kept putting money into the bank, one day they would have enough to buy something special. Katie and Orbie beamed as the man walked away. Another teller waved at Katie and Orbie. They hurried over to her. She leaned over the counter and asked if she could help them. Orbie raised the box up and slid it onto the high counter. The teller told Katie and Orbie that it sounded like money, and they had certainly come to the right place if they wanted to save it. Katie told her that they were saving it for something special. The teller asked if they already had a bank account. And both Katie and Orbie shook their heads. She told them that she would start an account up for them. The first thing they would need was a passbook and an account number. Did everybody who came to the bank have a book? The teller nodded. Katie wondered how the bank kept all the books straight. The teller wrote 4 numbers on the book. She explained that everybody that used the bank had a very special number. That number told the people working at the bank that it was Katie and Orbie's account. Katie clapped her hands. That was like a secret code, and she just loved that. Next, the teller emptied the box and counted all the money. She counted quickly. She told Orbie that she had to be sure of exactly how much money they were depositing. Mom explained that deposits were the money you put in the bank. She finished counting and told them that it came to exactly $9.50. And Katie and Orbie clapped. Orbie leaned toward the teller and told her she was a very good counter. She laughed and put their money into a drawer with separate compartments. She brought a big stamp up over a piece of paper and thumped it down. Orbie wanted her to do it again, but she told him that it was only 1 stamp per deposit. Then she put the book into a little computer, and it printed $9.50 onto the page. She gave the 2 friends the book and told them that she hoped to see them again soon. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. They could add to it any time they wanted to. As they walked out of the bank, the two friends talked about what they would buy with their money. Orbie thought maybe he would buy an elephant to go elephant riding. Katie thought maybe she would buy a ticket to an exciting place. Mom told the friends that they had a long way to go before they could afford those things. But they had begun, and once something is begun, almost anything is possible. And do you know that if you start saving your money, even little bits of it at a time, one day you will have enough money to do all kinds of wonderful things, too. And I just happen to know that there are a lot of wonderful things waiting for you to do.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. Coming up next, swim under the sea with Ariel and friends in The Little Mermaid.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning about all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a day of putting away. Katie found out that even though she loved her orange polka-dotted T-shirt, more tummy than T-shirt showed. Orbie learned that even though he loved his blue racing car, the wheels didn't turn anymore. And they both discovered that some of their storybooks were too young for them. It was a fine spring morning, and Mom decided that the whole family should put all the things that they no longer needed away. Katie and Orbie were having trouble, as they always did when it was time to put something away. But then Dad had an excellent idea. He bounced down to the basement and came back up to their room with 2 boxes. Katie thought maybe she was supposed to put clothes that don't fit anymore in her box, but Dad told her it was for something a little more adventurous than that. Dad sat on the bed and told them about time capsules. Now, Orbie wasn't at all sure what a time capsule was, but already he liked the idea of it. Dad told them that he would put a note in each box saying that this box was made up when they were 5. In their box, they would place all the things that they were finished with, but that had been very special to them. That way, when they grew up and became adults, they could open the box and find the treasures that went with this age. Katie asked Dad, "Does that mean when I grow up I can look in the box and remember what I liked when I was 5? Dad nodded his head. He added that they might have trouble remembering once they were his age. He certainly didn't remember his favorite toys from when he was 5. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. Suddenly, putting things away had a whole new meaning. Dad thought maybe a list would help. So he took out a crayon and a piece of paper, and he wrote down favorite clothes, favorite shoes, favorite toy, favorite book, favorite music tape, favorite game, the best drawing I could do at 5, and my best friend. Well, when the list was finished, the two friends sat for a minute. Some of the things Dad had listed were easy, like favorite clothes. Well, Katie's polka-dotted T-shirt went hands down. Orbie put in his winter hat that was now too small. For shoes, Katie raced down to the hall closet. Orbie followed in a pink flash with Dad on his tail. Katie knew which shoes for sure. They had been pinching her toes, and 2 weeks ago Mom had said she couldn't wear them anymore. They had dinosaurs on them. They were her all-time favorites. Orbie reached past Katie and pulled out his old skates. He didn't wear shoes too often, but he loved his skates. And Dad said skates were fine. The toys had them both thinking. They raced back upstairs for that one. Katie loved her music box, but she wasn't ready to put it away. Dad asked her to think of what toy she loved before she got the music box. Katie realized that it wasn't exactly a toy, it was a costume. She loved her wild wizard costume, but now it was just too small. Dad said that a wild wizard costume was perfect because it would remind Katie that she loved to do plays and use her imagination. Dad put it in the box. Orbie looked at his blue racing car. It was the fastest one in the neighborhood until he played in the sandbox with it. That would be his toy. Dad placed it in his box. Katie looked through her bookshelf. She had always loved her lazy brown bunny book, but now she was tired of it. Dad took it off the shelf and told her it was perfect. Katie giggled. Orbie looked through his books and then remembered that he had one tucked up in the top of the closet. It was all about space and how people got there. He jumped up and got it and gave it to Dad. This had been his favorite and belonged in the box. Both boxes were filling up. Next came music. Katie and Orbie raced down to the living room. Katie knew the perfect tape. It was full of nursery rhymes and children's music. But now she was a bit too old for it. Dad took it for the box. Orbie loved all his music. It took him a minute to decide which one he was finished with. Then he realized that he had two that were similar. He loved the music of big brass bands, and he put one band tape in Dad's hand. Dad told them they now needed a game. The friends ran up the stairs again, and Dad puffed along behind them. Memory boxes were tiring. The game Katie had loved and was now too good at to have any fun with was a leapfrog game. Dad put it in her memory box. Orbie's favorite game was spaceship, snakes, and ladders. Dad put it in Orbie's. Dad told them they both had to do the best drawing they could at 5. The two friends set to work, and soon there was a wonderful drawing of Chance and another of the moon and all of its craters. Dad placed them in the box after he and Mom admired them. The last thing was their best friend at 5 years old. Both friends looked at Dad. How were they ever going to put their best friend in the box? Dad giggled. He had an idea. In his room, Dad came up with a small camera. He told Katie and Orbie to point the cameras at their best friend and push the red button. The two friends set out to find their best friends. Katie and Orbie saw Yi Ping and Megan and Kira. They saw Andy and Arthur and Dakota. They both waved at Charisse and Bryn and Phoebe. Whose picture would they take? Well, when they both thought about it, they just knew their very best friend was right beside them. Katie and Orbie just laughed. Katie did a nice pose for Orbie, and then Orbie did a nice pose for her. Then, just to remember how silly they were at 5, they both did a silly pose. They hurried back to Dad with the picture in their hands. Dad put the pictures in the box so they could remember what they looked like. Mom tied both boxes up with bright red ribbons, and each friend put their name on the box. Mom said that they would put them in the basement on a shelf for safekeeping. The friends had had so much fun that they decided they would do it again in 3 years. And they did. And do you know that you could make a memory box too? You could put the things that were special to you this year in a box, and one day when you're a grown-up, you could open it and remember. Because I know for sure that there are lots of special things to remember about you.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
It's really easy to make a glass of lemonade. Take a lemon and squeeze the juice into a glass. Add a pinch of sugar and fill the glass with water. Well, maybe a little more sugar.
It had been a messy day. Katie discovered that when you walk across the kitchen floor with dirty shoes, muddy footprints follow you. Orbie found out that when you drop spaghetti, it covers a lot of the floor. And they both learned that painted hands leave colorful fingerprints on the taps. After lunch, Katie and Orbie went to play in their treehouse. Up the ladder they climbed, but when they reached the top, they discovered that the treehouse was so full of treasures that there was hardly any room for them. There were piles of leaves that Katie had collected from every tree in the park, a box of seashells from their trip to the beach, a bag of marbles that Mrs. Perrette had given Orbie, an alarm clock that didn't work, a stack of magazines filled with pretty pictures, Katie's skipping rope, 4 rubber balls, 4 empty shoe boxes, 1 wooden basket, and Orbie's old drum. Katie and Orbie climbed down the ladder and sat on the ground. They weren't very happy at all. It wasn't much fun having a treehouse if there was no room to play in it. All of a sudden, Katie had an idea. She told Orbie that they should put all their treasures in the garage. Then there'd be lots of room in the treehouse for them to play. Katie climbed back up the ladder while Orbie stayed on the ground below. She picked up the 4 empty shoe boxes and dropped them over the side. Orbie looked up. It was raining shoe boxes. Orbie caught the first one with both hands, but then he didn't have any hands left for the others. He jumped out of the way as one shoebox landed at his feet. He ducked while another one sailed over his head. Luckily, the last shoebox missed him completely because it hit the bottom rung of the ladder and the lid fell off. Katie pushed all the leaves from her leaf collection over the side. Orbie looked up. Now it was raining leaves. He ran around catching all the leaves in the shoebox. Then it started raining rubber balls, and Orbie had to juggle all 4 of them. But he dropped the last ball, and it rolled across the grass toward Bruce, who was there for a visit. He was having a nap and dreaming of giant dog biscuits. The ball hit Bruce right on the nose. Bruce opened his eyes, growled once, grabbed the ball in his teeth, and raced off. Katie shouted at Bruce to drop the ball, but Bruce thought they were all playing a game, so he zigged and zagged and finally ran through the back door and into the house. Katie and Orbie wanted their ball back, so they ran after him. They all made so much noise that they woke up Chance, who was sleeping behind the bushes. She had been up doing cat things all night and really needed a snooze. She flicked her tail and surveyed the yard and decided that the treehouse would be a much quieter place for a cat to sleep. Up the tree she climbed, and choosing the most comfortable place she could find, nestled down next to the big bag of marbles. There wasn't much room, and when Chance stretched out, she tipped over the bag. The marbles rolled across the treehouse floor, bounced down the ladder like a colorful waterfall, and landed in the shoebox that had lost its lid. Dad was mowing the front lawn when Bruce, Katie, and Orbie came running out the front door. Bruce dropped the ball at Dad's feet. Orbie picked it up and tickled Bruce behind the ears as Katie told Dad about moving all their treasures to the garage. Dad was very proud that they were taking responsibility for the treehouse. He told them that making room and moving things was a chore, just like mowing the lawn or washing the dishes. Then he smiled and gave Katie a pigeon feather that he had found in the grass. Katie was very pleased with her new treasure and carefully put it in her pocket. Then Dad patted them both on the head and sent them back to the treehouse to finish their work. At the treehouse, they saw the marbles in the shoebox. Katie looked up and saw Chance peering at them from the top of the ladder. Katie giggled. Orbie tooted in delight. They thought it was very funny that Chance was helping them. But Chance still wanted to snooze, so she jumped down from the treehouse and curled up behind the tree. Katie and Orbie climbed up the ladder. They put the seashells and the big alarm clock inside the basket. Then Katie tied her skipping rope to the handle, and they lowered the basket over the side. Down and down the basket went until it reached the ground and landed with a loud thump. Even though the clock was broken, the alarm started ringing and scared Chance right out of a very pleasant dream. Chance had had enough. She twitched her tail and strolled across the yard and settled down as far away from the tree as she could get. Next came the big drum. Orbie and Katie rolled it down the ladder. The drum hit the ground, kept rolling, and rolled right across the yard toward Chance. Luckily, she wasn't asleep yet, and when she saw the drum coming towards her, she ran for the back door. Now there were only magazines left. Katie and Orbie pushed and pushed with all their might until the stack of magazines teetered on the edge. Finally, they tumbled to the ground and landed with a great big splat. When they looked over the edge, they saw Dad staring at all the treasures on the ground. He could see how much work they had done. He was very pleased and offered to help them carry everything into the garage. Orbie brought the wagon over, and they loaded all the magazines onto it. He put the box of marbles and the basket on it, too. Katie juggled the 3 shoeboxes, trying hard not to let the leaves fall out. In the garage, Dad found just the right spot, and all 3 of them stacked the treasures. Dad told them they would be there whenever they needed them. Later on, Katie and Orbie sat in their treehouse. Everything was gone, and there was plenty of room to move around. It had taken them a long time to carry all the treasures to the garage, but they had done it, and they were very proud of themselves. Katie pulled the pigeon feather out of her pocket. She gave it to Orbie. He placed it in a corner. It was their first new treasure. And one day, you may need to do some cleaning up and reorganizing, too. And I just happen to know that if you do, you'll find you have more room for your own new exciting treasures. And I can tell you, there are going to be quite a few.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
You can tell a lot about a person by the type of hat they wear. You can tell what kind of sport they play, what kind of job they do, and even what country they're from.
It had been a hot and stuffy day. Katie discovered that sometimes when it's very humid, your skin can get wet just by walking. Orbie found out that when your fingers are really warm, they keep slipping and it's hard to open a jar. And they both learned that even summer clothes get sticky when it's too hot. Mom had been too hot for too long and called Dad to tell him that this was air conditioner day. They had been meaning to buy one, and right now was the perfect time. Mom didn't want to use it very much, but when it was too hot to work, she knew they needed one. In the car, Mom explained that an air conditioner would make the house cooler. Downtown, they got out of the car. The market area was alive with all kinds of things for sale. There was a fruit vendor who had rows and rows of fresh fruit. Mom bought both Katie and Orbie nice red apples. As they munched and walked along, Orbie pointed out a man who was juggling. They all stood and watched for a minute or two. When he bowed, Katie and Orbie clapped. Mom took their hands and they moved along. Next, they came to a beautiful flower stall. Katie had never seen so many flowers all together. The flower vendor gave Katie and Orbie each a flower. The two friends smiled broadly as they walked away with their pretty posies. Mom and Dad met at the store, and Dad gave her a big hug. He hugged Katie, too, even though he'd just seen her at breakfast. Dad said hugs were important things to be spreading around the world. When Dad picked Orbie up to hug him, Orbie noticed a nice-looking teenager playing a guitar on the sidewalk. He looked very friendly and was making lovely music for all the shoppers. Dad threw a few coins into his guitar case as they walked by. Then they turned and went into a store. Well, Katie and Mom and Dad went in, but Orbie liked the music and wanted to listen a little longer. He didn't even notice that Mom and Dad and Katie had all disappeared. All he noticed was that the guitar sounded good. The teenage boy smiled at Orbie, and Orbie smiled back. The boy asked if he liked music, and Orbie burbled that he certainly did. Then the boy said that he'd play a special song just for him. Orbie smiled as the boy started to play. He knew the song. Orbie was clapping his hands, and then he turned to smile at Katie. Katie wasn't there, and neither was Mom or Dad. Orbie turned right around and realized that there was no sign of them anywhere. He was lost. Luckily, at that very same moment, Mom raced out of the store. She was very worried and terrifically glad to see Orbie safe and sound. Orbie smiled weakly. He thought maybe he'd done something wrong to make Mom run like that. Mom hurried over to Orbie and took his hand. She explained that she was so excited that she hadn't even noticed that he wasn't behind her. She felt terrible and apologized. As they turned to go back to the store, Orbie told her that it was no problem. He was talking to the guitar player. Mom stopped in her tracks. She looked at the guitar player, who was smiling at her. Mom stopped everything then and there. Something very important had to be said. She crouched down and told Orbie that the guitar player was a stranger. She told him that some strangers can be very dangerous. Some of them want you to talk to them so they can learn your name and be friendly. Orbie didn't see anything wrong with that, so Mom held his arm. The thing that's important to remember, she said, is that even the nicest strangers can be bad people. It's important to never, ever talk to them. Orbie looked at the guitar player, who was thanking a man who had put some money in his guitar case. Orbie was pretty sure he was a nice boy. Then Orbie looked at Mom. What would a stranger do? All this one did was play music. Mom explained that some strangers could try to take you away. Orbie's eyes popped open. He didn't want anyone to take him away from his family. What would he do if anyone ever tried to take him away? Mom pulled him close and told him that what he must do, no matter what the stranger says, is shout as loud as he can that this is not his father or this is not his mother, depending on whether the stranger is a man or a woman. If he does, someone who is a good person will help him get away from the stranger. Well, Orbie looked back at the guitar player. Suddenly, he looked bad and sneaky. Orbie felt nervous. He tooted that the world was full of all these bad people. Orbie was afraid. Mom hugged him and told him that almost everybody in the world was a lovely, nice person, and none of them wanted to harm him. But if he talked to strangers when Mom or Dad weren't there, he could run into some trouble. Orbie looked back at the guitar player, and he looked like a nice young man again. Orbie felt better. As they walked through the store, Mom explained that for every child in the world, it's important to be smart. Each family should choose a password. If someone says they know you and that your family sent them for you, ask for the password. If they don't know it, shout no and run away. Katie and Dad were waiting at the air conditioner department. They were starting to worry about Orbie when Mom showed up with him. As Dad and the storeman struggled with the air conditioner, trying to get it to the trunk of the car, Orbie stood far away from the guitar player. He told Katie that until Mom told them differently, the boy was a stranger. Katie kissed Orbie on the cheek. "I never talk to strangers," she told him. Orbie was surprised Katie knew the rules so well. He was also amazed that Katie wasn't afraid. Katie smiled at her best friend. She told him that knowing what to do with strangers is just like knowing what to do in a fire drill. The fire or meeting the stranger will probably never happen, but if by some chance it ever does, it's important for them to know exactly what to do. Orbie was very impressed with his best friend. Now he knew exactly what to do. They hopped into the car and headed home. And do you know, you can impress your best friends too by teaching them the rules about strangers. They'll be glad you did.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. Coming up next, swim under the sea with Ariel and friends in The Little Mermaid. Then it's the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning about all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a perfect cottage day. Katie discovered that trees whisper when the wind blows. Orbie found out that even a noise that is far away sounds like it's right beside you when it's made near the water. And they both learned that hummingbirds are very tiny and almost buzz from flower to flower. Katie and Orbie had already pulled some potatoes from the ground. They found 6 carrots hiding under the earth. The vegetable garden was growing beautifully. When they brought their vegetables into the kitchen to be washed, Mom told them that the day felt very special. Katie wondered if Mom was planning a surprise. Mom told her that nothing special was planned, but the day was so perfect it felt like wonderful things might happen. Katie and Orbie were playing a game of tree tag in the woods. Orbie hopped from tree to tree as Katie chased him. Finally, he ran out of the trees and raced for one in the clearing, but Katie got to him first, and they both laughed because playing tag and knowing that sooner or later you were going to be caught was fun. Katie sat down in a daisy patch. She picked up a daisy and began to pull it apart. To each petal she pulled off, she said, "To swim or to play croquet." When she got down to the last petal, it said, "To swim." Both friends shot out of the woods and into the cottage. They took the stairs 2 at a time to get ready for swimming. Once they were changed, they called from the bottom of the stairs that they were going swimming. As the screen door slammed behind them, they heard Mom call, "Hold it!" And the 2 friends stopped mid-step and waited. When Mom opened the screen door, she looked at them both. She reminded them that children never swim alone. Katie looked at Orbie, and Orbie looked right back at her. They certainly did know the rule, but they were so carried away with the idea that they forgot. Mom reminded them that it was their job to never forget. Katie put her head down, and Orbie looked at his towel. They both felt very bad. Mom told them that she wasn't at all angry. She just wanted to be sure that they knew the rule. Then she told them that she would get her bathing suit on and pick up a towel. The day was perfect for swimming. At the beach, Katie and Orbie put on their swimming floats. As they floated and splashed in the water, Katie thought of a game for them to play. Mom sat on the dock and dangled her toes in the water. She was taking a long time to get in. By the shore, Katie filled her hand with some tiny pebbles and sand. She dug her hand through the water and pulled herself along. When she got to the deeper part, she dropped the pebbles and ducked her head under the water to watch them fall to the ground. Along kicked Orbie, and he did the same thing. They both thought this was great fun. They were sprinkling the bottom of the lake with magic pebbles. Katie really wanted to dive down with the pebbles and see them land at the bottom of the lake. But the floats held her up. They wouldn't let her go down very far. Mom was finally in the water. She was oohing and awing as the cold water splashed against her. Katie asked if she could take her floats off and try to go down to the bottom of the lake. Mom was a little surprised, but she agreed, as long as Katie tried it where the water wasn't too deep, and Mom could hold onto her bathing suit strap. Orbie carried the stones over, and as he let them go, Katie went down with them. Katie kicked and dug with her hands through the water. She went right down to the bottom and saw the stones fall. She went so close to the bottom, she almost bumped her nose. Little bubbles came out of her mouth. And Katie headed up, kicking as hard as she could. When she broke the surface, she shot right up. Mom caught her and thought maybe she was scared, but Katie wasn't scared at all. She now knew how neat it was to be a fish. She really wanted to swim without her floats. Dad was slipping into the water and suggested that Mom and he stand just a little bit apart and Katie could practice. Mom held Katie and Dad reached out his arms. It was only a tiny distance to swim, but it would be hard work staying up. Katie took a big breath and Mom gave her a little push along. Katie made cups with her hands and dug in the water. She kicked as hard as she could. At first, Katie sank down, and Orbie moved a bit closer. Swimming without floats was scary to him. But underwater, Katie remembered to keep kicking hard and to use her whole body to swim. Soon she was going up again. Do you know that she worked so hard at swimming, she almost swam right past Dad? Well, everybody cheered, and Orbie flipped out of the water and back in again with a splash. Katie just loved the feeling of moving through the water. This time she wanted to swim even further. Dad and Mom both took a step back. This time, Dad let Katie take off herself, and she swam, working her body as hard as she could. Soon, her little face appeared above the waterline, and she took in a big breath and kept swimming. Dad said, "That's my girl." I don't think Katie could hear because her ears were under the water. Katie could hear the muffled sound of her body kicking and splashing in the water. She reminded herself to keep moving forward and not let her breath out too fast. Soon she was at Mom. Mom picked her up and hugged her. Katie was getting the hang of it. Well, she practiced all afternoon, and by supper time, she could swim in a circle. It was a small circle, but nonetheless a circle at that. Orbie thought she was a marvel and told her so. He wasn't too sure of the water, and he didn't feel nearly as comfortable in it without his floats. As Katie was drying herself off, Dad told her that she was a natural swimmer and that she swam just like a mermaid. Katie's eyes sparkled, and she imagined herself as a mermaid in the lake. She thought maybe she really was. And from that day on, Katie got better and better at swimming. Mom had been right about the day being special. And do you know that one day you'll find you can swim in the water? And if you really practice, you might find you're part merperson too. I kind of think you just might be.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know? There are many members in Chance's family that live in the wild. There are tigers, lynx, and mountain lions. But her closest relative is the bobcat. Even though they don't go in the water much, bobcats are very good swimmers.
It had been a pretty dull day. Katie discovered that even Chance doesn't want to listen to a story for the 4th time. And Orbie learned that the fast car beats a slow truck in every race. And they both found out that nobody really wants to play in the park when it's raining. The two friends were ready for a new game when they heard Mom call and ask Dad, was it in the hall closet? Katie and Orbie wondered what it could be. Mom came to the landing holding a beautiful long dress. Dad hollered, "Eureka!" and pulled a suit in a dry cleaning bag from a closet. "That just leaves Katie and Orbie," Mom said. Dad suggested Katie's special green dress. Mom said Orbie might like a black velvet bow tie. Katie and Orbie were tickling with curiosity. In a silly voice, Dad said, they had been invited to the ball. Like Cinderella, Katie asked. Orbie burbled excitedly. Should he go find some mice and a pumpkin for their coach? Dad said he thought the car would do just fine. It wasn't exactly like Cinderella. Dad's boss had invited all the people who worked for him and their families to a big thank you for working so hard all year dinner party. at a fancy restaurant. A very fancy restaurant. Dad looked at Mom. Maybe they should show Katie and Orbie how to behave in such a special place. Katie thought she knew, and so did Orbie, but Dad was talking about table manners. Dad asked everyone to meet him in Le Restaurant chez K&O. Orbie burbled his confusion, and Dad said, in the kitchen. Dad took out plates, bowls, and cutlery. Mom smiled and asked Katie and Orbie to get a tablecloth and napkins. Then she got glasses. While everyone was busy, Mom and Dad explained that the dinner would be formal, not like dinner at home. They would practice at Chez K&O so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable at the party. Katie wondered what would make them feel uncomfortable, but she didn't have to wonder long. Mom and Dad set the table with more cutlery and glasses than Katie and Orbie had ever seen on the table. Dad asked them to sit down. He would be their pretend waiter. His name would be Henri. Mom said that one trick you could always use was to watch the hostess and do what she did. Then Mom picked up her napkin and put it in her lap. Katie and Orbie put their napkins in their laps, too. Orbie tooted that it was a little bit like follow the leader. Henri hemmed and then filled the water glasses. There was another glass left over. It was for their milk. Henri offered pretend rolls from a basket. Mom took one and said that rolls should be broken with the fingers, not cut. The friends had no trouble with that. Mom said to take butter from the dish with the butter knife. You put the butter on your side plate, and then you buttered your roll with your own knife. Orbie nodded. He was getting the hang of fancy eating. Katie pointed to a small dish on the table that had a tiny fork in it. What was that, she wanted to know. With a small bow, Henri said that was pretend pickles and olives. He explained that you could help yourself, but you always use the fork that was in the dish. Never serve yourself from a plate or dish with your own fork. That's in case you've already had the fork in your mouth, Mom explained. Germs could get into the food and other people would get them. Henri swirled around and set soup bowls on plates in front of them. Mom pointed to the soup spoon and picked it up. Believe it or not, she said, you dipped soup away from you. Henri said it was so that if it spilled, it wouldn't spill in your lap. And Mom showed them how you should sip your soup from the side of the large spoon. No slurping allowed. Katie and Orbie did it beautifully. Henri said, you never start eating until everyone had been served, and then you wait for the hostess to start. That was your signal. Mom told the two friends they already knew basic good manners. They held their cutlery properly, they chewed quietly with their lips closed, and they never put their elbows on the table. Everybody practiced this. The ever-smiling Henri removed the soup and served the salad. Orbie looked at the two forks beside his plate and burbled the question, which one? Mom said cutlery was actually pretty easy. You just work from the outside in. Orbie picked up the smaller fork and smiled as he pretended to eat salad. Mom and Dad and Katie giggled. Mom said that when they were done, to set the fork on the plate, and the waiter would take it away with the plate. Henri did just that. And then he served the main course. When the plate was placed before her, Katie wanted to know what her pretend dinner was. Henri laughed and said it was a roast and gravy, potatoes, green beans, and carrots. Suddenly, Katie's tummy gurgled. All this pretend eating was making her hungry. Finished? Henri asked. Everyone giggled and nodded. Henri told them he was waiting for a signal so he could take the plates away. Mom put her knife and fork together on the plate. Katie and Orbie did too. Then their perfect waiter took away the plates. Is there dessert? Orbie burbled. Mom asked what Orbie would like and agreed that cherry pie sounded good. Dessert, madame, said Henri as he set a plate with a pie fork on it in front of Mom. Dessert utensils generally came with the dessert, Mom told them. And when everyone was served, they thoroughly enjoyed their pretend pie. When they were finished, they folded their napkins and set them on the table beside their dessert plates, just like Mom. Mom and Henri applauded. Katie and Orbie managed the pretend dinner perfectly. When things were cleared away, Henri turned back into Dad, and everyone scurried around getting ready. And I'll bet you know what happened. They all had a wonderful time at the dinner party. Katie and Orbie knew exactly what to do. When the salad was served, the gentleman next to Orbie looked confused. Orbie picked up his salad fork and twirled it slightly. The man smiled and picked up his salad fork, too. All the guests were very impressed with Katie and Orbie. And do you know that you can use good manners, too? When you do, everybody you dine with will be very impressed with you, because you know you are a pretty impressive person.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
There are lots of things you can do with an old newspaper, even if you can't read it. You can wrap presents with the colored comics, make a paper hat, or boat, or cut it into strips and make a paper mache mask.
It had been a day of planning. Katie discovered that when you put a mattress on the floor, there isn't much room left to play. And Orbie found out that having someone sleep over feels like a party. And they both learned that it's important to cook what the guests like so they feel welcome. Ara and Micah were coming to stay for the weekend. Mom was very excited because Ara was her best friend, and Katie and Orbie were excited because Micah was one of their best friends, too. Soon they drove up and everybody got a hug. Once Micah had placed his bag in Katie's room and everybody had caught up with the news, the three friends decided that the best way to start their visit was with a trip to the park. Orbie raced ahead to get swings for them, and Katie and Micah walked behind with Mom and Ara. Katie waved to some of her friends, and they all waved back. Micah waved too, even though he didn't know them all. Mom told them that she and Ara were going to walk along the paths in the park, keeping an eye on them. The three friends waved and jumped on the swings. Micah tried hard to swing as high as Katie and Orbie, but it was not as easy for him. Orbie leapt off of his swing and gave him a push. Micah smiled and thanked Orbie as he flew through the air. Some kids that usually don't play in Katie and Orbie's park were watching. They were thinking how strange it was that a big boy like Micah was having trouble swinging. The three friends didn't notice as they moved to the climber. Orbie scampered up and so did Katie. Micah followed behind, but he wasn't quite as fast, so they had to wait for him. Some of the new kids were laughing at Micah, and that made Orbie feel angry. It was very rude to laugh at people. When he looked to see if Micah was upset with them, he realized that Micah was concentrating so hard and climbing up, he hadn't even heard. Katie didn't like the other children laughing either. They were pointing at Micah. Pointing was rude, too. As Micah stood up at the top of the climber, he had a great big smile on his face. He was happy to have made it up. When he looked at his two friends and saw that they weren't smiling, he stopped. He turned and looked at the new children. As he did, one very rude one shouted out, "Hey, dummy!" Katie wanted to cry because that was so mean. Orbie wanted to fly down and tell the boy to leave the playground. But Micah just shouted back. He said, "Dummy is not my name." Katie, Orbie, and Micah decided it was no fun to play in the park if there were mean people there. Orbie hurried over to Mom and burbled what had happened. Ara looked at Micah, who was still smiling. He explained that the kids didn't know his name. Ara sat down on the grass with her arms around Micah. She told Katie and Orbie that she was sorry those children had been so mean. She also told them that as his very best friends, they could help him a bit. Katie wondered how, and Orbie had a few ideas, but they weren't very nice. Ara explained that not all children saw that Micah had Down syndrome. And to someone that hadn't met anybody with the syndrome, he looked different. Orbie knew all about looking different, and he swallowed hard. Ara leaned toward Katie and Orbie. Micah leaned in too. The thing you have to do, she told them, is to tell the other children that he is your friend. Tell them that you don't like it when they call him names, and that you just won't let them do that. I'll tell them Dummy is not my name, Micah said. Ara smiled and kissed him. She told him he was a brave guardian against ignorance. Micah beamed, and Katie and Orbie didn't know what that meant. Ara and Mum and all the friends headed towards the playground. Ara explained that it meant that Micah had to be tough and not feel hurt but work at helping people to understand. It wasn't easy, but if his friends helped him, that soon people would learn that he's just a wonderful person and you should get to know him. Different isn't anything to be afraid of. Katie couldn't imagine people being afraid of Micah. Mom explained it was because people just don't know any better. Katie linked her arm through Micah's. She told him that she was going to tell every one of those kids about him. Micah smiled. Thanks, he said. The two moms sat under the tree and chatted as Katie, Orbie, and Micah set off to play again. This time when the other kids came over and tried to call Micah Dummy, Orbie smiled very warmly at them. He burbled that they didn't know his friend Micah, but they should because he's great. Katie added that he was an excellent drummer, just so they'd know. One boy did turn away and tell his friends that he wasn't playing in this park. But the other two said hi to Micah. Micah asked if they wanted to play. They looked at each other and agreed they did. They played a game of the Angry Giant, and they had a rung-hanging contest that rolled down the hill till they all got dizzy. By the end of the afternoon, nobody noticed that Micah was different. All they noticed was that they'd had fun. They apologized to Micah for calling him Dummy, and he smiled. It's all right, he said, because when people make a mistake, it's important to forgive them. That night, when everybody was snuggling up for a story, Katie told Micah how proud she was of him. Micah told her he was proud of her, too. It was hard to show people how to understand new things, and she was very good at it. And so was Orbie. As Mom opened the book, Katie told them that one little boy didn't learn about Micah. Ara told her that maybe one day Katie would get another chance with him. Or maybe even his friends would help him learn not to be afraid. When they were all nestled up in their beds, Orbie burbled that he was going to be a guardian against ignorance, just like Micah. Katie said to count her in too. And do you know that if you have a friend that is special, you need to stand up and be a guardian against ignorance too? And if you do, maybe very slowly, but for certain, things will change. And soon the world will be a nicer place for all the special people who live in it.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. Coming up next, swim under the sea with Ariel and friends in The Little Mermaid. Then it's the new adventure.
Sing our songs with you. When life seems one great muddle, and if we get in deep trouble, she's the one who always gets us.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp beside or learn to skate. Build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime. And with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their stories, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a day of packing up. Katie discovered that even though it's sunny, when you go camping, you need rain boots. Orbie found out that there are no lights in the woods, so you need to bring a flashlight. And they both learned that there would be no automatic dishwasher on the trip. They drove for a long time until they came to a beautiful big lake. Dad turned down a road and there were several parked cars. He told the family that this was where the cars stopped. The rest was on foot. Everybody put their packs on and helped carry something. They walked along a path, and just about the time that Katie thought she couldn't carry her sleeping bag any further, Dad darted in between two trees. Mom followed, and Katie and Orbie raced behind them. "We're here," Dad said. He dumped his armload on the ground. "We're sleeping in Nature's house tonight." There were trees overhead and a lake. There was a beach and a big circle of rocks. Orbie asked where the beds were. Dad told him that they would be sleeping on the ground. This surprised Orbie because the ground was made of earth, not grass. Dad flipped down a big bundle he had carried on his shoulders and explained as he undid it, "We're not going to sleep on the earth, we're going to sleep in a tent." Dad spread the tent out and Mom gave him a hand. As Dad pulled and stretched the tent, he told Orbie that this would be their home away from home. Dad hammered some pegs into the ground. They held the tent in position. Then he put a pole in the middle of the tent, and it was standing. Katie and Orbie were very impressed. He asked them if they wanted to inspect their new home. They both walked in and stood right up. Dad had to bend a little bit. He told Orbie to put his sleeping bag down and roll it out on the floor. Katie did the same thing, and so did Mom and Dad. With the packs and the sleeping bags, there was almost no room left to put other things. Dad explained that not much other stuff was to come in. Katie wondered about the food and the cooking things. And Dad told her that when you're camping, all that happened outside. Katie and Orbie loved picnics, so this sounded great. Dad told them that now it was time for the fun to begin. First, they went swimming in the lake. As soon as Orbie put his little pink toe in the water, a big fish came over and nibbled on it. Orbie leapt out of the water. It hadn't hurt, it just tickled, but it surprised him. Katie giggled. They splashed and played in the lake, and even the fish played with them. Then when they were changed, they went on a nature walk in the woods. Dad showed them a tree that was growing a big mushroom on it. He showed them that pine needles fall and make a carpet that turns into earth. And he showed them where to find wild raspberries. The raspberries were starting to make everybody hungry, so Mom thought it must be supper time. She started to work near the circle of rocks. Dad told the two friends that they had a part to play in getting supper ready. Katie couldn't see a table to set. Dad told them they were going to be hunters. They would hunt for small sticks to start the fire with. Right away, Orbie told Dad that fires were dangerous. Dad explained that they certainly were, but that out on the beach it was quite safe. At first, Katie couldn't see any sticks, neither could Orbie. But Dad asked them to look more closely, and then all of a sudden they could see quite a few that the trees were all finished with. When they came back to the campsite, Dad explained that the circle of rocks held the fire in. He made a teepee shape with the sticks they'd gathered. He added some dry leaves and small twigs and lit it with a match. At first, a little flame flickered, and then it grew. When the small branches caught fire, everybody clapped for Dad. He put some bigger logs on to keep it burning. Mom put some foil-wrapped carrots and potatoes near the edge of the fire. Then she brought over a grill that held the meat inside. When it was time, she placed it on the fire and turned it over a lot. Dad found 4 rocks for them to sit on, and he told Katie and Orbie that their laps were the table. Each person in the family had a little metal bowl with a knife and fork and spoon. When it was ready, Mom served up supper, and Katie thought that maybe it was the best supper they had ever had. After supper, Dad found some sticks that were long and thin. On the end of each stick, he put a marshmallow. Everybody held theirs over the fire until the marshmallows got toasty brown. And then as soon as they cooled, they ate them. Orbie thought that they were the best dessert they'd ever had. For a treat, when everybody was in their pajamas, they all sat around the campfire and sang songs. Mom and Dad knew a few silly ones, and by the end of the evening, so did Katie and Orbie. When it was time for bed, Dad carried a bucket of water from the lake and flooded the embers of the fire so that it wouldn't keep burning all night. Dad told Katie and Orbie it was their responsibility to the trees and all the plants and animals that live in nature to put the fire out. When the fire was out, it was very dark. Katie and Orbie stuck close to Mom. Dad hung the bag full of food up in the tree. He told the friends that it was so no animals thought it was a help-yourself restaurant. Orbie burbled, "What animals?" Of course, belongs to nature. They would be sleeping near all kinds of animals tonight. In the tent, they zipped up the zipper and settled down for a cozy night. Orbie thought he heard a bear snoring, but it was only Dad. They all slept through the night, but I have to tell you that in the dark outside the tent, all kinds of visitors came to see who was using their forest. They were glad to see that Katie and Orbie were enjoying their nature house. Katie and Orbie loved sharing the trees and the lake with all the little animals that lived there. And I hope that one day you'll get a chance to sleep without a bed, cook without a stove, and toast marshmallows over a campfire. Maybe you'll even learn a few very silly songs.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
There are many mountains on the moon. Most of the moon mountains have the same names as Earth mountains. mountains. I wonder if there is a Mount Rushmore on the moon.
It had been a bright spring morning. Katie discovered that apple blossoms smell very sweet. Orbie found out that there aren't any yellow or red leaves on the trees in the spring. And they both discovered that this is the time birds like best to build their nests. Well, that day, Mom and Dad had an appointment, so Tom was coming to stay with Katie and Orbie. Tom had a friend visiting from out of town, and he asked Mom if he could bring his friend too. Mom said it would be fine, and the plans were set. When Tom rang the doorbell, everybody expected to see another boy with him, but instead, it was a girl. A very pretty girl. Tom introduced her. Her name was Polly. Everyone was very glad to meet her. Katie wondered if Tom would play with them if he had a guest, but Polly put her at ease right away by asking if they knew how to play fish. Katie showed her the cards and waved goodbye to Mom and Dad as they laid the cards on the table. Polly told Katie and Orbie that she had little cousins and played with them a lot. Now, while Katie and Polly were talking, a very funny thing was happening inside Orbie. He looked at Polly as she dealt the cards, and he thought she was possibly the most beautiful girl in the world. Now, of course she wasn't, but Orbie just saw her that way. When Polly smiled and told him to pick up his cards, her smile almost dazzled Orbie. Orbie gulped and picked up his cards. Tom was telling everybody that he was going to win. Orbie really wanted to win to show Polly how good he was at cards. Orbie tried very hard, and Katie noticed that he was being very serious about winning. She hugged her friend and reminded him that it was only a silly game. Orbie tried to remember, but he really wanted to win. When he didn't win, he felt bad. Polly reminded him that it was just for fun, and suddenly he smiled. Next, they went to the park. Katie and Orbie always held Tom's hand when they went to the park, but this time, Orbie thought maybe he would like to hold Polly's hand. Polly smiled one of those big smiles at him and took his little hand. Orbie was so thrilled that he could barely walk. He almost tripped. Katie wondered what was wrong with Orbie, but Orbie burbled nothing. When he burbled it, he was looking at Polly. Everybody jumped onto the swings. A strange thing happened to Orbie. Orbie couldn't get his swing to move. Polly looked at him and asked if he wanted some help, and Orbie smiled. He sure did. Katie looked at him and gave him a you-can-do-it-yourself face, but Orbie didn't notice. He was watching Polly get off her swing. Later, on the climber, Katie slid down, and Tom slid down, and Polly slid down. Orbie stayed up. Katie was very surprised to find that Orbie needed help here, too. Actually, so was Tom, who knew how athletic Orbie really was. Polly told him she would catch him, and Orbie flew down the slide. At home, they played a game of hide and seek. Orbie always wanted to hide with Polly, and when it was his turn, he didn't care about where anybody but Polly was. Katie pulled Orbie aside for a minute. She asked if he was feeling sick. Orbie shook his head. Katie asked why he was behaving so strangely, and Orbie shook his head again. He didn't know what she was talking about. Just then a horn tooted, and Mom and Dad were home. Katie threw up her hands and said, "They're back." Orbie turned slowly and walked away. Polly would have to leave, and that made him sad. He went up and hung in the cupboard for a long time. At supper, he had lost his appetite. Everybody thought he was sick. Katie was feeling bad for being annoyed with him. After supper, he didn't want to play or do anything but sit on the couch. Mom took his temperature and then sat down beside him. He wasn't sick. Mom asked how the day had gone and if everything was okay. Orbie had a dreamy look in his eye as he told Mom about Polly. Mom was starting to get the picture. She asked him if he would like it if Polly came back over. Orbie zipped off the couch and did a cartwheel. He would love it. Mom told him that she knew exactly what was wrong with him. He was in puppy love. Orbie thought maybe she meant Polly love. But Mom explained that Orbie really wasn't old enough to be in love with somebody Polly's age. Polly was almost an adult, and he was still in his childhood. Orbie wrinkled up his nose. He didn't exactly understand that. Mom told Orbie Polly seemed extra special to him, but she was really just a friend. Orbie dragged himself off the couch. He thought maybe he'd go back to his closet and hang out for a while. Mom sighed. Sometimes puppy love was hard. The next morning, as Orbie was slowly eating his cereal, the doorbell rang. Orbie didn't even notice. But he did notice when Polly bounced in and asked to speak to him. She asked if he would like to go for a walk. When Mom said he could, he finished his cereal as fast as he could and whizzed out the front door. On the walk, Polly held his hand, and Orbie was in heaven. Polly talked to him about her boyfriend back home. It made Orbie feel a little sad, but she told him that she knew one day Orbie would make a wonderful boyfriend too. Orbie glowed. Then she told him that one day she hoped that he would meet someone terrific that he really liked and that they could be boyfriend and girlfriend. Orbie stopped and turned to Polly. "I really like you," he burbled. Polly told him that she liked him, but as a very, very special friend. Orbie asked how many veries there were before the word friend, and she said a whole lot. Then Polly gave him a kiss on the cheek. She promised him that one day he would feel the same way about a girl his own age, and that when he did, she'd want to meet her. But right now, he should enjoy being young. Orbie agreed. He felt a little sad for a moment. Then he looked at Polly. She was still very pretty, but the gleam in her smile was disappearing. As they walked back to the house, Orbie had a big smile on his face. He felt a whole lot more like he should. And I hope, if you ever fall in puppy love with someone, that you'll remember when you're old enough, someone is going to think you're terrific too. And that is absolutely for certain.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know? You can paint with more than a paintbrush. You can use your fingers, old toothbrushes, or a sponge. You can even cut a design into a potato and dip it into your paint pot. What about your feet?
It had been a night of adventures. Katie discovered that if you tilt the lampshade the right way, it makes interesting shadows on the wall. Orbie found out that if you wiggle your fingers in front of the lamp, they dance on the wall too. And they both learned that everything in the room has a shadow. It was time for bed, and as they finished the story of the three billy goats grep, Katie asked if there were ever really trolls under the bridge like in the story. Dad smiled at her and told her it was just a fairy tale. He hugged her and hugged Orbie, and with that he turned out the light. Katie told Orbie that the troll was pretty ugly, and Orbie agreed. Then she told him that she hoped she never went over a bridge where there was a troll. Orbie told her there was just a fairy tale, and soon he went to sleep. Katie thought about that troll a bit more. Then she rolled over in her bed to get down to the business of falling asleep. She thought she noticed something strange slipping quietly under the bed, and she gulped. She wasn't sure, but it looked an awful lot like the dirty, lumpy toes of a troll. Katie lay in bed for a minute and told herself trolls belonged in fairy tales. They weren't true. She peeked over the side of her bed again to prove to herself that nothing was there. But I have to tell you, when she looked, she thought there were two hairy hands sticking out. Katie felt all the little hairs on the back of her neck stand right up. She was afraid. She whispered Orbie's name until he woke right up. She told him that a troll had slipped into the room and was hiding under her bed. As you can imagine, Orbie was just shocked. He couldn't see anything from where he was hanging. He jumped down from the closet and raced over to the light. He flicked it on and looked at the floor. There was nothing there. Katie covered her eyes. Orbie tiptoed toward the bed. "It's gone," he burbled softly. Katie didn't even speak. She just pointed down, under the bed. Orbie cleared his throat and slowly and very carefully approached the bed. Katie peeked to see what was taking him so long, but the truth is, you don't mess around with trolls. He edged over closer to the bed and ever so slowly lifted up the covers that were hanging down. Nothing reached out and grabbed his feet, which he was very glad about. Slowly he bent down, expecting to see the very worst thing he'd ever seen in his life. But when he looked, he saw absolutely nothing. When Orbie told Katie this, she asked him to look again. It was there. She had seen it clearly. Orbie did peek again, but there was nothing. He gave Katie a kiss and told her it was just her imagination remembering the story. He turned out the light and jumped back up into the closet, and in seconds Orbie was back to sleep. Katie told herself it was her imagination. She told herself that there was positively not a thing there. And then, to be sure, she snuck a peek. And as she looked down, she was sure a horrible, drooling face was looking right back at her. Katie shouted for Dad so loud that Orbie bumped his head on the wall in his surprise. Dad raced in. Katie was clutching her sheet and shaking in her bed. She explained about the troll, and I have to say that Dad was very surprised. He didn't even look under the bed at first. He just walked over and sat down. And he explained about the fairy tale stuff, but Katie wasn't even listening. She was worried that the troll would grab Dad's feet. Dad went down on his hands and knees. There was nothing there. Katie told him that Orbie had thought so too, but sure enough, he was wrong. To help Katie understand that there was really nothing there, Dad slid right under. Katie gasped when he did this. He disappeared for a moment, and Katie felt tears creeping up from her stomach. The troll would get him for sure. She peeked over the side of the bed, and a huge foot came out. Katie started to feel the tears winning and begin to snip, but the foot had pajamas, and the trolls certainly hadn't. So she knew it was Dad. He told her that he looked all over under the bed. Nothing, nobody, and certainly not a troll was there. Dad hugged and kissed Katie and told her to think of something fun so that she could sleep. As he turned out the light, Katie thought about splashing in the pool with her friends. And she thought about the special place under the willow tree, and she was about to think of something else when she thought she felt her whole bed dip down as if someone was leaning on it. When she opened her eyes, which I have to tell you was a very scary thing to do, she was positive. She saw the troll as clear as day. Katie screamed. Mom and Dad raced in. Katie was under her blankets and shaking. Dad started in with the same old explanation, but Mom stopped him. She whispered in his ear. He looked puzzled, but then left the room. Mom told Katie that it must be impossible to try to sleep with a horrible troll under the bed. Katie looked at Mom. Finally, somebody believed her. Katie told her how awful it was. Mom said that there was a way to get rid of scary things. Orbie looked at Mom and wondered why she didn't realize there was nothing under the bed. But Mom wasn't going near the bed until the troll was gone. Mom told Katie that she had learned a little trick when she was a young girl. There had been a snapping dragon under her bed at the time. Katie gasped. Mom told her that you had to put a brown paper bag with a carrot in it on the floor facing the bed. Scary things just love carrots because carrots help them see in the dark. Dad brought in a carrot and a paper bag. Mom set it up. Katie pointed out that the troll was much bigger than the paper bag. Mom smiled as she rattled the bag and said that trolls shrink themselves so they can sneak in and eat the carrot. Mom explained that you need to be hugged while the troll is shrinking, so everybody piled onto Katie's bed, toes nowhere near the floor, and waited. In a minute, Mom picked up the bag and raced right outside to put it in the garbage bin. The troll was gone. Katie smiled for the first time since she'd tried to sleep. She thanked Mom and rolled over. Within 2 minutes, she was asleep. Katie's troll never, ever came back, and nothing scary ever appeared under her bed again. If you feel as though you have something scary under your bed, ask your mom or dad to help you get rid of it, too. If you try this method or something like it, I promise it will work, and you'll sleep soundly from that day on.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. Coming up next, swim under the sea with Ariel and friends in The Little Mermaid. Then it's the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice end to his ride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, tap a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, tap a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
Rain had fallen during the night, covering the ground with little droplets. When the sun rose, it dried them up and left the grass a shiny green. A little worm stuck his nose out of the earth and saw the new day. A shiny beetle found a nice shady spot under a dandelion. Katie and Orbie didn't see much of this because they were sound asleep. Asleep, that is, until there was a great roaring noise and a screech. The noise was so loud that it literally shook the windows of Katie's bedroom. Katie popped her head through the open window and saw a big truck, a very big truck. It was parked next door. They hurried down the stairs and threw open the front door. Dad followed them out and told Katie and Orbie that the new neighbors had arrived. Katie told Orbie that neighbors were people who lived on your street. Katie and Orbie ate their breakfast as quickly as possible. Then they just ran right out to the end of the driveway. The movers were unloading the furniture from the truck. They told Katie and Orbie to stand way back. Orbie wondered what the new people would be like. Would they like him? Katie wondered if there were any children in the family. The movers carried an old desk off the truck. It didn't look like Mom's, but Katie told Orbie that it was a desk just the same. Orbie wanted to look in all the drawers, but Katie said it would be rude to look through other people's things. Orbie smiled. He thought that might be the case. The desk certainly didn't tell them if a child lived in the family. Next came a bed. It was bright red and had 4 golden dragons on each of its corners. Katie decided that it was too big for a child. Orbie wondered if a new child would like him. Katie turned to Orbie with a big smile. She held his hand and said, "Orbie, anybody would like you. You are my best friend." Orbie shuffled his feet as he made a noise that sounded like, "But you already know me." Katie gave Orbie a hug. She told him that meeting new people was fun. Orbie made a little nervous noise, but he felt better by the time Katie said, "Look at that." Orbie looked and saw a beautiful doll dressed in a long dress. It was so precious that it was inside a glass case. But it wasn't a toy doll. Orbie wasn't sure at that very moment if he had ever seen anything as beautiful. They both wanted to get a better look, but they stayed where they were. A car drove up. They could see a mom and a dad, but that's all that got out of the car. The dad came and talked to the movers, then he went inside the house. The mom looked at Katie and Orbie and gave them a big smile. Another car drove into the driveway. Out of that car popped a little girl who could be Katie's age. Katie was so happy she clapped her hands together. Orbie jumped right up into the air and would have landed in the rose bush if Katie hadn't caught him. Katie helped Orbie up as she said, "Let's wave to her." Orbie agreed, and they raised their hands and waved. The little girl saw them and waved back. She ran right up to Katie and said, "Hi, my name is Yi Ping. What's yours?" Right away, Katie said, "I'm Katie, and this is my friend Orbie." Yi Ping looked at Orbie. I guess she'd never seen anyone like Orbie before. Katie took Orbie's hand. "He's my best friend," she said. Orbie made his sincerest, "You'd like me if you knew me" smile. Yi Ping looked at him for a moment, then she smiled too. "Hi, Orbie," she said. Orbie couldn't help it. His spots flashed brighter and brighter. Yi Ping giggled and told Katie that she thought Orbie might be a very special best friend. Just then the movers brought out a big wrapped package. They put it down on the grass and began to unwrap it. Katie looked at it. "What is that?" Yi Ping looked and said she wasn't sure. They all moved a bit closer to see. Suddenly a glittery golden part of the package showed through, then bright red and something that looked suspiciously like an enormous eyeball. When Yi Ping saw what it was, she threw her head back and laughed. "It's the dragon." Katie tried to figure out how you could wrap up a dragon, and Orbie just shot up in the air so high he caught a tree branch. Yi Ping went over to help Orbie down. She said, "Not a real dragon," she giggled. "A Chinese dragon." Katie crouched over near the dragon and watched the men as they took the paper off. "Chinese dragons are the most beautiful dragons I've ever seen," Katie said. The men lifted the dragon up and Katie gasped. Yi Ping said, "The dragon doesn't have a body." This worried Orbie too, but he was too busy pulling a twig out from between his toes. Yi Ping told Katie and Orbie that the dragon head was a costume, and that she and her mother and her cousins were the body. Orbie scratched a polka dot. He made an "I don't understand" kind of noise. Katie just looked at Yi Ping and couldn't think what to say. Yi Ping told them that on special Chinese occasions, her dad would dance, moving the dragon head up and down, and the rest of the family would dance under the body part behind. They would hold sticks attached to the costume and move the dragon body around. Katie and Orbie just stared at her, not understanding. Yi Ping looked from one to the other, and then she said, "Wait here." She ran over to the car and opened the back door, and she pulled out a great big garbage bag and ran back across the lawn with it. As she opened up the garbage bag, she told her new friends, "That dragon's head is for very special occasions, but my father made this one for me to play with." She pulled out a dragon's head with some cloth and 4 sticks attached to it. She gave Orbie and Katie 2 sticks each. "I need 2 friends to make a dance," Ping said, as she went to the head of the dragon and picked it up. She told Katie and Orbie to pick up the sticks and hold them over their heads. Then Ping did a strange thing. She kicked 1 foot out to the left and 1 foot out to the right. To do what I'm doing. Orbie had a little trouble getting the foot right, but soon they were dancing around the yard. They looked like a dancing dragon. They were laughing and dancing so fast, and Orbie was really into waving his sticks up and down. Mom thought the dragon looked like it had a bad case of the hiccups. When they saw Mom, they danced over to her, and Katie said, "Look, Mom, I made a new friend." And Ping said, "I made new friends too." And I know Orbie would have said that he made new friends too, but at that very moment he crashed his sticks into Katie's sticks, and they both bumped into Ping, and the entire dancing dragon fell to the ground. Of course, it wasn't long before the dragon was up dancing again. And do you know, that dragon danced right up until lunchtime, when it had to stop and enjoy the wonderful barbecue Katie's family made for Ping's.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? All sorts of birds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Big ones, small ones, fat ones, and tall ones. And they all lay different sized eggs. Red ones, blue ones, and even green. And some other color you've never seen.
It had been a kind of dreary day so far. It was fun when the puffed cereal just refused to sink in the milk. It was a surprise when Katie found out that you only need 1 squirt of dish detergent. The soap suds spilled over the top of the sink. And Orbie loved making the apple juice popsicles with raisins in the middle, but other than that, not too much had happened. Orbie helped Katie make her bed, and they were lying on it, flipping through a picture book. The picture book was nice, but it wasn't long before Katie found herself lying on her back, imagining what it would be like to walk on the ceiling. Orbie started to feel a little bored and began to hum and trace his red spots. He started to look for spots on other things and found a large pink spot on Katie's piggy bank. He'd never noticed Katie's piggy bank before. Curious as always, he made a, "What's this noise?" Katie explained that it was a piggy bank, but Orbie didn't understand. Katie told Orbie to pick it up and shake it. Orbie thought it was a rather odd request, but when he did, his eyes lit up at the jingling sound that came from inside. His "what's making that sound" noise made Katie giggle. "It's money," she said. "Money is what you use to buy things at the store. Dad says it's good to save money for a rainy day." Orbie wanted to know why, and Katie said she wasn't sure. The pattering sound from Katie's bedroom window told them that the drizzle had turned to a gentle rain. Katie and Orbie looked out the window and then at the little bank. Katie smiled, and Orbie made happy Orbie noises. "It's raining," Katie said. "Maybe this is the rainy day I've been saving for." Mom was cleaning paintbrushes when Katie and Orbie walked into the kitchen. Katie let Orbie carry the piggy bank. "Did you two find something to do on this rainy morning?" Mom asked. Katie asked Mom if she and Orbie could go to Mr. Singh's corner store to do some shopping. She had saved her pennies for a rainy day, and here it was. Mom seemed to think the idea was funny. She helped Katie into her boots and yellow raincoat and gave an umbrella to Orbie. She decided to come along, too, since they needed some more milk. So the 3 of them walked out the front door and down the walk. Orbie loved umbrellas and tried to keep Katie very dry. Mom had her own and a canvas shopping bag. As they walked, Katie and Orbie thought of all the wonderful things they would buy in Mr. Singh's store. Soon the store was in sight, and Orbie couldn't keep his noises of excitement from bubbling out of him. Katie couldn't wait to get inside either, so they ran the last few steps to the door. Katie had already said good morning to Mr. Singh, and Orbie had done his special hello by the time Mom walked in. Mom explained to Mr. Singh that Katie and Orbie were going to do some shopping on their own today with the money from Katie's piggy bank. Mr. Singh smiled and nodded to Mom and told Katie and Orbie to take their time and have a good look around. Orbie raced off down the aisle and was squeaking excitedly in the chocolate bar and candy section. Katie was looking at coloring books and brought a nice thick one with her when she joined Orbie at the goodies. Remember what Mom said, Orbie, too much candy isn't good for you. And we did split a chocolate bar yesterday. Orbie had to agree. He then moved down the aisle to a huge display of potato chips. With a bag under his arm, he took Katie's hand and led her to the groceries section. The carrots looked especially good, so Orbie picked up 4 long, fat ones, and Katie decided she'd like a nice big jar of peanut butter. They also looked at birthday cards, dog leashes, and plastic measuring spoons, but decided they didn't need any of those things today. Instead, they each picked up a juice. Katie chose peach, and Orbie wondered if pineapple would taste prickly. Katie told him that it tasted good, so Orbie took one for himself. They could hardly carry all the things they wanted to buy. There was the coloring book, the potato chips, the carrots, the peanut butter, and the juices. But without dropping a single thing, they made it to Mr. Singh's counter. Mom was talking to Mr. Singh. She had already paid for the milk. Mr. Singh moved Katie and Orbie's things over so he could see them. Then Orbie shook the piggy bank again, and Mr. Singh laughed at the sound of the money jingling inside, too. Katie frowned a bit and said, "How do we get the money out?" Orbie puffed himself up and grinned a wide grin. He made a "I know how" noise and turned the pink-spotted pig over. He started to shake it. He shook and shook till he started to shake his whole body. The money inside made a lovely sound. Then suddenly a boing happened. They all looked at the penny that popped out. It rolled around and then fell kerplunk on the counter. Katie clapped her hands and laughed. She wanted to try, too. Orbie handed her the upside-down pig, and Katie shook it. Boing, boing, 2 pennies. Orbie shook out 2 more. And on Katie's turn, the last penny fell out. She shook the piggy bank again. There was no sound at all. "There you are, Mr. Singh," Katie said with a smile. "That's all of it." Mr. Singh counted all the pennies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He smiled a little smile and looked at Mom. Mom smiled back at him and nodded her head. "Well, Katie, and Orbie," Mr. Singh said, "you have a lot of money here, 6 whole cents, but the things you want to buy cost more than that. You don't have enough money to pay for all these things." Orbie kind of fizzled and looked at Katie, and Katie sighed too, tapped her fingers on the counter. "What can we buy with 6 cents? "Well, for 6 cents, you could have this great big carrot. When you break it in half, you and Orbie each have a nice big piece." Katie looked at all the things on the counter, and then at the one large carrot. 6 cents doesn't go that far, does it, Orbie?" she said. I'm not sure if Orbie heard her because he was staring long and hard at the carrot. Katie smiled and Orbie smiled, and they both giggled out loud. Actually, the carrot was just the right thing for this rainy morning. Mom smiled as Mr. Singh snapped the big carrot in half and gave a piece to Katie and then to Orbie. Orbie quickly bit off a chunk and wiggled his nose in delight. Katie tasted her half and agreed with him. It was a lovely tasting carrot. They all thanked Mr. Singh and headed home. On the way, between mouthfuls of carrot, Katie and Orbie decided that they would start saving for another rainy day. This time they'd wait for a day when it was raining even harder. Maybe they'd get more money. But do you know what? I don't think the rain had too much to do with it. Do you?
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? You need toothpaste to keep your smile bright and happy. Brushing is important if you want to keep your teeth strong and healthy. Up like a rocket, down like the rain, back and forth like a choo-choo train. But you only need a dab.
So far, the day had been busy. Orbie found out that it isn't smart to stick your nose in the jam jar. Katie found out that there's a lot more to tying your shoes than making knots. And they both discovered that if you leave your boots outside in the rain, they fill up with water. Things had calmed down by this time. Orbie was sorting through his odd sock collection, and Katie was drawing on a piece of paper. Mom was in the kitchen making soup. Orbie ran in every 3 minutes to see if it was ready yet. Mom told him that a good soup takes a long time. When Katie asked why she was making so much, Mom told her that Mrs. Perrette, who lived down the street, was very sick with pneumonia and had been in bed for a week. Mom was making some of the soup for her. Chicken soup often makes you feel better. Kate wanted to know why it made you feel better, and Mom explained that there were a lot of good things in chicken soup. Chicken, carrots, broccoli, onions, potatoes, leeks, lettuce, just about anything else in the fridge. Orbie opened the fridge and found a bottle of orange juice. He wanted to put that in the soup, too. Yuck, said Katie. Orange juice doesn't go with chicken soup. It was right then that Katie had an idea. Why didn't she make Mrs. Perrette a cheer-me-up present? Mom thought it was a good idea. Orbie didn't know what a cheer-me-up present looked like. Mom told him that it could look like anything. Orbie set right to work with his odd sock collection. He would make something special. Katie thought carefully. Finally, she decided to paint a bright, sunny picture so that Mrs. Perrette could put it on her wall and look at it while she was in bed. It would make her feel happy. Katie set up her easel outside. She would paint a picture of her backyard. That way, Mrs. Perrette could imagine she was right outside. She put out all her paints and chose the brightest, happiest colors. She worked very hard on her picture. She painted the bushes and the flowers and the tree. She painted the grass and the houses. She even put in 3 little birds sitting on a branch. When she was all done, she left it to dry. Orbie came out to show her what he'd made. He'd taken an old pink sock and painted red polka dots on it. He drew a little Orbie face on it, and it looked like an Orbie puppet. Katie loved it and gave him a great big hug. She was sure it would cheer Mrs. Perrette up. Mom poured some of the chicken soup into a smaller container. It was time to go to Mrs. Perrette's house. Katie raced out to the backyard and carefully removed her painting from the easel. Her painting was beautiful and was full of happy colors. Katie wondered if Mrs. Perrette had ever seen such a beautiful picture. They walked down the street to Mrs. Perrette's house. Mom knocked on the door and walked in. Katie thought that Mom should have waited, but Mom reminded her that Mrs. Perrette was sick in bed. They went in very quietly. Mom called Helene. Her bedroom was full of flowers. Mrs. Perrette looked very sick and had a bad cough. Katie and Orbie sat together in a chair and waited till it was time to give their presents. A smile crossed Mrs. Perrette's face when she saw Katie and Orbie. The chicken soup smelled good, and so she asked Mom to heat some up for her. Of course, Mom was thrilled. She wanted Mrs. Perrette to eat the chicken soup and get better. Mrs. Perrette asked Orbie what he had in his hand, and Orbie moved over to the bed and showed her his cheer-me-up present. It was a wonderful sock puppet. Mrs. Perrette giggled with delight, and Katie was sure that it was good for her to laugh. The puppet looked perfect sitting on the bed beside Mrs. Perrette, and Orbie was happy that it would keep her from feeling lonely. Katie moved forward to show her picture. She held it up. Mrs. Perrette didn't say anything for a minute. She seemed to look at every brush stroke, and then she said, "Oh, my Katie, this is a lovely painting. And I know paintings because I painted that one over there." Katie looked at the wall and saw a beautiful painting of a flower garden. The bushes and flowers all looked exactly like they were real. Katie looked at hers. Suddenly, nothing looked real at all. A big gulp rose in Katie's throat, and she had to swallow hard. Her painting just wasn't any good at all. Mrs. Perrette told Katie that it was very good. But Katie took one look at the picture on the wall, and she knew she was just being polite. Orbie told Katie it was very nice, too. But he had to say something nice. He was her friend. Katie felt hot inside, and her cheeks turned bright red. She wanted to run home. She wanted to rip up her dumb painting. Why hadn't she made Mrs. Perrette a paper hat or something? Just as Katie was starting to feel a little tear in her eye, Mom came into the room with a bowl of soup on a tray. Mrs. Perrette smiled at her and said, "Thank you, Susan. That looks delicious." Mom put the tray on her lap. Then she continued, "Did you see the wonderful things that Katie and Orbie brought?" Mrs. Perrette turned to the puppet. "I'm going to keep this right here. It will keep me company while I'm sick." Orbie grew so proud that his little red spots got brighter and brighter. Katie just looked at the ground. Mrs. Perrette picked up Katie's painting. Katie said, "You can just throw that out." Mrs. Perrette looked at her in shock. "Throw it out," she said. "I wouldn't dream of it." She turned to Katie and held the picture up. "This is very special to me." Katie looked at the beautiful painting on the wall and said, "But it's not even nearly as good as that one." Mrs. Perrette finally understood. "Katie," she said, "do you think I started off painting like that? Nobody starts off perfect. People have to keep practicing until they get there. I painted hundreds of paintings, and I still have lots to learn. But the thing that makes this so special to me is that when I was your age, I painted a painting that looks almost exactly like this." I don't have to tell you that Katie felt very proud, and so did Mom and Orbie. Mom taped the painting up on the wall, and Mrs. Perrette said that now she was sure to get better quickly. I bet you can imagine that Katie hurried back home and painted 10 more paintings. She would have painted 11, but it was time for chicken soup.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. Coming up next, make some bubbles with Ariel and friends. It's The Little Mermaid. Then stay tuned for the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh right here inside Playhouse Disney.
Tonight, Disney presents a classic tale of 3 young
Songs with you.
Far away out past the moon came a little pink friend all alone. There's a house with a girl inside, such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family who teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, camp a spider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie.
It had been a strange night. Orbie dreamt that he was a pirate on the high seas. Katie dreamt she was flying on a magic broomstick through a wild but wonderful sky. And they both woke up with a start when they heard just about the loudest crack sound ever. It was so loud that it woke Mom and Dad up, too. A fierce wind was winding through the streets. When they looked out of the window, they saw the wonderful old tree that stood in their yard, almost completely snapped in two. Dad was glad it hadn't fallen on the house. Mom was glad it was night when no one was around to get hurt. But both Katie and Orbie were sad because that was one of their most favorite trees. In the morning, they all went out to look at the damage. Katie and Orbie stood near the snapped trunk. Mom really wanted Dad to try to save the tree, so Dad asked the tree surgeon to come and have a look at it. The tree surgeon drove up in his little truck, and even as he got out of it, he was shaking his head. You know, I'd love to save it, but the damage goes down to the roots. It must have been some mean wind to crack a tree like that, he said. Katie took Orbie's hand at the thought of it. The tree surgeon said his men would come a little later in the day to clean up the fallen tree. A very real kind of sadness fell over Katie and Orbie. The tree had been there all of Katie's life. Mom made them some apple juice and cookies, and they sat in the living room. She reminded Dad that one of the reasons they bought the house was that the tree welcomed them with its wonderful spreading arms. And she reminded him that he had put a little birdhouse in it to let people know they had moved in. Dad smiled. Katie told them that it was the only tree she could climb. Orbie reminded them that the first time they flew a kite, the tree tried to catch it. And Katie reminded Orbie that sometimes they loved to just sit in the tree and sing songs. Dad told them all that the tree had lived a very long time. It had been wonderful, but now it was gone. And Katie bit her lip, and Orbie snuffled a bit. Just then, 2 trucks drove up. Mom said Katie and Orbie could watch from the window. 2 men scurried around with small saws and cut away at the branches. Katie was sure it hurt the tree, but Mom reminded her that the tree was dead. The men put the branches into a machine at the back of one of their trucks, and it made a loud, searing noise. The branches disappeared. Orbie thought this was great, and Katie felt very unhappy. Soon the smaller branches were gone, and the 2 men used another bigger saw to cut the thicker parts of the tree. Bit by bit, the tree turned into logs that the men piled by the side of the house, and bit by bit, the tree disappeared. The men used another machine to dig up the roots so they wouldn't be sitting there with no tree. And finally, they were finished. Things looked pretty bleak. Outside, there was a wonderful smell of fresh wood. There were hundreds of small twigs in the ground, and Dad asked Katie and Orbie to pick up as many as they could. The 2 friends raced around the yard, making a twig pile. When all the twigs were picked up, Dad put them into the compost pile. Then Mom and Dad raked up the leftover stuff from the grass. Dad told them they would add it to the compost pile, too, and soon it would be warm bedding for plants during the winter. It didn't look warm to Katie, but she guessed a plant was different than a people. When all was done, the family had lunch. Mom made macaroni with thick cheese on top. Katie and Orbie told Mom and Dad that the whole house looked different without the tree there. They agreed it was sunnier in the house, and they could certainly see the street a whole lot better. But that tree had been the most perfect thing for that part of the yard. Mom talked about the earth needing trees. Mom said that trees help the earth breathe and stay cool, and that they help the ecology. Orbie burbled his confusion. He didn't know what ecology was, so Mom explained that the tree was wonderful for them to look at. It also served as a home for birds to nest in, and a place for squirrels to hide their nuts in and hibernate in the winter. Maybe even bats slept in the tree in the daytime, which I have to tell you, Katie thought was a bit gross. Mom laughed and explained that for the most part, bats are wonderful creatures because they eat bugs. and that keeps the bugs from biting Katie. Trees also provide shade, and they drop leaves in the fall that eventually soil. Katie didn't know that trees were such a big deal. Katie looked at Orbie and told him that they weren't the only ones that were going to miss the tree. With this, Dad said, "All right, everybody, into the car." No matter who asked where we were going, Dad just said, "You will see." In about 5 minutes, they turned off the road into a place that had rows and rows of trees. There were all kinds of different trees. This was a tree store. It was called a nursery. Katie and Orbie just looked in amazement until Dad told them not to just stand there, but to go find a tree they liked. Mom smiled and gave Dad a kiss for understanding that they really needed to have a place for the birds and the squirrels and the bats. Then she ran after Katie and Orbie to tell them what each tree was like. It took a while, and Dad talked to the saleswoman about how to plant a tree where one had been before. When he looked up, his whole family was waving at him, so he went to see what they had found. It was a flowering crabapple tree. Katie explained right away, but that didn't mean the apples were crabby. It meant they were small. Dad was awfully glad to hear it, because he certainly didn't want a crabby tree in his yard. Orbie told him about the wonderful pink flowers Mom said it would have in the spring, and Katie added that they would smell yummy. Dad stood for a minute and looked at all the other trees in the nursery. And he turned to Mom and Katie and Orbie and told them that he figured they had picked out the very best tree at the nursery for their front lawn. It took a lot of digging and packing and mulch carrying to plant the new tree. It was small and certainly didn't look like the old tree, but Katie and Orbie hoped the birds and the squirrels and the bats would think it was good enough. And do you know, as they were sitting on the front step with a nice cold drink, a little yellow bird came and landed on one of the tiny branches. It sang a beautiful song, and Mom said that it looked like the little tree would fit in perfectly. And I can tell you now, it really did.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? A chameleon is an extraordinary lizard which can change its color to match its surroundings. This makes them hard to find and helps them hide from other animals. Chameleons are great at playing hide and seek.
So far, it had been a busy morning. Orbie realized that if you line up 30 toy cars, they stretch right across the living room. Katie discovered that when you paint yellow on top of blue, it turns green. And they both found out that if you stick orange slices in jelly dessert before it gels, they all sink to the bottom. Now, Orbie was flying his paper airplane from upstairs to down. Katie was playing on the stairs with his slinky. Each time Orbie ran down to get his plane, he bumped the slinky and knocked it over. This was really starting to bug Katie. Now, she did ask him very nicely to please be careful, and she did ask him if he could use the other side of the stairs to go up and down on, but for some reason, Orbie didn't listen. After a while, Katie had taken all she could. She stood right in Orbie's way and said, "Oh, no, you don't. Stop right there, Orbie. You're ruining my game, and that is not a very nice thing to do." Of course, Orbie was very surprised and looked at her in astonishment, but then he just pushed his way past her. Dad came out from the kitchen and asked, what would make two best friends talk to each other like that? Katie told her story, and then right in the middle, Orbie sputtered and started to cry. Katie just looked at him, but Dad moved up the stairs and held him in a big hug. "What's the matter?" Dad asked as he wiped Orbie's tears. Orbie shuddered, and his spots started to flash a kind of green color. "What was that?" Dad said. Orbie just looked very sad. Katie was watching from down at the bottom of the stairs. She told her dad that Orbie had been stepping on her slinky and wouldn't stop. Katie was very angry with Orbie. She should be the one crying. Dad told Katie, "Not now." And Katie picked up her things and ran into the living room. Dad was very worried about Orbie. He seemed to have a strange color around his eyes and wobbled like he was dizzy and whose spots were getting greener and greener. Dad picked him up and took him to his hanger in Katie's closet. He tried to help Orbie get on the hanger, but do you know that Orbie was feeling so strange that he couldn't hold on? Something was very wrong. Dad put him in Katie's bed and pulled the covers up. Mom came into the room and asked what happened between Katie and Orbie. She just took one look at Orbie and knew that he was sick. Orbie still looked very sad. Mom hurried down to see if Dr. Hewitt could help. She found Katie sitting on the floor in the kitchen, sniffling. She asked Katie if she was feeling all right, and Katie told her about Orbie. Mom was very surprised that two best friends couldn't find a way to get along together. Then she told Katie that Orbie was feeling sick. Maybe he just couldn't listen to what she was saying. But sadly, I can tell you, Katie was still very angry. Dr. Hewitt told Mom to give Orbie lots of juice and rest and that he should be feeling better tomorrow. Mom hung up the phone and she sat on the floor with Katie. She explained that sometimes when people don't feel well, they behave in strange ways. Mom asked Katie to try to understand that Orbie didn't intend to be mean and that she was pretty sure he would feel bad about it. Katie decided she would wait and see. Mom said it was important to forgive people, and Katie nodded her head. I think she knew that. Mom asked Katie if she wanted to help her take the apple juice up, and Katie said no. Well, it happened that Katie decided to do her puzzle next, and it also happened that her puzzle was up in her room. She tiptoed in. Dad was leaning over Orbie, putting a cold cloth on his forehead. When Dad saw Katie, he thought she'd come to help Orbie feel better and said, "Ah, now, here she comes, the best nurse in town." Even though Katie was trying to feel angry, she did smile a bit. Orbie looked over at her with little sad eyes and green spots, and right at that moment, Katie knew how hard it was to stay angry at your best friend. She hurried over to the bed. A whimper came out of Orbie, and Katie moved up on the bed to get closer. Dad left and went to talk to Mom. Orbie made a sad little sound that meant he was sorry. Katie told him that she was very angry at him and that Mom had explained about when people don't feel well. Orbie smiled and made a Mom knows everything kind of sound. "I think she does," Katie said. Then a funny thing happened. Orbie popped right up in Katie's bed and made the sound that meant, "Let's go play on the park swings." Katie looked at Orbie and, of course, was a little surprised. "You want to play on the swings?" she asked. Orbie jumped out of bed and cartwheeled across the floor. His spots were still green, but his sad face was gone. As they ran out the front door, Katie called to Mom that they were going to the park. She always told her Mom whenever she left the house. Mom just stood in the kitchen and said to Dad, "We?" Dad ran up to see if Orbie was still in bed. All he found was Katie's stuffy. Dad ran down the stairs and right out the front door. He found Katie at the slide and asked where Orbie was. Katie pointed to the swings. Orbie was hanging onto the swing, but it wasn't moving. He actually looked worse than before. His spots were darker, and his eyes were getting redder. As Dad headed for home carrying Orbie, he told him, "You can't play on the park swings when you're sick." Orbie made a very weak, why kind of sound. Katie didn't understand. If he felt like playing, then he must be well enough. Dad explained to Orbie and Katie, who was running to keep up, that if you get sick out in the park, there might not be anyone to help. Dad also pointed out that being outside could give him a chill and make him sicker. Orbie snuffled a bit. His body needs to rest and get better. Dad told Orbie that some of the little children who come to play in the park might catch what he's got and get sick too. Orbie felt very bad. There were lots of things to play with at home, and that was the best place for him. When they got home, Mom was very glad to see him and told him that she was very worried. Katie and Orbie felt very bad that they had worried her. I think Orbie felt even worse because he was so sick, and he started to cry. Mom thought that maybe Orbie should sleep for a while. Later, he and his best friend did the puzzle, and Dad read the silliest story. Orbie fell asleep right in the middle of it. He dreamt of playing with Katie in the park swings. They were laughing and swinging as high as they could go. And you know what? In 2 days, his dream came true.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? If you mix blue paint and yellow paint, it makes green. And if you mix red paint and yellow paint, it makes orange. And if you mix blue paint and red paint, it makes purple. But don't mix it with your clothes. That makes a mess.
It had been quite a day. Orbie found out that if you go out in the winter, you'd better wear something warm on your feet or your polka dots will turn blue. Katie found out that when you try to keep a mini snowman inside the house, it doesn't stay long. And they both realized that when you try to catch snowflakes on your tongue, not very many of them get there. Mom and Dad had talked long and hard about getting a pet, and finally they agreed that they would go down to the animal shelter and find just the right one. Katie thought they were going to the pet store, but Dad told her they were going to a place that kept lost animals until they found a new home. That was a good idea. Orbie thought about training his new pet elephant, and Katie thought about how she would ride her horse. In the car, when Mom heard about Katie's horse, she laughed and told Katie that a horse wouldn't fit very well in their living room. They didn't have a stable, and the elephant, well, they would at best have to move to the zoo. Mom and Dad were thinking of something much smaller. Katie and Orbie looked at each other. The guessing began. Was it a goat? Was it a raccoon? Was it a monkey? But I bet you guessed by now that Mom and Dad were thinking more of something like a cat. When the two friends heard this, they both smiled. A cat sounded like a wonderful pet, and they wouldn't have to buy a zoo or a stable. It would just fit right in. When they got to the animal shelter, they saw long runs that held all kinds of dogs in them. Inside the animal shelter, there was a very nice man. He looked a little bit like Katie's grandpa. His name was Jake, and he smiled at them and thanked them for coming, which Katie thought was very nice of him. He looked down at Katie and Orbie and asked them if they were looking for a new pet. They both nodded their heads. Jake looked at his list of animals and said, "I think I might have just the right pet for you." Orbie and Katie couldn't wait to see. So Jake opened up the doors and they could see a room full of cats. The family walked in. There were all kinds, old ones and young ones and black ones and golden ones and ones with 3 different colors. Some of them had golden eyes, some of them had green eyes, and some of them had blue eyes. Mom made a kind of sound, and Dad told them this may not be easy. So they started to hunt for just the right one. Katie wanted to know why there were so many cats that needed homes. Jake told her that the animals came to the shelter for all different reasons, but it's why people came that matters to Jake. Katie didn't understand. Jake told her that when people come through that door, it made him very happy because he knew there was a pretty good chance one of his animals would be adopted to a new home. But then Jake held up a finger. We want to make sure that each animal goes to the right home so that it can stay for the rest of its life. Katie, Orbie, Mom, and Dad all looked at the animals. Every time one person found one they liked, the rest of the family would race over to see it. The thing was that deciding could be quite a problem. Orbie was having a problem of a different sort. Orbie looked at each cat, and he wanted to take each one home. He told Mom that they could sleep in his closet with him. But Mom said they only had room for one. Jake said, "You haven't looked over in this corner yet." And that's when it happened. Katie and Orbie ran over. Mom and Dad came up behind. 2 little faces lit right up when they looked in the cage. there was a tiny little kitten. She was golden color all over, except on her face. She had a white spot on her head. Jake said her name was Chance. She was very sick and wandered onto the highway, and a young teenager found her by chance and brought her to Jake to make her better. Chance got better very quickly and now was ready to start a new life. Right then and there, Chance had a new home. Jake told them the rules for adopting a kitten. Make sure she always has fresh water and hug her when necessary. She needed just the right food and some other things that Jake told Mom and Dad. As they were leaving, Orbie looked back at all the cats that didn't have a home. He really wanted to take them with him. Jake smiled. He hoped more responsible people like Katie and her family would come and adopt all the animals in the shelter. As they were getting in the car, another car drove up and Orbie felt better. In the car, Chance climbed all over the place trying to find a way to get out. She meowed a bit and sat right on Katie's shoulder. Katie told Chance not to be afraid, that she was going to a new home where everybody would love her. And I'm sure Chance didn't understand exactly, but she just stayed on Katie's shoulder and purred. As soon as they opened the door to the house, Chance jumped right out of Katie's arms and ran into the living room. Chance hurried through the house to find a safe place to hide. The house didn't smell like the animal shelter. There weren't any cats, so Chance hid right under the skirts of the living room couch. She stayed there as quiet as could be. When Katie and Orbie walked into the room, they couldn't see Chance. They looked for her. They looked upstairs and downstairs and in the kitchen. No Chance. Mom put out some food and water, and Dad suggested that perhaps sitting down and waiting for Chance to decide it was time to come out was better than hunting for her. Just as Orbie was going to sit on the couch, he saw something that belonged to Chance sticking out from under the couch. It was Chance's tail. He burbled and pointed and started to bounce up and down, but Dad told him to sit quietly. So everybody sat and watched the tail. Katie hoped she would get to see more of Chance than just her tail. Dad explained that Chance needed time to get used to them. Soon the tail disappeared and a little black nose poked its way out from under the couch. Everyone sat very still. Dad told them to watch what Chance did. Chance looked around the room and sniffed at things. He sniffed at Orbie's toes, and Orbie had to work very hard at not wiggling them. Then she walked over to Katie. She stood right up in the air and then jumped up on Katie's lap. This surprised Katie, but Mom just told her to gently pat Chance. And do you know that within a second, Chance curled right up there and purred so loud that Orbie thought it sounded like Dad's razor. Everybody laughed, and Chance looked up, and I think she may have smiled at everybody in her new family. At least Orbie said she did. And I guess you know by now that Chance did stay with Katie and Orbie for the rest of her life.
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. It's time to explore under the sea with your pal Ariel. Up next, it's The Little Mermaid, followed by the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh inside Playhouse Disney. Where's the place to hear stories, explore, and pretend with your friends? You're right.
Far away out past the moon. is the girl inside. Such a nice and to his bride. Katie sees a friend in need, Orbie. It's Katie and Orbie, and here's a bunch of stories about Katie and Orbie and all the things they do. Katie's friend Orbie now has a brand new family. They teach him that people all have some good inside. Fly a kite, find a snake, tap a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Fly a kite, find a snake, tap a cider, learn to skate, build a snowman with your friend Orbie. Adventure and playtime should always last a lifetime, and with friends like Orbie, the fun is guaranteed. So Katie and Orbie are ready with their story, playing and learning from all the things they do. As the sun begins each day, our new friend is here to stay.
It had been a wonderful evening. Katie discovered that if you stay on the roundabout too long, you start to feel sick. Orbie discovered that if you don't wait until the person before you gets off the slide, you might have a big collision. And they both discovered that if you run home from the playground without stopping, your heart goes bump, bump, bump in your chest. They had already brushed their teeth and listened to a wonderful story of the great toothless dragon. Dad turned out the lights and kissed them both goodnight. Mom blew a kiss from the hall because she had her hands full of books. She was moving downstairs. Dad closed the door, and the room was in darkness. Katie rolled over in her bed and asked Orbie if he ever wondered if things disappeared in the dark, or if they stayed there. Orbie burbled that all the things that were there when the lights went out are still there now. Katie asked him how he knew. Orbie thought for a minute, and then he burbled that he could tell because he could see their outlines against the curtains. Katie asked him if he ever wondered what would come in their place if the things that were there in the light disappeared in the dark. This was getting very complicated for Orbie, who was falling asleep. I think he did burble something, but when Katie told him that she didn't hear him, he didn't say anything. Soon a soft sort of snoring sound came from the closet. Katie rolled over and didn't pay too much attention to the fact that Orbie didn't answer. And really, Katie was pretty sure that nothing would come in their places if everything that was there disappeared in the dark. There just would be nothing. Katie fell asleep on the word nothing, and visions of things disappearing into nothing came to her dreams. Just before Katie fell sound asleep, there was a little noise. Katie woke right up and sat up in bed. She could hear the soft sounds of Orbie sleeping and lay down in her bed again. It was nothing. She heard it again. She sat up and listened even harder. Katie began to wonder if that was the sound of everything in the room disappearing. She slid out of bed and went over to Orbie. She tapped Orbie on the shoulder, and then she heard this loud bonk noise. Orbie whimpered. "What'd you do that for?" he snorted. Katie whispered that something was coming out of the dark. Orbie made a, "Oh, neat, what is it?" sound, and Katie got a little annoyed. In a whisper, she pronounced very clearly that whatever it was something scary for sure. Orbie looked around the room. He couldn't see anything. Katie simply said, "Exactly." Now, by this time, Orbie was very tired, a little sore on the head and very confused. Katie was quite convinced that the tip-tapping they could hear was coming from the darkness. Something was coming into the room. Orbie listened hard. There was a strange noise, and even though Orbie thought as hard as he could, He couldn't think of one toy in Katie's bedroom that would make that kind of noise. Orbie's 2 eyes grew in size. There they were, all alone in the bedroom with something that grew in the dark. Katie and Orbie hugged each other as they looked in the direction of the noise. Orbie pointed to Katie's bedroom wall, the one with the door on it. It was definitely coming out of that wall. And that was a very scary thing because that was the door they had to go through to get to Mom and Dad's bed. The tapping stopped for a moment, and they thought they were saved. They both snuck along the floor and were doing fine until Katie stuck her hand into something soft and squishy. Katie tried not to scream, but a little yelp did come out. She showed her hand to Orbie. Orbie sniffed it and felt the soft, squishy stuff, and with a snort, he made a sound that meant modeling dough. Katie realized it was. Orbie pointed out that was there on the floor in a container when they went to bed. That made them feel better as they crept along towards the bedroom door, until Katie stopped right in her tracks. Orbie thudded into her. What, Katie whispered, happened to the container? Now, that thought had never occurred to Orbie. They both looked back in the dark but couldn't see anything. Katie said, "Exactly," again, and started toward the door. Orbie told her to wait, and she stopped for a moment, but then she felt something touch her toes, and she shot forward. Her knees were almost banging on the floor. Maybe when the lights are turned off, everything disappears. Maybe beds, maybe toys, maybe us. Just as Orbie was trying to grab a hold of Katie's pajama leg, Katie thought she felt the darkness coming to get her, and she screamed and ran right into something soft and deep. It fell all around her. "I'm disappearing," she called to Orbie. Orbie had to admit that she was, because he couldn't even find her legs anymore. He followed her call and couldn't even tell if the tip-tapping was still happening, because in his chest, his heart was thumping so loud that it blocked out everything else. Orbie wanted to save Katie from disappearing. "Help," Katie called. Orbie hurried towards the sound. Just as he thought he was getting close, his foot got caught. Katie was right. The darkness had caught him too, and he was about to disappear too. All of a sudden there was a creaking noise, and then the door opened up. Orbie was sure that was the end of them, but instead, the hall light shone into the room. Dad was at the door, asking them what was going on. Orbie looked at his foot in the light, saw that it was just tangled up in Katie's bedspread. Katie pushed away the softness, and about 10 stuffies went flying. Both Katie and Orbie looked at the door. They were nowhere near the door. In the darkness, they had crawled everywhere but where they wanted to go. When Dad untangled them and got them back to bed, he showed them that the container from the modeling dough had come off when Katie jumped out of bed. And the tapping was from Mom trying to put a picture up on the wall. He promised them both that absolutely nothing disappears in the darkness, and, well, they both felt a whole lot better. Katie decided right there and then never to puzzle over troubling thoughts before she fell asleep. And Orbie thanked her for it. From that day on, they kept the hall door open a crack. They knew that nothing disappeared in the dark, but it was always good to be certain.
Did you know? No. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? If your family is thinking about getting a new pet to care for, the animal shelter is a great place to adopt one. You'll find cats and dogs and sometimes even a hamster. But I don't think you'll find a kangaroo.
It had been quite a day. Katie discovered that with empty paper towel rolls, you could make a very long pipe that traveled up the stairs. Orbie tried not breaking a taco in pieces when he bit into it, but it didn't work. And both of them discovered that if you stack up a lot of marshmallows, most of them land on the floor. As the day wore on, Katie and Orbie had done all the things in the house that interested them. In Katie's bedroom, they built a fort with blocks. Then they knocked it down with a plastic dragon. Then they lined up all the stuffies and gave them a tea party. And they stacked the puzzle boxes up. And some of them fell over, making a dreadful mess. And then they tried bowling the standing blocks to see if they would fall over. Then they had to hide under the covers because a horrible monster was coming. The monster opened the door and Katie giggled and Orbie hiccuped under the covers. The monster said, "What happened in here? It looks like this room was hit by a hurricane." Suddenly, Katie and Orbie felt a definite tickling sensation. Gales of laughter broke out. When they came out from under the covers, Dad asked them to please consider tidying up. Now, in truth, Katie and Orbie did put 2 or 3 blocks away. I know that Katie meant to put the little red fire truck away, too, but she suddenly made a siren sound, and they were rolling out the hose and spraying Katie's bookcase with pretend water. Orbie said it was the worst fire he had ever seen. When Katie chuckled and said he had never seen a fire, a soft pillow hit her ploof in the back of her head. And Katie grabbed another pillow, and they were just about to get into the pillow fight of the century when Dad asked if they were considering tidying up yet. Both of them thought that tidying up was the most boring thing to do. Orbie had an idea, a puzzle race. Katie looked at him in disbelief. "What is so exciting about making a puzzle?" she asked. Orbie pointed out that usually a puzzle is in the box, and you know what pieces go with it. But right now, 2 puzzles were spilled on the floor, and you really couldn't tell which pieces went where. "You're right, Orbie," she said. "Finding one whole puzzle will be very tricky. Let's do it." Now, the only available flat place in the room was the bed, so with Orbie's help, Katie straightened out the blankets and made the bed smooth for the puzzles. They each chose their puzzles and the side of the bed to do them on. Katie's puzzle was a castle, and Orbie's was a dog curled up with a cat. They laid out the lids with the pictures on them and set about hunting for pieces. There was terrific laughing as puzzle pieces flew through the air. But at the same time, they ended up with a problem. They were missing a whole lot of pieces. Orbie suggested that they pick up the blocks and see if the missing pieces were underneath. So on Mark, Get Set, Go, the 2 friends charged for the blocks and put them on the shelf as fast as they could. Every single time they found a puzzle piece, they charged across the room and put the piece in. The puzzle started to get easier. Orbie found 3 pieces at a time when he lifted up one of Katie's running shoes, and that put him way ahead. Discouraged, Katie picked up the red fire engine that was right in her way. Underneath, she found a pile of pieces. Orbie got so excited that he got up and jumped on the bed. Katie whooped because the puzzles broke apart, and Orbie jumped off immediately as Katie headed toward hers and snapped it together again. They both couldn't help giggling and making all kinds of noises to let the other one know that they were going as fast as they could. Soon as all the blocks were gone, Katie was still missing a lot of pieces. Orbie was only missing a few. They looked at the floor. Maybe there were pieces underneath the block shelf. Both of them dove down at the same time and bumped heads, but not hard. Orbie snatched a piece to his puzzle out and raced back to the bed. Katie was having a tough time reaching one of hers. She stretched and wriggled and did most everything she could think of to get that piece out. And just as she had about given up hope of winning the race, she noticed a paper towel roll lying near her on the floor. Orbie raced around the room, hunting for his last 3 pieces. Katie grabbed the roll and flicked the puzzle piece out, which was great because guess what was inside the roll? Another piece. Katie grabbed the 2 pieces and headed for the bed. She told Orbie what she'd found. Orbie laughed. He only needed 2 more. Katie looked at her puzzle. Winning didn't look too good. She needed 3 more. He needed only 2. Then they agreed to get all of the stuffies out of the way and then see if they could find the last pieces. Again they did. Mark, get set, go. Orbie picked up the stuffies and threw them in their corner like a stuffy picker-upper machine. Just as Katie was about to throw her teddy bear into the pile, she noticed something in his collar. And when she looked closely, she found another piece. Her teddy was helping her catch up to Orbie. The stuffies were gone, and the blocks were gone, and toys that were on the floor weren't there anymore, and still both of them were missing 2 pieces. And they raced around like 2 wild children hunting for the last pieces. Orbie looked under the bed. Katie looked on the shelves. Nothing. Over by Katie's dresser, there were some clothes and costumes on the floor. They did. Mark, get set, go again. Clothes went into the drawers and in the hampers, and they really didn't find anything at all. Then Orbie saw it. Katie saw it too. Orbie made a squeak and dove for Katie's other running shoe. Katie tried to beat him to it, but he got there first. He turned over the shoe, and out fell 4 pieces. They were the very 4 pieces they were looking for. Both scrambled to pick up what belonged to their puzzle and raced to the bed. At the same time, they shouted, "Done!" Actually, Orbie whistled it. Just at that moment, Dad opened the door saying, "It really is time right now for you two to tidy up the Dad didn't even finish the sentence. He was looking at the room in disbelief. Katie and Orbie looked at the room, too. In their puzzle race, they had tidied up the whole horrible mess and had never even noticed it. Dad felt that they deserved a milkshake. Katie decided that she would keep her room tidy from now on. She did try, but about 3 days later, there was another even mightier house hurricane, which required a 2-puzzle race. I wonder who won. Don't you?
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Some animals carry their homes on their backs. Turtles, snails, and hermit crabs all have shells that can protect them from danger. They don't have to carry keys. And they'll never forget their address.
It was a snowy day. Orbie discovered that if you leave your truck outside in a snowstorm, you might not find it again until spring. Katie found out that if you shovel snow in the wind, a lot of it blows back in your face. And they both discovered that if you lie still in the snow long enough, you'll get covered in it too. Orbie was very excited as he bounced up and down in his seatbelt. The car drove silently along the snowy roads. Mom made sure that the lid was on tight, then she put the hot chocolate container in her backpack. At last they were ready for their adventure. Orbie wasn't too sure what the adventure was. He had never been skating before. Dad told Orbie skating was easy. Orbie hoped Dad was right. Finally, they arrived at the old clubhouse. It was almost buried in the snow. Dad spotted out the window of the car because there was some smoke coming out of the chimney. Someone else must have felt like skating, too. The clubhouse was on a small lake. At least, that was what Dad said, but when Orbie got out and looked for the water, he couldn't find any. All he saw was snow, snow, and more snow. Then Orbie saw one of the most peculiar things. He saw a toque go floating by on the snow. It was a red one with a big pom-pom. It turned round and moved closer and closer. Orbie had never seen anything like it, so he stepped over to Dad in case something really strange happened. The funny thing was that when the toque burst out from behind the snowbank, Andy was underneath it. He said hi to everybody. It was getting a little lonely skating by himself. His dad had a cold and was in the clubhouse watching from the window. Orbie burbled to Katie. Was Andy skating inside the snowbank? Katie straightened her earmuffs and told Orbie that Andy was skating on the lake. Orbie scratched a big red polka dot when he heard this. How could Andy skate on the lake without his water wings? You'll see, was all Katie said. Orbie walked behind Katie in the crunchy snow. When he got to the other side of the snowbank, he saw a great big plowed area. It wasn't a road because there were no cars on it. Katie sat on the bench beside it, and she asked Orbie to sit with her. Orbie looked out over the lake. What happened to the water? The lake was empty, Orbie wondered as he climbed up beside Katie. Katie looked at Orbie and told him that it certainly wasn't empty. The water was still there. Orbie looked again. She told him that in the winter, the air was so cold that it froze the water in the lake. Katie spread her hands and blew out steamy breath. The lake is like a giant ice cube, she said. Orbie looked again. He walked over to it. Katie must be right. It was flat and hard under Orbie's feet. Actually, it was flat and hard and very slippery. Orbie, he fell kersplat. Mom and Dad were just coming around the snowbank with the skates. Dad helped Orbie up. He told Orbie that he would like skating a whole lot more once he had skates on. Orbie sure hoped so. Skates were funny-looking boots with sharp blades on the bottom. Orbie had never seen them before. They were hand-me-down skates from Katie. Dad tied them up nice and tight on Orbie's feet. Then he carried Orbie over to the ice and put him down. Katie and Andy were making their way over to him as Orbie ran into a little problem. One of Orbie's feet wanted to go forward while the other one wanted to go back. Orbie began to sink down. Put your feet together, Mom called. But, as you can imagine, it was just too late. Orbie landed with a thud on the ice. Dad helped him up again. He told Orbie that he would do better to take little tiny steps at first. Orbie tippy-tappied along the top of the ice. When he finally felt safe enough, he looked up and saw Katie and Andy gliding across the great ice cube lake. Orbie wondered how they did it. He tried to glide, but spun around in circles and couldn't stop. Mom grabbed a hold of him just before he fell for the third time. Dad was coming out of the clubhouse with a kitchen chair. Mom said the chair was just what Orbie needed. This confused Orbie, too, because he thought you had to stand to skate. Sitting might make it even trickier, but that was not exactly what Dad had in mind. First, Dad would take Orbie on a tour of the lake. Orbie was to sit on the chair and hold on. Orbie sat down, and within a second, they were whizzing through the icy air on the flat surface of the lake. Dad told him this was what it felt like to glide. Orbie liked the feeling a lot. Then Dad put Orbie behind the chair and asked him to push it. Orbie's feet shot out backwards, and it was all Orbie could do not to fall again. Dad told him to dig his skate into the ice. Orbie did this, and he and the chair started to move slowly. Dad encouraged him, and Mom clapped her hands every time he moved forward. Katie came over and skated beside him. Orbie was almost driving the chair. He began to understand how the skating thing was done, and he picked up more and more speed. Katie really had to race to keep up with him. He was going top speed and feeling fabulous. The wind was blowing the tassel on his toque. It was whistling past his knees, and the chair was almost flying across the ice, and the snowbank was headed right for him. Dad hadn't told him how to stop. Katie, who was struggling to stay with him, pushed the chair around, which was a good idea because Orbie went with it. He went with it, that is, until he flew into the snowbank. Orbie stuck his head out of the snow and raised his two arms up in the air. Katie was very worried about him and hurried over. Orbie looked at Katie for a minute, and it looked like he might cry. But then he did a flip right out of the snowbank and said in his own language that skating was just about the best thing he knew of. He tip-tapped over to the chair and took off for the other side of the lake. This time, Katie just couldn't catch him. Finally, Orbie let go of the chair. At first, he was a little shaky, but soon he steadied himself and began to glide. He threw his hands up in the air and burbled, "Look at me." He was having so much fun that he didn't even stop for hot chocolate. Soon he was better than Katie, who had been skating for 2 years. Orbie was different, and that made skating easy for him. It wasn't long before he was spinning in circles, and it wasn't long before he was balancing on one foot. And it wasn't long before he was skating backwards, and, well, Dad said he thought Orbie was just born to skate. Orbie thought so, too. And do you know that I think maybe he was?
There's lots of things to discover under the sea, so join your pal Ariel and you'll see. The Little Mermaid is up next inside Playhouse Disney. It's time to explore under the sea with your pal Ariel. Up next, it's The Little Mermaid, followed by the new adventures of Winnie the Pooh inside Playhouse Disney.
Tomorrow on Magical World of Disney. Swing into adventure. Swing! With The Secret of NIMH 2, Timmy to the rescue.
I want to be in on the action.
A tale of a boy destined to be a legend. And the bravest of girls.
My name's Jenny.
Who together will face the wildest villains. To bring their families home.
Yeah!
It's The Secret of NIMH 2, Timmy to the rescue. Followed by Mary Poppins. Tomorrow on Magical World of Disney. Movies at 7, 6 Central.
And now a song from Bear in the Big Blue House.
All right, everybody, just line up and do what I do. Hit it! Oh, there's a dance that's going round that anyone can do.
Yeah, you and you and you.
It's the Grandma Mambo.
The Grandma Mambo. Oh, whether you are young
Or if you're an older gal like me.
just try it and you'll see it's the Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo.
You've got to shimmy to the left, then shimmy to the right.
Then shake your head from side to side and do it day and night.
It's the Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo.
The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo.
Mambo.
So shake the lead out of your legs and take a step or three.
Then you'll mambo just like me. The Grandma Mambo.
The Grandma Mambo. You got to shimmy to that left
Then shimmy to the right. Then shake your head from side to side.
and do it day and night. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. The Grandma Mambo. Grandma Mambo.
Yeah, let's do it. Mambo.
Don't miss Bear in the Big Blue House, today at 1/12 Central inside Playhouse Disney.
Where can you find all new Pluto cartoons? On Disney's Mickey Mouse Works, part of Disney's One Saturday Morning, ABC Saturdays.
Tomorrow on Magical World of Disney.
Oh, it's you.
Everybody's favorite nanny is popping in for a visit.
Mary Poppins.
And when she's around, there's never a dull moment.
When you're with Mary Poppins, suddenly you'll win places you never dreamed of.
Whether on the ground or in the air, Mary Poppins sure has flair. It's Mary Poppins. Right after The Secret of NIMH 2, Timmy to the rescue. Tomorrow on Magical World of Disney. Movies at 7, 6 Central.
Next, inside Playhouse Disney, kick up your fins with The Little Mermaid. And start to look at things in a whole new way.
Well, what do you think? Cool.
Learn to play a new instrument.
It's a string in the chair.
Or spend the whole day exploring.
Looking for thingamabobbers and whatchamacallit.
Join your friends under the sea with The Little Mermaid, coming up next inside Playhouse Disney.
We'll have so much fun!
What you doing? What you doing? What you doing?